jaye pya des lamme. Chapter 56. Beginning of Naam Meditation Sessions. By now, Babaji has enjoyed and tasted untold spiritual pleasures through meditation of Naam. He now wanted to share the bliss of meditation that has blossomed within him with others. He wanted to share the divine truth, which is that we all have this lifetime for the single purpose of achieving a higher spiritual existence through meditation of Naam. As in all religions, meditation of the Lord's name or Naam is pivotal in achieving enlightenment. Naam meditation is the supreme practice in all faiths as described in Sukhmani Sahib. Lord's meditation is exalted above all else. Through meditation, many have been saved. Prabh ka simran sabte ucha, Prabh ke simran udre mucha. And of all religions, the best religion is to repeat the Lord's name. This alone is the most pious of deeds. Sarab taram mein sresh taram, har ko naam jap nirmal karam. Those who remain devoid of this priceless and supreme pleasure of Naam meditation are considered low according to Gurbani. Accursed is their life in this world who are without the true name. Trig Jivan Sansar Sache Naam Bin. Guru Ramdas Ji proclaims, O Lord, the mothers of those within whose mind Naam does not reside ought to have been barren. Their bodies wander without the Lord's name. They waste their lives and die crying, O my soul, repeat the name of the Lord who is within you. Jin har hirday naam na basyo, tin maat kije har banja, tin sunji deh fire bin naame, O khap khap moye karanja. Guru Arjan Dev Ji prays to the Almighty God for the boon of Naam. Meet me, O my Lord of the universe. Please bless me with your name. Without the Naam, the name of the Lord, cursed is love and intimacy. Pause. Without the Naam, one who dresses and eats well is like a dog which falls in and eats impure foods. Without the Naam, all occupations are useless, like decorations on a dead body. One who forgets the Naam and indulges in pleasures shall find no peace even in dreams. His body shall become diseased. One who renounces the Naam and engages in other occupations shall see all his false pretenses fall away. One whose mind does not embrace love for the Naam shall go to hell. Even though he may perform millions of ceremonial rituals, one whose mind does not contemplate the name of the Lord is bound like a thief in the city of death. Hundreds of thousands of ostentatious shows and great expanses, without the Naam, all these displays are false. That humble being repeats the name of the Lord, O Nanak, whom the Lord blesses with His mercy. Mil mere Gobind apna naam deho, naam bina trig asneho rahao. Naam bina jo pehre khaye, ज्यों कूकर जूठन में पाए. नाम बिना जेता प्योहार, जो मृतक मिथ्या सिगार. नाम बिसार करे रस भोग, सुख सुपने नहीं तन में रोग. नाम त्याग करे अन काज, बिनस जाए झूठे सब पाज. नाम संग मन प्रीत न लावै, कोट करम कर तो नरक जावै. हर का नाम जिन मन न आराधा, चोर की न्यायी जम पर बाधा. लाख अडंबर बहुत बिस्तारा, नाम बिना झूठे पासारा. हर का नाम सोई जन ले, कर कृपा नानक जिस दे. Guru Arjan Dev Ji questions the usefulness of life spent without remembering God and asks, why don't they die who forget the all-pervading Lord? Without Naam, of what avail is this life? Pause. Eating, drinking, playing, laughing, and amassing wealth, of what use are decorations of the dead? Mar na jai jina bisrat Ram, नाम बिहून जीवन कौन काम रहाओ। खात पीत खेलत हस्त विस्तार, कवन अर्थ मृतक सिगार। Guru Nanak Dev Ji gives us his verdict in our daily evening prayer of Rehras. Vile are they who forget their master, O Nanak, without God's name such men are outcast wretches. Khasam visare te kamjat, Nanak name baj sunat. And they are lepers who dress and eat without serving the true Guru. They suffer repeated birth and death. Jo bin Satguru seve khade pende so moe mar jamme kode. We may think that we are living life, but in the eyes of our Guru, he alone lives without whose mind the Master abides. O Nanak, one other is truly alive. One may live a long and prosperous life, but without remembering the Lord, one will depart this world without honor, for only those mortals are seen to live forever who contemplate their true Lord Master. Through the society of saints, they obtain the vision of the Lord. Jivat pekhe jini har har tyaya, sad sang tini darshan paya rahao. And without the Lord's meditation, to live is like burning in fire, even though one's life may be long like that of a serpent. Bin simran jo jivan balna, sarp jaise arjari. Guru Arjan Dev Ji teaches us the method of living a remarkable life. Arising early each day, drink the Lord's elixir of Naam. In this way you shall have eternal life. With your tongue utter the name of your God, God, God. Jivat, jivat, jivat raho. Ram rasayan nit ut pivo. Har 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 rasna kaho rahao. And to forget the Lord of the world is one's own death. To contemplate God's name is life. Marnang bisrang govinde, jivanang harnam teyavane. And they are beyond praise who treasure even an iota of God's name in their hearts. Kinka ek jis ji pisave, taki mehma gani na ave. Having lived and died over many lifetimes, our soul becomes tarnished with the filth of sins that we have committed. The dirt of multiple lives has attached to the soul. In this way it has become pitch black. Janam janam ki is man ko mal lagi, kala hoa syaho. How do we remove this dirt? Guru Nanak Dev Ji tells us of the method to remove the grime that has tarnished our soul. If hands, feet and body are covered in dust, the dust is washed off by water. When clothes are soiled with urine, soap is used to wash the clothes. When the mind is polluted with sins, it is washed by colouring it with the Lord's name. Pariya hath pair tan deh, pani tote utras khe, moot pliti kappad hoye, de sabun laiye o toye, pariya mat papa ke sang, o tope name ke rang. And by repeating the Lord's name, the soul is sanctified, pride from within departs. Vaho vaho kartyan man nirmal hove, home vichon jaye. And a mere iota of the Lord's name effaces millions of sins. Katte paap asankh name ik kani. And millions of sins are destroyed by repeating the Lord's name. Singing God's praises, one obtains the heart's desire. The fear of death and rebirth is removed, and eternal true abode is obtained. Kot aga sab naas hoye, simrat har nao, man chinde fal paiye, har ke gun gao, janam maran pe katiye, nechal sach thao. The soul can be purified by the alchemy of Naam. The mortal, once purified, becomes immortal. Within each mortal lies a hidden but latent potential seed of Naam. Thus, 9 treasures and the nectar of the Lord's name within the human body are nestling. Naunid Amrit Prabh ka naam, dehi mein iska bisram. And rectify this body and soul of yours by contemplating the Guru's hymns. By unbounded love for the Guru is this treasure found. E man dehi sodh tu gur sabad vichar, Nanak is dehi vich naam nidhan hai, paiye gur ke het apar. Naam has no shape or color. Naam is formless. It is beyond measurement and yet self-contained. To draw out this latent hidden treasure of Naam, we need to repeat the worded name of the Lord, blessed to us by our great Guru. By repeating the Lord's name, time and again our mind will be purified. The purified mind will develop an attraction or a love for God. Once this love for God arises in the mind, the eternal inner love for God is revealed. The fifth Guruji hints towards this as follows. The mind is the mansion, the body is a fence around it. Within the mind is the unrivaled commodity. In the heart the great merchant Lord abides, who is the dealer that commands credit there. Rare is the dealer who deals in the jewel of Naam. Man mandar tan saji par, is he made bast apar, is he Peter sunyat saho, kavan bapari jaka uha vesaho. Guru Gobind Singh Ji proclaims in no uncertain terms, I speak truly and all should listen. They who love God alone will realize Him. Sach kaho sun leho sabe, jin prem kiyo, tinhi prabh payo. So, in order to create love for Him, we must repeat the Guru Mantra Vaheguru. To reveal the latent spring of Naam and instill Guru Mantra within the hearts of everyone, Babaji embarked on a special program. Babaji planned to bring together all those Gursikhs who wanted to advance spiritually in meditation of Guru Mantra for Naam Simran session at least once a year. All the Sikhs who wanted to attune themselves upon meditation and introspection of Naam would be invited to congregate, recite, meditate as one, forming a mutual saintly society devoted to Naam. The camp or session called the Naam Abhyas Kamai Samagam was organized over a 10-day period with a program chalked out for the pursuit of meditation on Naam. Starting at 2 a.m. in the morning, the program continued throughout the day until 9:30 p.m. at night, following the schedule outlined below. The program was bathing and personal nitnem from 2 a.m. to 3:45 a.m., tea or herbal tea at 3:45 to 4 o'clock, enthroning Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji at 4 a.m. to 4:15 a.m., Naam recitation, all the congregation, from 4:15 a.m. to 5:15 a.m. Asad Ji Diwar, singing hymns and kirtan from 5:15 a.m. to 7:15 a.m. Explanation of the Guru's order and ardas from 7:15 a.m. to 8:15 a.m. Breakfast and rest from 8:15 a.m. to 10 a.m. Part of Sri Sukhmani Sahib from 10 a.m. to 11:15 a.m. Explanations of Vars of Bhai Gurdas Ji from 11:15 a.m. to 12 p.m. Lunch and rest from 12 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. Herbal tea at 3:30 p.m. to 4 p.m. Naam recitation jointly from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. Kirtan from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Sodar, Aarti, Ardas, that is the evening nitnem, from 7 p.m. to 7:45 p.m. Sukhasan of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji from 7:45 p.m. to 8 p.m. Dinner from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Individual Naam recitation from 9 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. A day before the meditation camp was to finish, a baptism ceremony would be held. On this day, numerous people would be baptized. The Panch Pyaras would bestow Naam in the form of Guru Mantra and Mool Mantra to the Sikhs of the Guru. Devotees from far off would congregate in greater and greater numbers with increasing enthusiasm. They would spend more and more time at these sessions in order to enjoy the bliss of meditation and would try to rekindle the inner fountain of eternal love for God. The congregation would be informed beforehand to try to control their minds and not to let it wander in idle thoughts and try to concentrate on meditation. The aim was to still the mind and free it from distractions or disturbances of worldly thoughts. As such, devotees became more attuned to Naam and were encouraged to recite Naam even in their leisure time. The congregation was affectionately advised to be present in the Naam meditation sessions, particularly as these sessions one's mind is encouraged to attune itself to the Lord's name easily. Spiritual growth is quicker in these sessions when Naam is recited with the congregation collectively. In these sessions, Kirtan singers, be they female or male, would offer their services without any charge. People of all backgrounds and all sections of Sikh religion would come to spend time at these annual camps. In the first few years of the camps, Dr. Kartar Singh of Bahri and his companions would perform Kirtan and give discourses on Gurbani. Then Sardar Vadawa Singh Ji devotedly and affectionately performed the service for several years. After his migration to USA, Sant Jarnail Singh Pindrawale took over the duty of explaining the Guru order with vigour and devotion as his predecessor did. He would remain at the Samagam the whole week and awaken the masses to Sikhism, Gurmat and Sikh philosophy. In honorary service, Bhai Joginder Singh Ji of Talwara performed Kirtan for several years at the Samagam. After his ill health, Bhai Mohinder Singh of Dasua took over this duty. The Sikh ladies from Talwara have also been performing Kirtan with devotion for many years now. Kirtan Jathas from Damdami Taksal, Jatha Pindra would also spellbind the congregation with their melodious and devout singing. Sant Kartar Singh Ji Pindrawale and his successor Sant Jarnail Singh Ji would enamor the Sangat with the uplifting discourses on Gurbani. Sant Kartar Singh Khalsa Ji's views of the Samagam. During his discourse on Gurbani, Sant Kartar Singh Ji often said, "No doubt all places of worship are revered, but the bliss obtained by meditating through Kirtan and Katha at Rampur Khera is rare. In these 8 days we get our spiritual batteries recharged and our hearts long all year waiting to return to the next annual Samagam." It is true the Singhs of Damdami Taksal are involved in learning Gurbani, reading and studying Gurbani. They are fond of listening to Kirtan and Katha, but by attending this Samagam, the deficiency of Simran and meditating on the Naam is fulfilled. Sant Kartar Singh Ji Khalsa started the routine of meditating on Naam within the Jatha, the group of Singhs. Effect of Naam Simran. Another curious yet interesting aspect of Samagam is that there is pin-drop silence during Naam meditation sessions, even if there are thousands of devotees partaking in the meditation. Whilst meditating in the congregation, one feels as if no one else was present in the whole precinct. In the hours there is perfect solitude, peace and concentration. The soothing effect of Simran is such that even a little baby forgets to cry. Whoever attends once eagerly awaits the next Samagam to come around, after bringing other good Sikhs with a meditative bent of mind to partake in the Samagam. To follow the camp to run efficiently, the duty of security and night watch was first performed by Sardar Kartar Singh Ji, then Mohinder Singh Ji, and now Major Sardara Singh, retired, of Naryala village, who carries out this duty with almost military precision. The service of langar, that is the free kitchen, was entrusted to Charan Singh of Rasulpur village. He is still carrying out this duty with great devotion and considering it his great fortune to perform the service of langar. Sardar Harshan Singh, affectionately called Bhagat Ji, has from the very beginning been entrusted with the duty of distributing rooms, arranging for board and lodging, and looking after the cloakroom. He still vigorously, lovingly, and with an accommodating attitude performs this service to this day. The arrangements for lighting, sound, and other electrical appliances is shouldered by Master Harnam Singh of the Suha. He has great enthusiasm for the task, yet conducts his duty efficiently. In the early days, about 1966, when the Samagam first started, there was insufficient capacity for board and lodging. To accommodate the congregation, tents were used to lodge the Sangat, and the remaining space was improvised in whatever manner possible to accommodate the congregation. On one occasion, it rained heavily and a strong wind blew away the tents, causing heavy damage. The next year, a veranda, a big hall, and 6 rooms were constructed to provide shelter and some limited accommodation. To encourage the Samagam to be improved constantly, a register was kept in the cloakroom where one can make helpful suggestions which, if possible, are put into action for the following camp. On the last day of the camp, the congregation is advised specifically that once they leave the camp, to daily meditate for an hour or 2 apart from reciting their daily prayers. This advice is given so that blissful memories of meditation upon Almighty God keep invigorating their daily lives until the next camp. The meditation camp is only useful if we pursue the path of introspection and meditation in our daily lives. Those who promise to meditate at home are encouraged to enter their names in the register so that others are inspired by the precedent set by devotees who carry out the exalted service of meditation upon God. To develop an interest in our religion and encourage learning of Gurbani, a special program for young boys and girls was instituted in 1984. A competition has been set up to test their knowledge of Sikh history, Sikh culture, Gurbani and its correct pronunciation. A leading Sikh personality would judge the competition and award prizes to the children. The following categories and curriculum was selected. Grade 1. Children aged up to 11 years, the ability to recite from memory Japji Sahib, Reh Ras and Kirtan Sohla. Grade 2. Aged between 12 to 16, children able to recite their entire Nitnem from memory. Grade 3. Aged 17 to 21, children who are able to recite the entire Nitnem off by heart. In addition, they would also be able to recite from memory Sukhmani Sahib or Asa Diwar. A child of this category should be baptized before participating. At the end of the Samagam, all the children are honoured by receiving shields, prizes, religious books and siropas according to their capability in front of the assembled congregation. This encourages other children and acts as an incentive for children to learn Gurbani off by heart, ready to participate the following year. Note: with the consent of the Sangat, the date of this Samagam is fixed for the first week of October, that is the first Sunday to the second Sunday of October rather than September. Chapter 57. You too did not do Simran. The annual Samagam was in full swing. One evening, Babaji was about to retire after his evening Nitnem. 8 or 10 other Gursikhs sat exchanging views on Sikhism and Gurmat with him. Suddenly, Sardar Kartar Singh, known as Jathedar as well of Rasulpur, rushed in and without listening to the conversation, interrupted loudly, "Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh." Babaji and the others responded with Fateh. Without a breath, Kartar Singh Ji continued, "I have come with a complaint." As was his tolerant manner, Babaji replied, "Kartar Singh Ji, what appears to be your complaint?" Kartar Singh replied, "Today between 4 and 5 p.m. Balwant Singh did not do his Simran." Babaji gently replied, You should have advised him that it is our duty to sit amongst the congregation and meditate instead of wandering outside. We have all come together to get maximum benefit from Katha, Kirtan and Simran. We all left our important household duties to avail ourselves of this blessed opportunity to meditate. What use is our effort if we then do not meditate and partake of this blessing by sitting amongst the congregation? We lose out in this world and in the next. Kartar Singh Ji replied, Babaji, Balwant Singh was not outside. He was sitting in the congregation but kept looking here and there instead of meditating with his eyes closed. Babaji asked, Jathedar-ji, where were you sitting at that time? I was sitting in the Sangat and meditating, Kartar Singh replied. Babaji smiled and said, Jathedar-ji, if Balwant Singh was not meditating, then you too did not do your Simran. Kartar Singh Ji responded at once, No Babaji, I was sitting in the congregation the whole time and reciting Simran. Babaji asked, If you were engrossed in Simran, then how did you come to know that Balwant Singh was looking around and not meditating? Kartar Singh replied, I was watching him intently the whole time and he was looking around here and there instead of doing his Simran. Babaji smiled and said, Kartar Singh Ji, though you were sitting in the Sangat, both of you did not do Simran. If Balwant Singh Ji was looking around, watching others, then you were busy watching Balwant Singh. What is the difference between you two? Balwant Singh was looking around and his mind was occupied in this action, while your mind was occupied looking at what he was doing. None of your minds were engaged in Simran. Both of you did not have the presence of mind to be immersed in Simran. In the Guru's house, only those who have silenced their mind, engaged it in Simran and have presence of mind are accepted. Jathedar-ji felt silent, feeling ashamed at Babaji's true and insightful observation. He had come to complain about Balwant Singh, yet was now caught out himself. Babaji then addressed the whole Sangat. Wherever one sits in Sangat, shun the habit of looking around. Sit in attention with your eyes closed while listening to Kirtan, Katha or during Simran. The wandering mind and its thoughts should be stilled and quietened. Undoubtedly, all our sense organs scatter the mind's concentration, but eyes are particularly adept at breaking our mental concentration and distracting our thoughts. Whatever we see, those images are engraved on our inner consciousness. The mind is then incited towards acting upon these deeply embedded images in our mind. The thirst of these eyes is never quenched. In fact, it increases the more we indulge our eyes. Bhai Gurdas Ji tells us, the eyes are not satisfied beholding sights and exhibitions. Hearing praise, slander, laughter or mourning does not satisfy the ears. The tongue is not satisfied tasting pleasurable delicacies. The nose is not content smelling sublime perfumes or evil odors. None are satisfied with the span of their life. All entertain false hope. The Sikh is satisfied meeting the Guru. Theirs is the true love. Var 27, Pauri 7th, Bhai Gurdas Ji. Akhi ਵੇਖ ਨ ਰੱਜੀਆਂ ਬਹੁ ਰੰਗ ਤਮਾਸੇ ਉਸਤਤ ਨਿੰਦਾ ਕੰਨ ਸੁਣ ਰੋਵਣ ਤੈ ਹਾਸੇ ਸਾਦੀ ਜੀਵ ਨ ਰੱਜੀਆ ਕਰ ਭੋਗ ਬਿਲਾਸੈ ਨਕ ਨ ਰੱਜਾ ਵਾਸ ਲੈ ਦੁਰਗੰਧ ਸੁਵਾਸੈ ਰਜ ਨ ਕੋਈ ਜੀਵਿਆ ਕੂੜੇ ਪਰਵਾਸੈ ਪੀਰ ਮੁਰੀਦਾ ਪਿਰਹੜੀ ਸੱਚੀ ਰਹਿ ਰਾਸੈ. Thus watching, never satisfied, our eyes, nor hearing, tasting or touching, all manner of enjoyment tires other sense organs. Guru Arjan Dev Ji tells us that vain are the eyes that behold the beauty of another's wife. Mithya netar pekhad par trai rupad. Whose eyes see not the beauty of others' wives? Par trai roop na pekha netar. So, Jathedar Ji, whereas Balwant Singh Ji did not attain any spiritual benefits while sitting in Sangat, you too could not attain any benefit either. as you spent your time watching him. While sitting in the congregation, abandon all thoughts of who sits where or how. Dedicate yourself to listening single-mindedly to Simran. Only then can we obtain full spiritual benefit of being in the Sangat. If another is foregoing the spiritual benefits of sitting attentively in the congregation, why should you follow their example? If another commits a mistake, what is the difference between you and them if you too make the same error? When sitting in the Sangat for Simran, utter Vaheguru, and then listen with all your attention to what you have just uttered. That is the Gur Mantra. Calm all your inner thoughts when listening to Simran or Kirtan. Bear in mind what Guruji says. In the Lord's love is spiritual vision. Through the spiritual vision, the Lord is comprehended. By Guru's grace, then ineffable discourse is known. Tun mein dhyan mein janya, Gurmukh akath kahani. When we sit in Katha or Kirtan, our attention should be focused on the words of the speaker. In this manner, we will become attentive listeners. Our nature will become introspective when listening to Gurbani. As told in Japji Sahib, the truly attuned listener is indeed exalted thus. Truthfulness, contentment and divine knowledge are obtained by hearing the name of the God. Spiritual benefit at 68 holy places is obtained by hearing the name of God. One gets honor by hearing and reading the name of God again and again. One is absorbed in the meditation of God easily by hearing the name of God. Sadguru Nanak says that the true saint always remains blissful. Hearing the name of God destroys diseases and sins. Scattering of the mental energy stops, and it changes into mental concentration. Suniye sat santoh gyan, suniye 68 ka isnan, suniye pad pave maan, suniye lage sahaj dhyan, nanak bhagta sada vigas, suniye dukh paap ka nas. So always be mindful that when sitting in congregation, we endeavor to obtain the maximum benefit in the minimum time blessed to us. We should keep in mind the words of Bhagat Faridji. Farid, if you possess a keen understanding, then do not write black writs against others. Lower your head and look beneath your collars. Farida, jetu akal latif, kale likh na lekh, apnade girivan mein sir neeva kar dekh. If we see a shortfall in the behavior of others, do not become judgmental. Be careful that we do not possess the same weaknesses. If we are mindful of our own faults and demerits, then by vigilance against these faults, we will slowly eliminate these faults one by one. In time, our faults will be replaced by merits and virtue will reside in our hearts. We should not count the faults of others. On the contrary, learn from and appreciate the good qualities of others. Thus, let us form a partnership with virtues, and abandoning vice, walk the Lord's way. Let us wear silks of virtues, make decoration of goodness, and take possession of our arena. Wherever we go and sit, let us talk with goodness, and skim and drink in the nectar. If the mortal has basket of fragrant virtues, he should extract fragrance from it. Sanj karije guna keri, chod avgun chaliye, pehre patambar kar adambar, apna pid maliye, jithe jaye behiye, pala kahiye, chol amrit pije, guna ka hove vasla, kad vas laije. Chapter 58. Forego arrogant claims, embrace humble servitude. Babaji started the annual meditation camp in 1966. It was officially called the Naam Abhyas Kamai Samagam. Babaji organized this event over a period of 8 days. During the camp, the congregation immersed itself in meditation, katha and kirtan, bringing all who participated closer to Vaheguru. Devotees who wished to learn how to meditate and thus meet the Guru came from afar to practice in the annual camp. In the congregation, they would earn the wealth of Naam by meditating and attuning their consciousness to the feet of the great Guru. As our great Guru has told us that if one wants to accumulate the wealth of Naam, this wealth can be gathered through Sadh Sangat, that is the company of the holy. Mixing with the saintly congregation, God's wealth is earned nowhere else by any other effort whatsoever. Sat Sangati Sang Har Tan Khatiya, Hor Thay Horat Upaye Har Tan Kite Na Pai. For the convenience of the congregation, a large water tank and taps were installed so that members of the Sangat could bathe in the morning before the routine of meditation started. Occasionally, due to power cut, water would run out because the water pump used to fill the tank was powered by electricity. A few days before the annual camp was started, a few devotees were discussing various aspects of the camp where the issue of water shortage came up. A man called Sardar Bachittar Singh from Famia village near Nandachor stood up and said, "Babaji, there is no question of shortage of water arising when I am here. You leave it to me. I will arrange for water to be supplied for the whole 8 days even if there is a power cut. How can water run short when I am here?" He was a diesel engine mechanic. "Don't you worry, I have the means to arrange an unending supply of water. You all can be free of any worries." Everyone present looked at Sardar Bachittar Singh's face. His claim to provide uninterrupted water reeked of vanity and conceit. Babaji replied, "Okay, now the responsibility for the supply of water lies with you." Bachittar Singh responded, "Babaji, do not worry, I will arrange everything." Bachittar Singh constructed a new diesel engine 3 days before the Samagam. He bought the diesel engine, a pulley and new water pump, that is, to draw water from the ground to the Gurudwara. He connected the whole apparatus and successfully filled the water tank. He checked all the equipment for leaks, etc., and then informed Babaji, "I have checked everything and am fully satisfied the water pump works. Now Babaji, you don't need to worry." Babaji replied, "The Sangat and I are under the Lord's shelter. He alone worries for us. If you are satisfied, then it is good." Bachittar Singh returned to his village and came back the day before the Samagam was due to start. He laid his bed in the room where the equipment, water pump, was installed so that he could keep an eye on the equipment. 3 days of the Samagam went without a power failure, and as a result there was no water shortage either. Bachittar Singh was stuck by one thought, and he wondered if he would have to return home without having tried his engine since there hadn't been a power failure. As Almighty willed, that same afternoon, while Bachittar Singh was busy in these thoughts, there was a power cut following a mild windstorm. The wind had knocked down an electricity pole and the chances of restoring power were slim. Bachittar Singh went straight to Babaji and said, "Babaji, because the electricity pole has been knocked down, the chances of restoring power are low. I am going to start my engine to fill up the water tank." Babaji replied, "Thank you, Bachittar Singh ji. The Sangat will have easy access to water." Bachittar Singh took people with him, Master Harbhajan Singh of Dasua, Master Amrit Singh of Behram, and 2 others. They all stood around the engine as Bachittar Singh started it up. It quickly became clear that the water pump was not drawing water at all. The pump and engine were working but did not lift any water as it was supposed to. The engine was speeding up but no water was drawn. They changed the pulley to a larger one but still no water came up. One and all decided that the pump was faulty. So a new water pump was bought before nightfall from Sardar Mani Singh of Gondpur village, as he had recently purchased a new water pump for his own tube well. The water pump was swapped and everything that was humanly possible was tried, but to no avail. Somehow, despite all the equipment working, water was not being drawn from the ground. It was past midnight, and the members of the Sangat now started to awaken to take a bath. Water began to run low, and no provisions for extra water had yet been made. Everyone was worried, and all were at their wits' end as to what they should do. The great Guru blessed an intuitive thought to Master Harbhajan Singh Ji. He said, "We have tried all methods and checked everything we could, but without success. There is something mysterious here. Let us go to Babaji and ask him to help us." They all agreed and set off to see Babaji. Babaji was completing his Nitnem when the Singhs approached him. Sardar Harbhajan Singh confessed, "Babaji, we have tried our level best to draw up water from the pump. In fact, we have been trying for several hours to get the pump working, but have not been able to do so. The pump works, but it does not draw any water. The water tank is almost empty, and members of the congregation have started to awaken, ready to take their morning bath. We are at a loss as to what to do. Please guide and help us, as all seems to be beyond our understanding." Babaji listened and said, "Where is Bachittar Singh?" Master Ji replied, "He is here, behind us." Babaji addressed him, "Brother, the other day you claimed that the water supply would not be interrupted for the whole of 8 days. What has happened now? Your engine does not lift water as you promised. The power cut had only lasted a few hours. What will happen if it continues for the remaining days of the Smagam? The great Guru had demolished your conceit, because Gurbani tells us, the Vedas proclaim aloud that the Reverend Lord does not like pride. Harjyo ankar na pavei, Ved kook sunave." Bhai Gurdas Ji tells us that the path of Sikhism is finer and more abstract than the sharpest edge of a sword. The Guru does not accept even an iota of conceit or pride in a Sikh. When a Gursikh makes a conceited or arrogant claim, understand that he or she has fallen under the sway of the ego. Kabir, the heart burns when asserting claims. One without claim remains carefree. The man who makes no claims, he considers kings and paupers alike. Kabir, दावे दाजन होत है, निर्दावे रहे निसंक, जो जन निर्दावे रहे, so गने इंदर so rank. Babaji asked the Singhs to sit beside him, and with the rest of the Sangat recited a part of Chaupai Sahib together. Babaji then prayed to Vaheguru, "O Lord, we are worldly mortals, prone to error time and again. Please forgive us, as is your true nature to forgive us all." The Lord did not consider my deeds in keeping with His forgiving nature. Hamri ganat na ganiye kai, apna birth pachan. So please accept this petition of the Sangat and fulfill the need for water. After the Ardas, Babaji asked Master Harbhajan Singh to see that all members of the group recite Mool Mantra 5 times when they return to the tube well room. Afterwards, they were to recite the following prayer 5 times. The Lord shall accomplish your affairs. The true Guru bears true testimony to it. By the company of the saints thou shalt taste the treasure of the name, nectar. The merciful Lord, the destroyer of dread, preserves the honor of his slave. Nanak, sing thou the praises of God, and thou shalt see the invisible Lord. Kita lodiye kam so har pe aakhiye, karaj de swar, satgur sach sakhiye, santa sang nidhan, amrit chakhiye, pੈ ਪੰਜਨ ਮਿਹਰਵਾਨ ਦਾਸ ਕੀ ਰਾਖੀਐ ਨਾਨਕ ਹਰ ਗੁਣ ਗਾਏ ਅਲਖ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਲਾਖੀਐ. Babaji instructed that after saying the prayers, start up the engine. The great Guru will shower his blessings. All the Singhs returned to where the water pump was and recited the prayers with devotion. They started the engine up. Lo and behold, the water pump started to draw up water immediately. Bachittar Singh was astonished and worriedly looked at the engine, then at the water pump. He climbed up on the water tank checking time and again to see if it was about to fail or not. There was no fault in the engine or the water pump. The fault of the ego was all that the Guru was trying to eradicate from the hearts of the Singhs. The great Guru wanted to vanquish ego from the hearts of his Gursikhs. So, Guruji enacted this whole drama. If a Gursikh comes with pride into the congregation and returns as such, then he or she will not benefit from coming into the congregation of the Guru. Anyhow, the engine and the water pump worked for 4 hours. The water tank was filled and consequently all were able to bathe without any shortage of water. In the afternoon, Bhai Amarjit Singh Ji and Bachittar Singh Ji met Babaji. He inquired about the water pump situation and Amarjit Singh replied, "Babaji, there wasn't any serious fault. A minor joint in the water pump was faulty, that's all. We meddled around with it for 4 hours last night. It will be all right now." Babaji replied, "Bhai Amarjit Singh Ji, there was no defect in the machinery. The defect was within us and our ego." The great Guru enacted this play in order to rid us of the malady of pride. With these words, Babaji returned to his hut. Later in the afternoon, Bhai Amarjit Singh and Bachittar Singh started up the pump to fill the tank again. Yet again the water pump failed to draw up water. After checking all the machinery for faults, the pump would refuse to draw water from the ground. By this time, Master Harbhajan Singh came to the room and asked for the water tank to be filled up. Bhai Amarjit Singh asked Master Ji to sit down. Master Ji asked them both why they looked so serious and worried. Bachittar Singh told Master Ji that the water pump had stopped drawing water. He explained that just as before, all the equipment was functioning all right, but failed to draw the water. Master Ji inquired if they had talked to Babaji at all. Bhai Amarjit Singh said, "We were told by Babaji that there was no defect in the machinery, just in our pride." Master Ji cautioned Amarjit Singh, "Babaji told you what the problem was in simple, clear words. He hid nothing from you. The Vedas proclaim aloud that the reverent Lord likes not pride. Har jio ankar na pavai, Ved kook sunave. Yet even now you hanker after your own intellect and lay claim to be able to solve the problem? We did not follow Babaji's advice, we did not take the hint, and driven by our ego, still conceitedly believed in our ability to solve this problem with water?" Master Ji questioned Amarjit Singh, "I presume you have checked all the machinery?" Bhai Amarjit Singh replied, "We have done so twice and tightened all the joints." Master Ji continued, "In that case, it is your mental joints that are loose. They are allowing pride and vanity to leak into the intellect. Until these mental joints are not tightened, nothing will happen." Bhai Bachittar Singh pleaded, "Master Ji, pray tell us what we should do now." Master Ji replied, "What else can we do now except abandon the mind's intellect, give up the love of another. Tyagain man ki matdi, visaren duja pao jiyo. Let us take shelter of the Guru and leave aside our conceited intellect." Both of them agreed to Master Ji's counsel and recited a part of Japji Sahib. They prayed devoutly to Almighty Guruji with the words of Gurbani. By praying to the Guru, no obstacle befalls man. God, the King, is the Saviour. He saves the capital of His saints. Bigan na ko lagta gur pe ardas, rakhwala Gobind Rai Bhagtan ki ras. The engine was restarted, the pump started to lift water as before, and in no time the water tank was filled. Now Bhai Amarjit Singh and Bachittar Singh truly realized their mistake. They realized now that their pride was a real obstacle. They both realized that if pride can obstruct the noble task of public service, then it can also be the greatest hindrance in the path to enlightenment. Master Ji addressed them both. "I do not know much either, neither do I have any insight, but the Guru has said, the bride, soul and the groom, God, dwell together, but in between is the wall of ego. ਧਨ ਪਿਰ ਕਾ ਇੱਕ ਹੀ ਸੰਗ ਵਾਸਾ ਵਿਚ ਹਉਮੈ ਪੀਤ ਕਰਾਰੀ. The great Guru has called pride a disease. Ego is a chronic disease. Within it is enclosed the medicine. हौमै दीर्घ रोग है, दारू भी इस माहे. How clearly does Guruji state that ego is at variance with Naam. The two dwell in one place. In ego, service cannot be performed, so the soul goes empty-handed. हौमै नामै नाल विरोध है, दोए न बसे इक ठाए. हौमै विच सेवा न होवई, ता मन बिरथा जाए. And in pride no one finds one's Lord. Straying away from the primal being, the mortal wastes away his life. हौमै विच प्रभ कोई न पाए, मूलो पुल्ला janam gavaye. Let us pray so that we are rid of the malady of pride. Nothing will be accomplished by our personal effort alone. They all sat in the room, recited Chaupai Sahib, and prayed to God Almighty to save them from pride. They prayed to Guruji to bless them with humility and servitude instead of pride and conceit. Thus, a Gursikh must always abandon conceited claims and espouse servitude. The Lord does everything. In adopting humility, the Guru is appeased because in doing so, one has to forego pride and vanity. Chapter 59. Meeting Sant Kartar Singh Ji Khalsa, Bhindranwale. Every year, Sant Kartar Singh Ji Khalsa, Bhindranwale used to come to Nangal Salala, Hoshiarpur, to perform Katha and Kirtan. Sant Kartar Singh Ji had heard about Babaji and how this great saint, Sant Baba Harnam Singh Ji, was leading an extraordinary life as ordained by Sri Guru Gobind Singh Ji. He had heard that Babaji was baptizing devotees to become true Sikhs of the Guru and inspiring them to be at one with the Almighty. Sant Kartar Singh Ji had also heard how self-effacing and humble Babaji was, and that he did not stand for an iota of personal worship or gratification. So for some time now, Sant Baba Kartar Singh Ji had wanted to meet this great personality, time permitting. Babaji too held Sant Kartar Singh Ji in high esteem because he knew that Sant Kartar Singh preached Gurmat and Sikhism to the masses with great vigor. So when Babaji heard that Sant Kartar Singh Khalsa was in the vicinity, Babaji dispatched 5 Singhs to invite him to perform Kirtan and Katha at Gurdwara Rampur Khera during the Samagam. When the letter of invitation reached Khalsa Ji at the hands of the 5 Singhs, he touched the letter to his forehead as a sign of respect and said, "We already had it in our mind to see Rampur Khera and have an audience with Sant Babaji." So Khalsa Ji sent a message back that they would come to Gurdwara Rampur Khera that very afternoon, stay the night and do Katha and Kirtan the next day. The Singhs returned happily with the news and informed Babaji of Khalsa Ji's arrival. Babaji arranged board and lodging for Khalsa Ji and his Jatha with great affection. At about 8 p.m., Khalsa Ji arrived with his Jatha at Gurdwara Rampur Khera. After Langar, Babaji and Khalsa Ji exchanged their mutual thoughts on Gurmat. It seemed that these two personalities had known one another from time immemorial. Saint Tulsidas says that we can have common hope, faiths, ways of praying, eating or dressing, but the greatest association is that of thoughts. In the case of Babaji and Khalsa Ji, everything was common. Bhai Gurdas Ji too applauds Gursikhs who attune themselves and share Gurmat thoughts. The meeting was so sublime that Khalsa Ji expressed his inner thoughts. I have come across many saints who encourage self-worship and gratification. Instead of joining the Sangat to the Guru's feet, they attach the devotees to their own personalities. But today I am happy that I have met a true saint who enjoins the Sangat to the true Guru. Now I am hopeful that even in Kali Yuga the seed of Sikhism has not perished. We are thankful to the Almighty and consider ourselves lucky to have been blessed with the vision of such a great saint. It was late that night. Everyone exchanged Gur Fateh and retired. The next day everyone bathed, recited Nitnem, practiced Naam meditation in the presence of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. The Jatha did Kirtan of Asa Diwar, and Khalsa Ji explained the meanings of the holy order of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji to the congregation. Babaji and the Sangat enjoyed the Katha immensely. In the end, Babaji addressed the Sangat. We rarely go to Diwans to listen to Katha because most people who give discourses mold their message according to their surroundings. Never before have we come across such Katha that is given according to the thoughts of Gurbani. This disappointment turned to joy when I listened to Khalsa Ji's discourse on Gurbani. The great Guru has blessed us this meeting with Khalsa Ji, and I pray to the Almighty Lord that we meet always until our last breath. Babaji thanks Khalsa Ji and his Jatha and honoured them by giving them siropas. It was a beautiful and inspiring moment to observe. After receiving the siropa, Khalsa Ji addressed the Sangat. We find no difference between Gurdwara Rampur Khera or Gurdwara Gurdarshan Prakash Mehta. Only the names are different. The unseen threads of love unite them. We pray at the feet of the Lord Almighty that this love and cooperation last forever. After thanking the congregation, Khalsa Ji asked leave to depart and said, all devotees should remain seated in the presence of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. No one should follow us out of the congregation to see us off, no matter how great that personality may be. All devotees exchanged the Gur Fateh. Khalsa Ji set off for village Nangal Salala. At noon, Babaji said that he missed Khalsa Ji, and so he decided to go and hear Khalsa Ji's Katha that very evening. Babaji arrived with a Jatha at village Nangal Salala. Khalsa Ji was overjoyed to see Babaji. Babaji listened to the Katha and Kirtan in the morning and in the evening. During any free time, Babaji exchanged Gurmat views with Khalsa Ji. After this meeting, Khalsa Ji would come every year to Gurdwara Rampur Khera to attend the Naam Abhyas Kamai Samagam. Chapter 60. It is more beneficial to do part yourself. Sant Baba Kartar Singh Ji and his Jatha used to perform Katha and Kirtan throughout the whole Naam Abhyas Kamai Samagam. In so doing, Babaji's dream of trying to unite the Sangat to the feet of the Guru was taking shape. Numerous devotees would now come, partaking in meditation and thus availing themselves of the golden opportunity to attune their minds in Simran. One of these devotees was Bibi Gurdeep Kaur Ji of Sarhali, Amritsar. She was an aged lady who had a very strong affection and yearning to commune with the great Guru. She used to provide the clothes and essential items for all Singhs of the Jatha. She came to the Gurdwara Rampur Khera at the behest of Sant Baba Kartar Singh Ji and stayed throughout the Smagam. One day, before the camp was due to end, she requested to see Babaji on the matter of Gurmat. On seeing Babaji, she said, I have been in the company of the great saint Baba Gurchan Singh Ji, who was the predecessor of Sant Kartar Singh Ji. In those days, I had vowed in the Guru's feet that one day I would have 101 Akhand Paths recited if possible. I requested the great saint to help, but my ambition was not fulfilled. Now I have repeatedly asked Sant Baba Kartar Singh Ji to organize this task, which I prayed to Guruji to be fulfilled. Khalsa Ji is extremely busy in his duties of Gurmat preaching. When I have asked him, he had told me that this is a huge task and requires at least a complete month of free time. I am getting old and my physical health is not what it used to be. I am worried that my pledge to Guruji to have 101 Akhand Paths recited will go unfulfilled. Can you please help me with this problem? Babaji listened patiently to the old lady's request. He fell silent for a while and then replied, "O Mother, Khalsa Ji is indeed busy with preaching Gurmat. However, can you read part from Shri Guru Granth Sahib?" The old lady replied, "Babaji, I have learned to read Shri Guru Granth Sahib Ji and can recite part very well." Babaji replied happily, "Well, dear mother, here is the solution to your problem. Leave all other solutions aside. Just do one Sahaj part at your own pace and leisure in 1 month. Recite Shri Guru Granth Sahib Ji with devotion and listen to what you are reading. Then you will see for yourself how much more benefit it is to do part yourself rather than have someone else recite the part for you." The old lady replied, "But I have prayed for an Akhand part, which is an uninterrupted recital of Shri Guru Granth Sahib Ji." Babaji reassured the lady, "The great Guru knows all that is in our hearts. He knows our compulsions and shortfalls too. If you have an Akhand part recited, often one is unable to listen to the entire recital. On the other hand, if you recite part slowly and with devotion, the great Guru will be appeased even more. So do not have any sort of doubt about how you recite part. Just start reading with devotion and see how much more useful it is." The old lady agreed with Babaji and returned to her village. She started doing her part immediately, and she would complete a Sahaj part in less than a month. She had hardly finished 50 or so Sahaj parts in the 4th year when the great Guru blessed the lady with a divine visitation. One could see even in the 2nd year since she started the Sahaj parts that the old lady was bestowed with peace, poise and bliss and other spiritual gains. This humble servant, Sant Seva Singh Ji, saw that the old lady often, in particular after she was blessed with Guruji's visitation, she radiated peace and tranquility in all directions. Her face was always glowing, her consciousness always attuned inward in constant recitation upon the Guru's feet. She would come every year to the annual Samagam as a matter of routine and partake in God's blessings showered on the Samagam. The good old lady remained in this elevated spiritual state for 4 years, and one day she asked Babaji, "I have obtained all that I wanted by following the path that you guided me to. By the grace of the Almighty God, I have no wish for anything except one. Partly due to my age and partly due to the fact that the continuous Simran has started within my heart, I am now unable to read part for very long. I still have 45 Sahaj parts yet to be recited. So, what can I do now? Babaji, please clear this doubt from my mind." Babaji listened to her patiently and said, "Don't worry if you yourself cannot do the part. Ask Sant Kartar Singh Ji to enlist a pious Singh to recite part for you whilst you sit and listen to it. I will request Khalsa Ji to carry out this duty." The gentle old lady liked this proposal. She replied, "You have guessed my innermost desire. I now feel more pleasure in listening to Gurbani than reading it. Any slackness in Simran is compensated by listening to Gurbani, and thus the current of Naam is strengthened further." Babaji replied, "There is no difference in reading Gurbani or listening to it with devotion. It is all a matter of attention and concentration. You know how much importance Guruji gives to listening to Gurbani with devotion and attention. Guruji has emphasized the importance of listening to Japji Sahib and repeatedly tells us that those who listen devoutly are relieved of all their woes and sorrows. Nanak says that the true saints remain blissful, hearing the name of God destroys disease and sins. Nanak Bhagta Sada Vigas, Suniya Dukh Paap Ka Nas. And hearing the Guru's word, my mind has become tender and infused with it. This mind has returned to its own home. Gurbani sunat mera man dravya, man pina nijgar avego. And my sorrows, pains and sufferings have left me on hearing the true words. They who hear it are pure, they who utter it are stainless, and the true Guru will occupy their hearts. Dukh rog santap utre, suni sachi bani. The devoted old lady obtained further spiritual advancements abiding by this advice. We should pay particular attention to the fact that only by reciting Gurbani devoutly and with attention can its full benefits be obtained. Merely reciting ritualistically and repeatedly Gurbani will not be as beneficial. It is far more useful to read, understand and listen to Gurbani with devotion than to mechanically recite part or have someone else read prayers for you. The true Guru has condemned this ritualistic act of reciting prayers to show others. Man reads holy texts and studies the Vedas. He practices inner washing and breath control, but he escapes not from the company of the 5 evil passions and is even more tied to haughty disposition. My dear, by these methods the Lord is not met, and I have performed many such rituals. I have dropped down weary at the Lord's door and pray for the grant of discerning intellect. Path padyo ar ved vicharyo, nival puangam sadhe, panch jana syo sang na chutkyo, adik ahmad badhe, pyare in bid milan na jai, मैं किए कर्म अनेका, हार पर्यो स्वामी के द्वारे, दीजे बुद्ध विवेका रहाओ. And what avails it to read, what to reflect, and what to hear the Vedas and the Puranas? What avail is reading and listening if divine knowledge is not gained with it? क्या पढ़िए क्या गुनिए, क्या वेद पुराना सुनिए, पढ़े सुने क्या होई, जिस सहज न मिलियो सोई. Guru Nanak Dev Ji too condemns mere recitation and reading of prayers in the Asa Diwar. Man may read and study cartloads of books, and he may read the entire multitudes of books. He may read and study books and put them in pits. He may read year on year and may study for all the months that there are. He may continue reading for his entire life and may study with every breath of his. Nanak, only one thing, God's name is of account, and all else is but to prate and prattle with pride. Pad pad gadde latiye, pad pad pariye saath, pad pad bedi paiye, pad pad gadiye khaat, padiye jete baras baras, padiye jete maas, padiye jeti arja, padiye jete saas. Nanak likhe ik gal hor, haume chakhna chak. We need to read Gurbani so that we may hear and understand its message. We need to hear Gurbani so that we can act upon the messages of Gurbani. Whosoever acts upon Gurbani is truly exalted, and the state of the mind of such a devotee is described in the Japji Sahib. One who obeys the Lord cannot be described. One trying to describe it will have to repent afterwards. There is neither the paper and pen nor the writer. Who can describe the state of a devotee who obeys God? Such is the pure name of God. By obeying God realizes the bliss given by such obedience in his mind. Manne ki gat kahi na jaye, je ko kahe पीछे पछताए. कागद कलम न लिखण हार, मन्ने का वह करन विचार. ऐसा नाम निरंजन होए, जे को मन जाने मन कोय. And they who hear God's name and believe in it obtain abode in their home. जिन्हें सुन के मन्या, तिना निज करवास. Chapter 61. True Guru bestows a longer life. In June 1962, Babaji fell seriously ill with a very high fever and dysentery. The doctor tried to treat the dysentery but with no improvement in Babaji's health. The constant diarrhea caused great loss of water and dehydration set in. This caused great weakness and Babaji's condition worsened by the hour. He was given an intravenous glucose drip and fluids, but the deterioration in his health continued. Different doctors were called, and despite all the best efforts and intentions of the devotees, his condition went from bad to worse. Most of the devotees had lost hope on this one night when Babaji's condition was touch and go. Everyone feared the worst, thinking that Babaji may not survive the night. So everyone kept a vigil throughout the night. In this time, Babaji slipped in and out of consciousness. In the early morning, we read the Nitnem beside his bed. An ardas was performed, beseeching the Almighty to give Babaji good health. After the ardas, Babaji suddenly opened his eyes and uttered in an enfeebled voice, "If you want me cured, then go and fetch Dr. Butta Singh." Dr. Butta Singh, son of Sardar Ishar Singh of village Bala Post Office, Gardiwal district, Hoshiarpur, was a Gursikh-minded personality. He won laurels by serving in the military in the British regime. He had deep knowledge, keen understanding, and speciality in the treatments regarding herbal medicines. He used to give medicines to patients free of cost. Besides a well-known physician, he was a good farmer, a nobleman having deep interest in the field of education. Due to this bent of mind, his 4 sons, Sardar Bhagat Singh, an MA and PhD, a history scholar in Punjab University Patiala, is now in the USA. The second son, Pyara Singh, is retired DPI of schools. The third, Sardar Hari Singh, retired as a principal, and the fourth, Sardar Ajit Singh, is in Canada, rose to applauding heights. He died on 10th of the 6th month, 1976. He is to be given credit for curing me. A devotee went to village Bale to fetch Dr. Butta Singh and soon returned to Gardiwal with him. The physician asked Babaji about his health and took a history of his illness. He then gave Babaji 4 doses of medicine with sugar syrup and asked Babaji to have husk of esophageal afterwards. Then what was left to cure? The medicine was just an excuse for God's will to be enacted. The medicine becomes effectual when the Lord stands amidst it. Aukhad aaye ras, which aap khloya. By the same evening, Babaji began to recover, and within a few days he was walking around completely fit and healthy. After this illness, Babaji used to tell us, his near and dear devotees, that the illness was supposed to end his life. However, the true Guru had blessed him with some more years of life in order to serve the Sangat. So the remaining years of his life would be spent at the disposal of the Sangat. It would now be up to the Almighty how long Babaji would serve the congregation. On many occasions, this humble servant, Sant Seva Singh Ji, and other close devotees of Babaji were given clear instructions by him about carrying out last rites for his body. He would say, "Cremate my body and perform the rites according to Gurmat. I ask you categorically and at no time to erect any monument, tomb, symbol or memorial of any description at my place of cremation. It would please me immensely if no such symbols are placed to commemorate my remains." Chapter 62. Meeting with Bhai Veer Singh. Though Babaji had heard a lot about Bhai Veer Singh Ji, he had not yet had the chance to meet him personally. These 2 great souls, though, had met regularly in unseen spiritual realms in the abode of God Almighty with deep mutual respect and affection. By uniting outwardly, one is not truly united. He who meets inwardly in spirit is deemed united. Miliya milya na jaye, mile milya je hoye, antar aatma jo mile, milya kahiye soye. In approximately 1950-51, some devotees told Babaji that they had read in the papers that Bhai Veer Singh had been suffering from ill health. Upon hearing this news, Babaji resolved to go to visit Bhai Veer Singh Ji in person, even though Babaji had met him on many occasions in heaven. Considering it his duty to meet such a great soul and scholar of the Sikh nation, Babaji caught a bus and travelled to Amritsar. First he paid homage at Sri Harmandir Sahib, the Golden Temple, the abode of Sri Guru Ram Das Ji. After paying his respects at Sri Harmandir Sahib, he took a rickshaw to the house of Bhai Veer Singh Ji. Bhai Sahib Veer Singh used to live on St. Lawrence Road, Amritsar, in those days. When he arrived, he saw that there was already 7 or 8 people waiting to see and pay their respects to Bhai Veer Singh Ji. There were benches laid out for people to sit on, and Babaji took a seat as well. One of the attendants arrived and announced that due to Bhai Veer Singh Ji being in poor health, the doctor had advised him to have complete rest and forbidden him any visitors. However, any visitor who wished to leave their best wishes could do so by signing and leaving a message in the visitors' register. The attendant told everyone present that he would make sure that Bhai Sahib got these messages of good health in the evening. So he asked everyone to leave their names and addresses along with any messages in the register. All those present signed the register and left one by one. The attendant asked Babaji to sign the register as well, but Babaji refused and said, "There is no need to write my name as he already knows of my presence in his thoughts. If you don't mind, I will sit here for a little longer and recite some prayers for his good health if I may. Please do not worry about me." Babaji recites prayers for Bhai Sahib Ji. Babaji sat on the bench and recited the prayer of the Benti Chaupai 5 times and then prayed at the feet of God Almighty. O patron of the poor, please accept the prayers that have been recited and bless Bhai Sahib Ji with good health and a speedy recovery so that he may serve the nation for longer and with vigor. Babaji used to tell us, I was about to leave when Bhai Sahib Ji rang his bell and summoned the attendant. The attendant first went into the room where Bhai Sahib Ji was convalescing and then came out and asked me if my name was Bhai Harnam Singh. I told the attendant that I was Harnam Singh. The attendant replied, "In that case, Bhai Sahib has called for you." He took me to Bhai Sahib Ji's rest room. I was overjoyed to hear this and thanked God for fulfilling my wish to meet Bhai Sahib in person. I went inside the room and wished Guru Fateh, thus re-establishing a spiritual link in the mortal world with Bhai Sahib Ji. Bhai Veer Singh Ji asked Babaji, "You were about to leave without seeing me?" Babaji replied, "Your attendant had told us that your doctor had forbidden any visitors to meet you. So all I could do was pay my respects by praying for your health in the feet of the Lord Almighty. I had just finished saying the prayers of the Benti Chaupai and the rest you already know." Bhai Sahib replied, "Bhai Harnam Singh Ji, what of this illness? The true Guru has played a trick on me. It is as if a person has been taken out to sea in a boat, left without paddles and instructed to make it back to the shore without getting his hands wet. Such is my dilemma. In the same way, the true Guru has asked me to write and elucidate the meanings of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji into simple language, but instructed me not to make any mistakes in the translation of the Gurbani. I bowed to his command and started the work. You know, however, that Gurbani of the Almighty, formless Lord is limitless. Who indeed can write or know of its fullest meanings? For wonderful, wonderful are the words, Bani, which are of the formless Lord. There is none other as great as He. Vaho vaho Bani nirankar hai, tis jewad avar na koe." As Guru Arjan Dev Ji said, some rare person becomes resigned to the Guru's will, Reflecting over the Guru's word, this Gurbani is of the Supreme Being. Through it, one is in the home of the inner being. Bani birla bicharsi, jeko gurmukh hoye, e bani mahapur ki nij karvasa hoye. So Gurbani is the spoken word of God. How can man who has finite, limited knowledge and intellect elucidate the meanings of this infinite, limitless Bani? I began by writing the literal meanings of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. When the consciousness flies to higher spiritual dimensions, then the meanings change. As the consciousness rises into higher realms, newer and more profound meanings of Gurbani emerge. My consciousness is now exhausted trying to elucidate the meanings of Gurbani. Otherwise, I have no physical ailment. The doctor has advised me rest due to physical exertion and fatigue. Now, one is enjoying the meditation of Naam by resting. This too is His will. Now the spiritual condition by His grace is like, every breath, memory of my beloved God remains. It has pierced deep into my being. It resonates inside like celestial music, giving rise to eternal song of the Lord. Intoxicating like the most sublime liquor, shivering like the drops of mercury, its attractive pangs are melodious. Even then, it still gives pleasure. Yaad sajjan di hardam rehndi, le gayi dunge thain, वांग संगीत लहर दी अंदर बन गई राग इलाही दारू वांग सरू चाड़ दी तरब वांग थर्रावे खिच्चे ते रस पिन्नी कसके लगे फिर सुखदाई. Almost 15 to 20 minutes passed in this exchange of deep and affectionate words. Then Babaji asked leave of Bhai Veer Singh Ji. On departure, Bhai Sahib asked Babaji to promise that whenever he visited Amritsar, he would come to visit him. After that day, whenever Babaji went to Amritsar to pay respects at Sri Harmandir Sahib, he would always go to see Bhai Veer Singh Ji. The two souls would be greatly pleased when they met in the mortal and spiritual worlds. Chapter 63. Jesus Christ, Muhammad Sahib and Bhrigu Rishi appear in a vision. One day, Babaji was in deep meditation when Jesus Christ, Muhammad Sahib and Bhrigu Rishi together appeared before him. Their faces were radiant and had spiritually bright auras around their heads. After blessing Babaji with this vision, Hazrat Muhammad Sahib Ji spoke, "You are blessed and truly fortunate to whom Guru Nanak Dev Ji has shown the direct and easy method to attain enlightenment of Almighty God, especially in this age of Kal Yuga. The followers of the great Guru Nanak are not deriving the full benefit of his teachings." After this, Bhrigu Rishi spoke, "In our time, we had to undergo hard penance and rigorous spiritual austerities in order to achieve enlightenment. The whole life of a man was spent in meditation and making offerings to God, and even then, union with God was hard to achieve. The true nectar of Naam, which great Guru Nanak Dev Ji has bought for his Sikhs, is remarkable. Even we could not obtain this boon of Naam. No doubt we amassed great spiritual and miraculous powers through rigorous meditation and penance, including powers to curse or bless anyone, but we were still deprived of the nectar of Naam." Jesus Christ just said simply, "It is my inner desire that my followers one day adopt the path shown by great Guru Nanak Dev Ji." Saying these words, all three prophets disappeared. Muhammad Sahib is the founder of Islam. Bhrigu Rishi was a great Hindu saint whose prophecies of the future are compiled in the book called the Bhrigu Granth, and Jesus Christ is the founder of Christianity. Chapter 64. Yogi Seelnath tries to frighten Babaji with his astral body. To the south of the present-day Gurdwara Rampur Kheda and Talwandi village lived a yogi called Seelnath. He was a follower of Gorakhnath, a group of ascetics who have mystical powers gained by penance and practice of yoga. He had great influence in the area due to his miraculous powers. His followers would visit his hut with offerings of fine liquor, cooked meat and poultry in order to please him. When his followers invited him to a house, they would sacrifice many animals and serve large quantities of alcohol and meat. From the day Babaji came to this area with his Gurmat preachings, many people left this unholy practice of sacrificing animals and using alcohol. They started to join the fold of Sikhism and being baptized. They stopped yielding to the yogi and his way of life. So, with time, his reputation began to decline and the yogi was acutely aware of the cause of his slipping reputation. He was agonized by the loss of his followers to Sikhism, but often found himself helpless to do anything. Finally, to build up his miraculous and spiritual powers, he started exercising his yogic postures. He was so adept at yoga that he could separate his astral body from his physical body. One summer evening, after finishing his evening prayers of Rehras, Babaji was sitting on his bed outside the hut, deeply engrossed in Simran. Babaji used to tell us that he heard the sound of Aulak, Aulak, a chant used by yogis from a distance. When Babaji looked up to see the source of the sound, he saw a yogi with long iron tongs in his hands advancing towards him. Babaji used to tell us, "My soul realized that the yogi Seelnath has come to try and scare me with his astral body." Nonetheless, I continued with my Simran, steadfast and fearless, mindful of his actions all the while. The yogi advanced, coming nearer. When he came quite close, he raised his iron tongs as if to strike me. The yogi said, "I will only rest after throwing you out of this place." The yogi went on to say, "You are giving the wrong doctrine to my followers who are abandoning the yoga religion." The yogi shouted angrily, "You do not know how powerful I am. I will only rest after I have removed these sickles," that is the derogatory name for the kirpan, "from their necks." When the yogi used these derogatory words for the kirpan, Babaji felt very hurt. Babaji said that while still sitting on the bed and only in a spiritual sense, he, not physically, slapped the yogi hard on the face. With this, his tongs fell on the ground and he was lying on the ground writhing. He rolled around on the ground 2 or 3 times as he fell. As soon as he came to his senses, the yogi walked away grumbling to Babaji, "I did not know you were so powerful. I misjudged your strength and made a mistake in trying to wrestle with you. I have lost my strength. I will not stay in the area any longer and set up something somewhere else." With these words, the yogi left and never attacked again. After a few days, out of curiosity, Babaji sent a devotee to inquire about the yogi as to whether he was still there at his hut or not. The farmers ploughing the fields next to Yogi Seelnath's house told the devotee that the yogi had gone to some unknown place, abandoning his devotees without even saying farewell to them. His devotees had been searching for him for the past few days, carrying bottles of liquor as offering. Babaji later came to find out that Yogi Seelnath had set up a new home at Nangal Ishar in Hoshiarpur. When that devotee came back and told Babaji, this humble servant, Sant Seva Singh Ji, was there. Babaji only said, he was going to go. Later, when Babaji was free, he told me, no type of miraculous, mystical charm, force of black magic, voodoo, etc. work on a Gursikh. However, this Gursikh should be a true Sikh in every sense. Then the great Guru shelters him or her. As Guru Arjan Dev Ji has says, he whom the Lord protects, the formless Lord is beside him. Jako rakhe rakhanhar, tiska ang kare nirankar rahao. And he on whose side is the Guru, how can wealth make him proud? He on whose side is the Guru, what harm can lakhs of alms do unto him? Jam Guru hoye wal tanne kya garav dijiye, Jam Guru hoye wal lakh bahein kya kijiye. Those persons who surrender their whole being to the Almighty, then God Himself shelters them. They who seek refuge in the feet of the Lord of the world, those He ferries across the dreadful world oceans. God saves the honor of His saintly persons. O slave Nanak, the Lord Himself showers His benedictions on them. Jagdisar charan saran jo aaye, te jan pavnid par pare, Bhagat jana ki paij har rakhe, jan Nanak aap har kirpa kare. Chapter 65. Drastic change in the life of Sardar Kabul Singh. The construction of the Gurdwara was underway when one day a man called Kabul Singh of village Dhoot Kalan turned up. This person had tried every type of addictive substance from alcohol to hard drugs, and now his physical health, mental balance and economic well-being were completely in tatters. Kabul Singh wished to stay at the Gurdwara and learn how to read part from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji under the tutelage of Babaji. Another member of the village by the name of Pritam Singh, Shah Ji, was at the Gurdwara when Kabul Singh Ji made his request to Babaji. Pritam Singh would often help in the service of the Gurdwara both monetarily and physically. Seeing Kabul Singh talking to Babaji, Pritam Singh came over too. Kabul Singh had just petitioned Babaji when Pritam Singh warned Babaji outright, "Be careful. Don't keep this person here at the Gurdwara for Sandhya. He is such a desperate addict that he will even sell your pots and pans to feed his addiction." Babaji replied, "Shah Ji, in your eyes, is there anyone in this world who has never made a mistake? Is there anyone who is without personal faults? In this world, everyone is prone to error except the Creator. Pullan vich kiya sab koe, karta aap na pulle. And all are prone to make mistakes. The Guru and the Creator alone are infallible. Pullan andar sab ko, apul Guru kartar." We all have faults and make mistakes. It is because we have faults that we are born into this life. When all our faults are resolved, then one becomes the image of the Almighty God. The house of our Vaheguru is such, it even transforms thieves, robbers, cheats and murderers into saints. If in your view he will sell off the utensils, then so be it. Don't worry, Guruji will send some more. Sardar Kabul Singh was given permission by Babaji to learn how to recite Gurbani. Babaji advised him to involve himself in service of the Sangat at the Gurdwara during any free time that he had between Sandhya. Whenever Babaji was free, Kabul Singh would take the opportunity to sit with him and learn how to recite Gurbani. In a short while, he had completed the training to read Gurbani from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. A few months had passed. He had recited 2 Sahaj parts as well. Now Kabul Singh was not the man he was a short while before when he entered the Gurdwara as a destitute addict. The company of Babaji and constant exposure to Gurbani had transmuted Kabul Singh. The transforming power of Gurbani had dragged Kabul Singh from the depths of sin and immorality and made him worthy of becoming a Sikh. Kabul Singh took Amrit and began to walk on the path of Gurmat. He began to partake in reciting Akhand Path as a service to the Sangat. Often he would stay at the Gurdwara for nights and sometimes would not go home for days. One day Kabul Singh's wife came to the Gurdwara looking for him and complained bitterly to Babaji. "Send him home at least. He has become a new yogi, abandoning his home and family to hide here at the Gurdwara. What income is there to run the household? he has even abandoned his children. Babaji listened carefully to all the lady's complaints and reassured her. Don't be dejected, Bibiji. Kabul Singh hasn't abandoned his home. He is here for the benefit of the whole family. The house that you now say is penniless will one day be rejoicing in good fortune, because no one ever loses out when they clutch the feet of the true Guru. Hearing these words, the lady returned to Dhudkala. The next day, when Babaji went to pay his respects to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, Kabul Singh Ji was with him. After taking Hukamnama, Babaji turned to Kabul Singh Ji. You must now go to Delhi. There you will get a job. Kabul Singh was taken aback and replied, Babaji, I am of an advanced age, and whatever health I had has been destroyed by intoxicants. What job will I do and how? I won't get work now. Babaji replied, This is not the kind of job that you are thinking of. This job will keep you close to Guruji, and money will not be a problem either. Babaji gave Kabul Singh some money for a rail ticket to Delhi and instructed him to go to Gurdwara Seesganj, the martyrdom place of Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji. All arrangements the Lord Himself takes care of. Sagal saranjam kare prabh ape. Abiding by Babaji's wishes, Kabul Singh arrived at Gurdwara Seesganj. After listening to Kirtan, he had langar and stayed the night at the Gurdwara's rest home, an inn known as a Sran, where pilgrims can lodge for the night. Kabul Singh Ji tells us that when he sat in the Gurdwara listening to Kirtan, the next morning a person walked up to him and said, You have been called by the Gurdwara president. Kabul Singh bowed to Guruji and went to meet the president in his office. The president asked, Where have you come from? Kabul Singh Ji told him about himself and gave a reference from Babaji. The president asked, Can you recite Gurbani in an Akhand part? Kabul Singh replied in agreement. Will you be able to perform the duty of Akhand part? After a while, you will be assigned to become the priest at Gurdwara Moti Bagh in Delhi. We will give you free board and lodging. You can also call your family here, said the president of the Gurdwara. Kabul Singh Ji was amazed and quickly said yes to the offer of service. He now recalled the prophetic words of Babaji that the Lord Himself makes all arrangements. Soon he was entrusted with the duties of the Granthi Singh and in time called his family over to Delhi as well. He began to lead a happy and prosperous life. At the same time as serving Guruji, he had saintly company of the congregation too. Witness how nature changes everything around. Kabul Singh Ji had joined the Indian National Army founded by Subhash Chandra Bose before the independence of India. Unbeknown to him, he was awarded a pension for being a freedom fighter and a healthy lump sum in pension areas as well. In a matter of days, this penniless family on the brink of starvation now had a healthy income. All this was possible through taking the shelter of Gurbani and holy company of true saints. Soon the children had grown up and were able to stand on their own feet. Looking at Kabul Singh today, no one can imagine from his appearance that once he was such an addict to intoxicants. Whenever Kabul Singh Ji remembers the affectionate nature of Babaji, he admits, Everyone is willing to trust and embrace a person of good character or stature. No one is willing to trust a person of immoral standing. Blessed and glorious was Babaji, who was willing to embrace the lowest people that society had abandoned. He would transform stone-hearted characters into esteemed Gursikhs of golden character through his pious affection. Sometimes when Kabul Singh narrates this tale, he weeps in gratitude to Babaji. Chapter 73. Another incident of Gurbani as medicine. This humble servant, Seva Singh, witnessed the following incident first-hand. Sardar Baldev Singh of Machia village was an alcoholic who spent his days and nights under the influence of alcohol. Naturally, alcohol had affected his health and his liver and stomach were both damaged. He belonged to a wealthy family and was treated by a host of eminent doctors, but to no avail. At last he was taken to Christian Medical College, Ludhiana. He was bedridden by this stage, and his bed was placed on a truck in order to take him to the hospital in Ludhiana. There the doctors told him that apart from liver damage, his stomach and kidneys were damaged too. He was told further that medicines could now only provide palliative relief of his symptoms and that no cure would occur. When the specialists declared their helplessness, then what hope was there left? All worldly hopes were shattered. There wasn't a single ray of hope to survive. All that could be done was to look after him in his final days. However, his wife used to recite her Nitnem daily and would occasionally visit Babaji and the congregation. As a last resort, she came to petition Babaji with Sardar Mahinder Singh of Machiya, who also happened to be Babaji's jeep driver. She told him, "Babaji, you know my husband is seriously ill. Doctors have given him a limited chance of survival because his liver has been badly damaged. His kidneys are on the verge of failing. His days are truly numbered. For the sake of our young children, I implore you to help him." Babaji listened quietly and replied, "He has broken his promise not to drink several times over the past 2.5 years. What can we do?" Mahinder Singh also petitioned Babaji to intervene in trying to save the life of Sardar Baldev Singh. Babaji replied angrily, "If you are recommending I intervene in this matter, then you should shoulder some of the burden and responsibility too. Go ask him if he is ready to leave alcohol. Yes, if he leaves alcohol, starts doing his Nitnem, becomes baptized and leads the life of a God-fearing Gursikh, then he too can be cured without the need for medicine. If he agrees to this condition, then go and bring him to me." As the lady and Sardar Mahinder Singh was leaving, Babaji again said, "Mind that he does not back out of his promise. Moreover, if he starts drinking after he is baptized or breaks his vows, he will not survive for long." Both of them took leave of Babaji and went straight to the hospital in Ludhiana. Sardar Baldev Singh was discharged from the hospital and arrived back at his village the same evening. Babaji sent him some holy water and said, "Give this water to him 2 or 3 times daily. As long as he cannot do his Nitnem, someone in the family should read the Nitnem to him daily. When he is well enough, do not hesitate and get him to take baptism as soon as possible." Hearing Gurbani daily and drinking holy water, his kidneys and liver began to recover. Soon he was able to walk and move about. He took baptism with his family and became an Amritdhari Sikh. He began to do his Nitnem and his body became well. He was now able to look after his transport business. Almost 2 years had passed, and one day he said to his wife, "The doctor gave me some advice. He told me to eat an egg daily in order to speed my recovery. You go to Babaji and ask him if I can eat eggs." His wife, reluctantly under compulsion, came to Babaji with her husband's request. Babaji heard the lady out and angrily replied, "Where was the doctor when all of them had given up on his treatment before? Go and tell him not to make lame excuses and stick to his promise. So long as he keeps his vows, he will be healthy. If he backs out of his promise, he will fall ill. Then don't come here." The lady returned to her husband and related what Babaji had said. However, his mind had already yielded to temptation. A few days later, he broke his vows and started to drink again. In next to no time, he fell ill again, from which he did not recover, ultimately leaving this world forever. This incident is narrated to make the point that when all medicines become ineffective, then Gurbani is the only medicine which can cure. Moreover, the power of Amrit is supreme. When a man keeps his promise, God helps him, and if he backs down, then the great Guru has given his verdict that He who pledges the word and backs out, all that he says is false. The false one is hollow from within and is engrossed in falsehood. Bachan kare tai khisak jaye, bole sab kacha, andron thotha kudiyar kudi sab khacha. A false man gets no shelter in the Guru's feet. At the Lord's door, the followers of his divine order are blessed. When falsehood of the egoistical mind interferes with obeying the Guru's order, then the mortal is deprived of his grace. He who submits to the Lord's order is consigned to his treasury. The counterfeit finds no place. They mix with the tainted ones. Hukam rajai jo challe, so pave khajane, khote thavar na payani, rale juthane. Babaji used to emphatically state, all the diseases of the body are cured by Gurbani, the Lord's name. The soul takes a longer while to be cured, but a Gursikh must keep on trying with deep faith and resolve in Gurbani. Chapter 67. You leave liquor, poverty will leave you. Sardar Gyan Singh of Gurdaspur was a noble and honest gentleman who worked hard to earn a living for his family. He obtained a job working on the construction of the Bhakra Dam, a dam built on the Satluj River for the production of electricity. No doubt Sardar Gyan Singh was an honest worker, but just as a thorn accompanies a rose, so too was the case with him. He was fond of drinking liquor, and this addiction was eating away his hard-earned money. He would visit his home once a month, give some of his wages to his wife for the upkeep of the family, and the rest was used to fund his habit of drinking. His wife, a gentle and wise woman, would use the meager amount of money for household expenses. This routine continued for a while. The dam was nearly completed, so Sardar Gyan Singh finished his job and came back to Gurdaspur to set up a welding workshop. He had many customers and his business ran smoothly, but his addiction to liquor ensured that a large part of his profits were wasted on alcohol. Many a time he had resolved to give up alcohol, but would eventually succumb to drink. A dear friend said to him one day, "O Gyan Singh, you work so hard with lots of customers visiting you, but your family still remains quite poor. Your children are growing up fast and you should think of improving your house. Soon you will marry them off and have no decent house to live in. What will you do?" Sardar Gyan Singh explained his inner torment to his friend. "You know I have a good income from this workshop, but this wretched addiction to alcohol will not leave me, no matter how much I shun it." The friend replied sympathetically, "I will tell you of a remedy. In the district of Hoshiarpur near Gardiwala lives a Sikh sadhu. You should seek his advice and follow whatever he says. He is a perfect saint." Sardar Gyan Singh said, "My dear friend, I have seen many so-called sadhus. All are concerned with their own good. That is their means of earning a fast buck. It is me who drinks alcohol. What can a saint do? Snatch the bottle from my hand? No one can convince me to leave drinking unless my mind submits to giving up drink for good." His friend, who was a baptized Sikh, said to Gyan Singh, "What's the harm in going though? You tell him the truth about your problem and beseech him to help you. If your inner being agrees, then accept his advice and counsel. Otherwise return home." Sardar Gyan Singh was adamant. "The saint will say the usual, that give up drinking. What will I say then? Should I lie and say I won't drink again? If I promise a saint I will give up alcohol and then start to drink, I will be a sinner twice over. So my dear friend, don't try to persuade me to give up. If God wills it, He will persuade me to give up." The friend replied, "Gyan Singh, as you have just said, the saint won't snatch the wine glass from your hand. Do you want God to snatch the drink from your hand? If God snatches the drink from your hand, it will cost you dearly. So do not make lame excuses. At least go and visit the saint once." Sardar Gyan Singh said, "All right then, brother, I agree to your proposal. I shall go there on some Sunday. If that saint helps me in giving up alcohol, it will benefit me and my family. If not, then nothing is lost or changed." That friend returned to his home, but his words haunted Sardar Gyan Singh. Sunday was approaching in a few days' time, so he chalked out a program to visit the Sikh saint. It was summer day and Gyan Singh rode his bicycle up the river Byas at Naushera Patan. He crossed the river by boat, rode another 25 miles on his bicycle and reached Gurdwara Rampur Kheda at noon. He washed his hands and feet at the water pump outside the Gurdwara and placed his bicycle in a corner. From a distance he saw the Sangat sat on a carpet and went into Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji's room. He bowed in reverence, sat down using a fan to dry his sweat, and saw that Babaji was sitting amongst the Sangat congregation there. As Babaji was wearing a small turban and dressed like other Singhs, it was difficult to recognize Babaji. Sardar Gyan Singh had an image that the saint would be exquisitely dressed, sat on a lofty, elevated and ornate seat with several attendants waving a fan over him. A worldly saint is easily recognized from a distance, but here it was the opposite. Everyone, including Babaji, sat on a carpet, so it was difficult to make out who was the saint or not. His mind was lost in these thoughts when Bhai Amar Singh Ji arrived and gave him prasad and asked if he needed anything. Sardar Gyan Singh asked Bhai Amar Singh Ji, "Bhai Sahib, has the saint gone out somewhere?" Bhai Amar Singh Ji replied, "No, he is sitting outside on the carpet with the Sangat. Look over there, that fellow with the small turban and wearing a sword with the black strap. He is the saint." At the direction of Bhai Amar Singh Ji, Sardar Gyan Singh went up to Babaji and started to bow in front of him. Babaji immediately stopped what he was saying. Putting his hands under Gyan Singh's head, he forbade him to bow in front of him. He said, "Do you need to bow any further? You have already bowed and paid your respects to the one who was worthy of it, that is Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. A Gursikh must stand upon his feet. The great Guru has blessed us with the gift of saying Fateh. Whenever two Sikhs meet, we should greet each other by saying Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh." Babaji then asked him, "Where have you come from?" Gyan Singh replied, "From Gurdaspur." "On a bus or on a bicycle?" inquired Babaji. Gyan Singh replied, "All the way on a bicycle." "You have undergone so much trouble. First have something to eat from the langar, then we shall talk," said Babaji. Gyan Singh sat down to eat in the langar and was wondering, what a surprisingly different saint. If one does not bow or prostrate in front of other types of saints, forget being asked to eat or drink something, even your presence is frowned upon. Even the attendants of worldly saints frown upon you and taunt you for not knowing how to pay homage to their saint. But here, everything is different. A person who bows in front of a saint is sweetly told not to do so. This is a new experience in my life, thought Gyan Singh as he sat eating langar. After having something to eat, he sat amongst the Sangat and listened intently to what was being discussed. After some time, Babaji asked Gyan Singh, "What brings you here? You have come a long way on this hot day. What is your order for me?" Sardar Gyan Singh Ji replied, "I wish to discuss something in private." Soon, everyone had dispersed and Gyan Singh continued, "Babaji, I was working before and now have a welding workshop. I get regular customers but have no money left over due to my addiction to alcohol. Poverty has afflicted my family and home. I do not even have a proper roof on my house. My children are all but grown up and will need to be settled." Babaji listened intently. He paused a while and then uttered, "Sardarji, what is your name?" "Gyan Singh," he replied. "Bhai Gyan Singh, if you agree to my counsel, You won't just be getting by, but money will hanker after you, answered Babaji. Gyan Singh was now caught in two minds. He thought for a while and said, Babaji, I want to stop drinking, but I can't. Babaji then said, This way, liquor won't let go of you. The only way is for you to take refuge in the Guru's shelter. Before coming to the Guru's shelter, you must recite Japji Sahib in the morning and Rehras in the evening. When you become committed to this daily routine, then start reciting the daily Nitnem. Make up your mind firmly that from today onwards, you will go to the Gurdwara daily and pray before Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji for divine help in giving up your addiction. When one's own strength becomes ineffective, then all tasks are accomplished by taking the shelter of the Almighty. So be brave, have firm resolve to never go near alcohol again. Sardar Gyan Singh went on listening and finally asked, Babaji, how does one take shelter of the great Guru? Babaji replied, when you start doing Nitnem of 7 Banis, leave liquor and become baptized, this is the only way of taking shelter of the great Guru. Gyan Singh felt silent and thought, I will have to be bound down to do Nitnem daily when I give up alcohol. I will have to adhere to a Sikh code of conduct. This is indeed a long method. Drowned in such thoughts, he ventured, Babaji, can I not give up liquor without being baptized? As you requested, I will do Nitnem daily and try to leave alcohol. Babaji replied sternly, Gyan Singh, we want to reform your present and hereafter. By leaving liquor and reading Gurbani, your business will prosper, but for how long will you derive pleasure out of worldly things? After all, it is said, all shall go to their bridegroom, and all shall have a ceremonial departure after marriage. Sabna sohre vanjana, sab muklavan har. And whosoever has love, he shall depart, and all shall depart in turn. Jo aya so chalsi, sab koi aaye variya. And none of the kings and nobles, no one remains here forever. Rana Rao na ko rahe, rang na tang, fakir, vari apo apni, koi na banda tir. If we place our faith in the Guru, then he will take care of us. If we go from this world without the protection of the Guru, then without the Guru there is no other Guru, and the one without a Guru has a bad name. Satguru bajo gur nahi koi, nigre ka hai naam bura. We may choose to understand or not, but great Gurus have left no doubt in explaining to us the need for a Guru. What else can be said more clearly than what Guru Nanak Dev Ji says? Without the true Guru, none has found the Lord. All have grown weary of performing rites. Satguru vaj na payo, sab thaki karm kamaye jiyo. And without the true Guru, thou art found not. All others are enticed into the net of mammon. Satguru vaj na payo, sab mohi maya jal jiyo. If we become of the Guru, then he on whose side is the Guru, what enticement can riches offer him? He on whose side is the Guru, what harm can thousands of alms do unto him? He on whose side is the Guru, he depends on no other for spiritual vision. He on whose side is the Guru, he contemplates the Guru's words and abides in the true abode. The slave minstrel supplicates, whoever recites the name of the true Guru and enshrines the name of the Guru in his mind, he is absolved of birth and death. Jam Guru hoye val, tanne kya garv dije. Jam Guru hoye val, lakh bahe kya kije. Jam Guru hoye val, gyan artyan anan par. Jam Guru hoye val, sabad sakhi so sache kar. Jo Guru Guru ehnas jape, das pat benat kahe. Jo Guru naam rid mein tare, so janam varan doe the rahe. Therefore, if you adopt this path, you will taste the uniqueness of it. By the grace of God, the lowliest of low, dirt-trodden, tormented mind is transmuted into gold when one takes the shelter of the great Guru. All these benefits are derived from baptism and by entering the sanctuary of the Guru. The body is a furnace and the mind of iron. Deep within lie the 5 fires of passion heating it. Sin is the charcoal placed there which burns the mind, and anxiety become the tongs. The mind turned into dross is transmuted into gold if the Guru resides within. He blesses the man with name of the Lord, and then his body and mind are healed. Kaya ehran man vich loha panch agan tit lag rahi. Koile paap pade tis upar man jalya sani chit pai. Paya manur kanchan fir hove. Je gur mile tinha ek naam amrit ot deve. To Nanak tristas deha. Those who have come to know about the Guru realize the benefits of the blessings of the Guru when they read their Bani aloud. Hearing the Guru's word, glass is transformed into gold. Uttering the true Guru's name, poison is transformed into nectar. When the true Guru casts his merciful glance, iron is transformed into a jewel. When man utters and reflects upon the Guru's gifts, the stone is turned into an emerald. The pangs of poverty are eradicated from those whom the Guru has transformed into sandalwood. Whosoever touches the true Guru's feet, be it beast or ghost, all become angelic. Kachho kanchan bhayo, sabad gur sarvane sunyo, bikte amrit hoyo, naam satguru mukh panyo, loho hoyo lal, nadar satgur jad tare, पाहण मानक करे ज्ञान गुर कह्यो विचारै काठो श्री खंड सतगुरु कियो दुख दरिद्र तिनके गए सतगुर चरण जिन परस्या से पस प्रेत सुर नर पाए. Gyani ji, do not become confused because our intellect is limited in its scope. Make the Guru's path the basis of your life. You have travelled far today. If you do not abandon your old habits and adopt positive ones, and then you will have gained nothing in your journey. So be brave, your resolve is required, and the great Guru will render every means of assistance you need. Hearing these deeply moving words from Babaji, Gyan Singh agreed to his request. He stayed the night at the Gurdwara, recited Nitnem with the Sangat in the morning, and returned home. Once home, he began to recite his prayers on a daily basis, just as Babaji had requested. Sometimes he would feel dejected and depressed in the evening. Then Babaji's words, "Forsake liquor and poverty will leave you," would overpower him. He would have a mental battle within. If I start to drink again, then, as Babaji said, poverty will haunt me forever. Then he would again gain courage and think positively. I should leave alcohol alone for a while. I will not die without it. If the words of the saints do not come true in a few months, then I can always start drinking again. During the first few days, Gyan Singh found it difficult, but with the continuous recitation of Gurbani, Ardas and regular visits to the Gurdwara, his mind became strong and his resolve strengthened. He began to visit Gurdwara Rampur Khera every 15-20 days to visit Babaji. Meanwhile, his business began to expand, the finances began to flow, and his family was now happier, as poverty became a thing of the past. Previously, the children were wary of their father when he came home drunk. They would run and hide from him, but now they were more cheerful and would run to greet him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the house had changed from a living hell into heaven. Fear and terror had transformed into happiness and poverty to riches. For a long time, things remained this way. However, one may obtain the blessings of the great Guru by adopting his path, but due to our past karma, one may fall under the influence of bad company. So, Gyan Singh, influenced by old company, began to drink again. The next day, when he awoke from his drunken stupor, Babaji's prophetic words rang in his head. Bad company is so powerful that if one has one foot in heaven and the other one in the door, if one falls under the influence of bad company, one will lose his or her foothold in heaven and fall into sin. This is what happened to Gyan Singh, and he began to curse himself and thought about how he would face Babaji and confess his wrongdoing. How could he face Babaji to tell him of the broken promise and how he had faltered from the path of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji? The afternoon passed in this inner turmoil. It was winter, and suddenly Gyan Singh decided to go to Rampur Kheda on his bicycle. He reached the Gurdwara in the evening and asked the attendants about Babaji's whereabouts. He was told that Babaji had gone to a house in Talwara town to attend a bhog ceremony, that is the completion of reciting Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. On hearing of this, he felt dejected and disappointed. The attendants requested Gyan Singh to have langar. After having langar, he requested the attendants to tell him the address of the house in Talwara where Babaji was due to attend the ceremony. The attendants were illiterate and did not know whose house Babaji was visiting. They suggested that Gyan Singh go to the Gurdwara in Talwara and ask about Babaji's whereabouts there. Gyan Singh rested for a while and at midnight set off on his bicycle for Talwara on a bitter winter night. In the pitch black, he slowly rode his bicycle and reached Talwara at about 4 a.m. in the morning. The priest had just enthroned Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji at the Gurdwara when Gyan Singh arrived. He asked the priest about Babaji and was told, "There is one man called Bhagat Ji. I do not know his real name. In fact, not many know his name, so everyone calls him Bhagat Ji. He lives in Sector 3. Babaji generally comes to see him. You can go to his place." Gyan Singh made his way to Bhagat Ji's house, asking numerous people for directions on his way. Finally, arriving at his destination, Gyan Singh found Babaji. Babaji saw him and he said, "Sardar Gyan Singh, how are you? Where have you come from? Where have you been staying? Your hands are so cold." Gyan Singh was offered tea and then he confessed, "I came to Gurdwara Rampur Kheda yesterday evening. I started towards Talwara at midnight and after inquiries found you here. Now my fatigue has vanished at the sight of you." Babaji said, "We have yet to complete our Nitnem. After that we will talk." Babaji did his daily Nitnem and quietly said, "Gyan Singh, you did not keep your promise. You have made a mistake." Gyan Singh petitioned Babaji with folded hands. "Babaji, the bad company I keep compelled me to drink. I did not want to drink. Since the day I stopped drinking, I have been enjoying a new lifestyle. Money was in abundance, the family was happy, and I was more healthy." Babaji rebuked him in a very grave voice. "If everything was going well, what compelled you to drink again? What forced you to back down from your promise and obtain the Guru's displeasure? The bad company or person you are blaming did not wrestle you into an arm lock and force liquor down your throat. You willingly drank, and it is your own weakness." Gyan Singh with folded hands entreated Babaji, "Babaji, I have committed a blunder and broken my promise. That is why, since yesterday afternoon, I have been trying to find you to repent for my mistake and to beg forgiveness. I vow I will not drink again in the future. I will not allow anyone to sway me from my promise." Babaji said, "Gyan Singh, you must now prepare to be baptized and fulfill your promise. I feel pity for you because you have spent all night travelling at great discomfort to yourself. Now you must become a baptized Sikh. Be a Guru ward in your intellect. You will become a big contractor, but these gifts will be yours only if you abide by the Guru's code of conduct." After a few days, Mr. and Mrs. Gyan Singh were blessed with Guru Amrit. With God's blessings and a firm resolve, Gyan Singh's business went from strength to strength and he received a large contract. He soon had enough money to build a lovely house and land. A penniless worker was now transformed into a millionaire businessman. Gyan Singh was now known as Contractor Gyan Singh. By abandoning bad habits and attaining the Guru's grace, he obtained all these boons. Slowly, the rest of the family came to the shelter of the Guru. They progressed spiritually and their wealth increased. This is borne witness by the grand house on Tibri Road, Gurdaspur. Guruji tells us that if someone is weak from the pangs of hunger and poverty, and he has no money in his pocket, and there is none to console him, if none will gratify his wish and no work of his is accomplished, if in his heart he remembers the Supreme Lord, he shall have a permanent kingdom. Jeko hove dubla nang pukh ki peer, damna palle na pave, na ko deve teer, swarth swav na ko kare, na kich hove kaj, chit ave us par brahm, ta nechal hove raj. Bhagat Freedji says, if thou, O man, reform thyself, thou shalt meet me. On meeting with me thou shalt be at peace. O Freed, if thou belong to me, the whole world shall be yours. Aap saware, main milya sukh hoye. Frida, je tu mera hoye rahe, sab jag tera hoye. And act upon the Guru's instructions. This indeed is the truest philosophy. Satgur bachan kamavane, sacha iho vichar. And he who practices the word of the saints, he is ferried across by the Guru's grace. Jeko bachan kamave santan ka, so gur prasadi tariye rahao. In Gauri Sukhmani, our fifth Guruji tells us, the person whom God has caused to obey his order, O Nanak, he obtains all things. Jis jan apna hukam manaya, sarab thok Nanak tin paya. Chapter 68. There is no particular tradition of reciting an Akhand Path in 48 hours. Preparations were being made for the annual Gurmat meditation camp, the Naam Abhyas Kamai Samagam. Traditionally, an Akhand Path would be recited over the last 2 days of the meditation camp. Gyani Dayal Singh Ji of Patiala had arrived specifically to attend the annual camp. During an exchange of pleasantries with Babaji, Gyaniji ventured to ask, at what time is the Akhand Path due to start and when will it be completed? Babaji replied politely, we were thinking of starting the recitation at 8 a.m. and finishing the day after tomorrow at 10 a.m. Gyaniji was a highly religious and devout Sikh. He said, by doing this, the tradition of Akhand Path will be altered. It has been tradition to complete the Akhand Path in exactly 48 hours. Babaji replied, we take a little bit longer to complete the recitation. Gyaniji again repeated his assertion that it was improper to take longer than 48 hours to recite the Akhand Path. Babaji said, okay, tomorrow we will ask the great Guru to decide for us whether it is correct or not to take longer than 48 hours. Gyaniji agreed to this request and expressed a great deal of enthusiasm over this matter, thinking this is the best way to solve the problem. The next day, Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji was enthroned and the daily Hukamnama, that is the holy edict or command read from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, was read out aloud. Everyone present in the congregation spent time in meditation in the holy presence of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Then Ardas was made. True Emperor, O Master of the Poor, is it essential to complete recitation of Akhand Path in 48 hours? Is the tradition changed or tampered? If more or less time is taken, please guide us as to your sweet will and allow us to follow your instructions. After performing the Ardas, Babaji and other Singhs sat in the presence of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. All sat with devotion and reverence in the congregation. All wanted a glimpse of the true Guru and thought that they would be best placed to do so in this holy congregation. Alas, only those who had the cleanest mind saw a holy vision of the true Guru. Only Babaji, Gyaniji and one other Singh was blessed with a vision of the great Guru. Babaji told the Sangat what the true Guru had ordered. The true Guru has said, there was no specific tradition in completing the Akhand Path in 48 hours instituted by him. This tradition has been established by Gur-Sikhs themselves. The recitation of prayer should be done with devotion and the Granthi Singh should recite the prayers attentively and with love. The congregation should listen attentively with respect for Gurbani. There is no limit of 48 hours to complete the recitation of the whole of Shri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. The time taken to recite the prayers can be increased or decreased as required. So Babaji narrated these words of the true Guru to the whole Sangat. It was a great relief that Guruji himself had lifted confusion over this matter. After this day, Babaji had Akhand Paths completed in 72 hours on occasion. The Granthi Singh would recite the prayers aloud and the attending Sangat would listen patiently. He would sometimes ask the congregation to inwardly recite Vaheguru in their hearts while simultaneously listening to the Akhand Path being recited. In such programs, Babaji would personally sit with the Sangat himself. Chapter 69. Significance of Slok Gurdev Mata Gurdev Pita. Whenever Babaji would recite a Sahaj Path or give Santhya, that is teaching pronunciation of Gurbani, to a new learner, he would come across a specific instructions written at the end of the prayer of Bavan Akhri in Rag Gauri by 5th Guru. He would ponder over the Gurbani and its meanings and why Guruji had found it necessary to write these instructions. This Gurbani comes on page 262, at the end of which is written a specific direction for the reader. The Divine Guru is my mother, the Divine Guru father, and the Divine Guru is my Lord and Supreme God. Gurdev Mata, Gurdev Pita, Gurdev Swami Parmeswara. The above stanza of Gurbani appears twice, once at the start of the Bavan Akhri and then at the end of this prayer. At the end of the slok, the great Guru has clearly instructed, read this slok at the beginning and at the end. The motive of the great Guru regarding this slok was not clear. Babaji asked many scholars of Gurbani about its meaning. Some said that instructions were applicable only for the prayer of Bavan Akhri, and it meant that at the beginning and at the end of this prayer, the reader must recite the above slok twice. Babaji used to reply, this slok is written twice, first in the beginning and then at the end. So, it is to be read twice, there is no doubt regarding that. Some would say, this sentence is not Gurbani, it is just a written statement. Babaji would answer, there are so many sloks in Gurbani which appear twice in Guru Granth Sahib Ji, but none of them ends with this instruction to read this slok at the beginning and at the end. At last, when he was not satisfied, he prayed to the great Guru to give counsel regarding the specific instructions and its meaning. The 10th Guru, Shri Guru Gobind Singh Ji, appeared in front of Babaji and uttered, Bhai Harnam Singh, whenever a Guru Sikh begins Nitnem, either in the morning or in the evening, at the beginning and after completing their prayers, this slok should be read. Before the start of Shri Akhand Path or Sahaj Path and after completing the recitation of Shri Guru Granth Sahib, this slok should also be read. This line is written only for the purpose to remind the Sikhs to read the slok twice. Any person who reads this slok at the beginning and at the end of their prayers will receive extra spiritual benefit. Listening to the divine words of the great Guru, Babaji was totally satisfied and overjoyed. From that day onwards, all the devotees of Babaji read this slok as per the order of the great Guru. Slok. The Divine Guru is my mother, the Divine Guru is the father, the Divine Guru is my Lord and Supreme God. The Divine Guru is my companion, the dispeller of spiritual ignorance. The Divine Guru is relative and brother. The Divine Guru is the giver, and the teacher of the God's name. And the Divine Guru is my infallible spell. The Divine Guru is the image of peace, truth and wisdom. The Divine Guru is the philosopher's stone, by touching which the mortal is saved. The Divine Guru is a place of pilgrimage and a tank of nectar. By having a bath in the Guru's divine knowledge, man meets one's master. The Divine Guru is the creator and the destroyer of all sins. The Divine Guru is the purifier of the impure. The Divine Guru is from the beginning of all ages and in every age. The Divine Guru is the spell of God's name, by repeating which the mortal is saved. My Master, take pity and unite me. Slok Gurdev Mata, Gurdev Pita, Gurdev Swami Parmeswara, Gurdev Sakha Agyan Panjan, Gurdev Bandhap Sahodra, Gurdev Data Harnam Updesa, Gurdev Manth Nirodra, Gurdev Sant Sat Buddh Murat, Gurdev Paras Parspara, Gurdev Tirath Amrit Sarovar, Gur Gyan Majan Aprampara, Gurdev Karta Sab Paap Harta, Gurdev Patit Pavit Kara, Gurdev Aad Jugad Jug Jug, Gurdev Mant Har Japudra, Gurdev Sangat Prab Mel Kar Kirpa, Ham Mood Papi Jit Lag Dhara, Gurdev Satgur Par Brahm Parmeswar, Gurdev Nanak Har Namaskara. Eo Slok Aad Ant Parna. Chapter 70. Reverence for Gurbani. Babaji used to respect Gurbani from the bottom of his heart. In actuality, we only truly respect and appreciate that which is of the greatest value to us and is the mainstay of our existence. The life of Babaji was such that I have the support of the Guru's hymns. I abide by being attached to Gurbani. Main Gurbani Aadhar hai, Gurbani lag raho. So Babaji had the utmost reverence for Gurbani, which was the most valuable object of his existence. When Babaji would train anyone to recite Gurbani, he would make him or her sit on a higher place than himself, placing a beautiful sheet beneath the person reading Gurbani. Babaji used to recite his daily Nitnem within a group of assembled Sikhs. Babaji would request those who would recite Gurbani to sit in front of the assembled congregation. If Babaji was reciting Nitnem while sitting on a bed, he would spread a clean bedspread on it and make sure that all the other beds on which fellow Sikhs sat were on level with each other. Any Sikh who read Gurbani from a gutka, that is a compilation of books of daily prayers, in the group would be made to sit on a higher bed, while the listeners sat on a lower level as a mark of respect for Gurbani. When Babaji would go for his evening walk, it was usual for him or one of the companions to be reciting prayers or hymns such as the Benti Chaupai or Satya Balwan Diwar. As such, the person who recited Gurbani would be asked by Babaji to walk ahead, leading the rest of the group of listeners. Babaji would often sit near the stream that runs just south of the Gurdwara, listening to someone recite Gurbani. He would take off his hazuriya, a small length of cloth like a scarf kept by a Sikh priest, and place it on the floor so that the person reciting hymns could sit on it. Sometimes a newcomer would be reluctant and hesitant to sit on the laid down scarf. Babaji then would tell the person, "Dear brother, this scarf is not laid down for your sake, but as a mark of respect for the Gurbani that you are reciting." The more reverence we have for Gurbani, the better, because Gurbani is the embodiment of the Almighty Lord. So much so, anyone who does not respect Gurbani can be considered to have missed the grace and the blessings of Almighty. We need to have reverence for Gurbani in order to obtain the Guru's pleasure, and ultimately this is to our true benefit. We should not just revere Gurbani ritualistically, but respect it from the core of our being. If Babaji saw a piece of paper with Gurbani lying on the floor, he would pick it up and reverently salute it and then dispose of the paper in fire. He considered the smallest written word of Gurbani or a gutka up to and including the entire Sri Guru Granth Sahib as the living embodiment of the great Guru. He often said that mortals in the age of Kali Yuga have Gurbani as their Guru. Gurbani is the embodiment of the Guru, and the Guru is the embodiment of Gurbani. And in the whole of Gurbani is contained the nectar. If the attendant acts upon what Gurbani enjoins, the Guru in person saves him. Bani Guru, Guru hai Bani, which Bani Amrit Sare, Gur Bani kahe, Sevak Jan Manne, Partak Guru Nistare. And the Gurbani of the true Guru is the embodiment of truth. Through Gurbani, mortals become perfect. Satgur ki Bani Sat Swarup hai, Gurbani bani hai. And the Guru is the Word, and the Word is the true Guru. The Holy Word shows the way to emancipation. Satgur Bachan, Bachan hai Satgur, Padar Mukt Janave Go. The great Guru during their lifetimes showed us practically to have the utmost reverence for Gurbani. They left footsteps for us to follow, leading us by example. Babaji used to say to this extent that if he who respects Gurbani respects the great Guru, and the one who shows no reverence for Gurbani insults his Guru. If we don't respect Gurbani, how can we justify begging for emancipation and boons from the great Guru? Secondly, whereas it is important to act upon the messages of Gurbani, it is equally important to revere the embodiment of the Guru, which is Gurbani. This alone is the true mark of respect which we venerate the message of Gurbani by acting upon it. We can only take action if we believe that Gurbani is indeed the true Guru. Even in our worldly affairs, we only take action from somebody's advice if we love and respect that person in the first place. We will not believe or act upon the advice of someone if we do not love and revere him or her. So it is with Gurbani, that true devotion is to act upon the message of Gurbani, and the inner respect we attach to it is manifested outwardly by reverence for the written word. Chapter 71. Gurbani is more beneficial if we listen to it. Sardar Vadava Singh, who has been mentioned earlier, was one of Babaji's earliest companions. After obtaining a master's degree, he started working in the language department of Punjab University, Patiala. Whenever he had any spare time or a holiday, he would come to meet Babaji and benefit from his divine company. He had adopted the path of a true Gursikh. Apart from reciting his daily Nitnem, he would do the prayers of Sukhmani Sahib, Asa Diwar, and 27 repetitions of Benti Chaupai. One time he questioned Babaji, saying that he recites the above-mentioned prayers daily without fail, but had not achieved the spiritual benefits that he wished for. What was the reason for this? Babaji didn't just satisfy a spiritual seeker by giving false and hollow counsel to their questions like a false prophet. He would only tell others to do that which he had tried and verified himself. He preached only that what he practiced himself, or that which the true Guru had given him personal insights or guidance on. Hearing the question by Sardar Vadava Singh, Babaji fell silent for a while and then said, "Let us pray at the Guru's feet. Whatever order we get from him, you must accept it." So both of them went in reverence to the room where Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji was enthroned. Babaji began reciting Ardas, while Sardar Vadava Singh began to wave the Chaur Sahib, that is a fan. After Ardas, both of them concentrated their minds in Simran. Whilst in deep meditative state, Babaji was granted a vision of Sri Guru Gobind Singh Ji. The true Emperor said to Babaji, "Bhai Harnam Singh Ji, tell Sardar Vadava Singh that he may do as many prayers as he wishes. but he must recite the prayers as if he is reading them out to me directly. He must recite them as if the prayers are for me to hear. It doesn't matter how many repetitions of Benti Chaupai he does, as long as he does them as if saying his prayers directly to me. It matters not if he does not do 27 Benti Chaupai parts or just one. If he utters just one Benti Chaupai with the knowledge that I am there in front of him, listening to his prayer recital, it will be more beneficial for him. Another thing, his Nitnem reaches us no doubt, but his Ardas never reaches us. Doing Ardas after Simran and Nitnem is a must. Babaji narrated the order of the 10th Master to Sardar Vardava Singh. Hearing these words, he said, Babaji, I do not get holy glimpses of the true Guru. How shall I read out Gurbani to him? Babaji conveyed this question to Sri Guru Gobind Singh Ji. The true Guru ordered, whatever Gurbani he reads, if he listens to that Gurbani himself with attention and concentration, then understand that I too have heard the recited Gurbani. Any devotee who simply recites Gurbani without actually listening to the messages of Gurbani and attuning to it does not read it so I can hear, that Gurbani does not reach my ears either. If he wants his recital of Gurbani to be heard by me, then he should first listen to it himself. Meditation of the Gur Mantra and Mool Mantra must be carried out by listening to what is uttered with concentration. Regarding the Ardas, Bhai Vardava Singh confessed to Babaji that he did not do Ardas after his Nitnem because he believed that the Guru is all-knowing and did not need to be beseeched. It is clear that a devotee must perform Ardas, make a supplication, after reciting prayers, meditation, Simran or completing any task. One must pray at the feet of the true Guru that, O true Guru, by your grace and blessings, Nitnem or Simran has been accomplished. Please accept these prayers in your trust and bless this humble servant with boons, any spiritual or temporal boons. Please forgive my faults, mistakes and transgressions. By doing Ardas, the Supreme Lord showers all manner of boons and secret powers which would not have been obtained by Simran or recitation of prayers alone. At the Lord's door, if it pleases you, O Lord, hear my prayers and supplication. My mind yearning is that you bless me with your vision, O Lord. This soul of mine abides in your meditation. Pinant karo, Ardas sunho, je Thakur pave, Deo dars man chao pagat, eh man thehrave. And Nanak, making a supplication, O Lord, if you will bless me with abode in your name, that I may ever sing your praises. Ik Nanak ki ardas, je tud pavsi, main dije naam nivas, har gun gavsi. And joining both hands, I make a supplication before you, O Lord, if you will it, then embellish me, shower your mercy upon me. O Lord, bless me with your devotional remembrance. Servant Nanak ever contemplates the Lord. Doy kar jod, karo ardas, tud pave, ta aane ras. Kar kirpa apni bhagti laye, jan Nanak prabh sada dhyaye. So we should try to hear with concentration the Simran or Gurbani that we read or recite. The significance of hearing Gurbani and the spiritual state achieved by one who listens properly to Gurbani is mentioned thus. Mortal becomes a perfect saint, a religious guide, spiritual leader and great yogi by hearing the name of the Lord. Reality of the earth, or if a bull supports it or not, and of heaven becomes known. By hearing the name of the Lord, knowledge of the world, continents and other regions is gained by the mortal who listens to the name of God. Death cannot touch or come near the mortal who listens to the name of the Lord. Nanak says that the saints forever remain blissful, disease and sins are destroyed. By listening to the name of the Lord, the status of Shiva, the destroyer, of Brahma, creator, and Indra, god of rain, are obtained by listening to the name of God. Even a sinner begins uttering the praises of the Lord. After listening to the name of God, by hearing the name of the Lord, the method of railing Him, the secrets of the human body and yoga become known. Knowledge of the 4 books, the Veds, the 6 schools of philosophy, the Shastras, and the 24 ceremonial treaties, Simriti, is attained by hearing the name of the Lord. Nanak says that the saints are forever blissful, disease and sins are destroyed by hearing the name of God. Truthfulness, contentment, and divine knowledge are obtained by hearing the name of God. Spiritual benefits of bathing at 68 pilgrimages are obtained. By hearing the praise of Lord, one gets honor by hearing and reading again and again the name of the Lord. One is absorbed in the meditation of God. Easily by hearing the name of God, Nanak says that the saints always remain blissful, diseases and sins are destroyed. By hearing the name of God, one dives into the ocean of virtues and becomes an emperor. By listening to the name of God, the blind man sees the way. By hearing the name of God, unfathomable Lord becomes fathomable. By hearing the name of God, Nanak says, the true saints remain forever blissful. Diseases and sins are destroyed by hearing the name of the Lord. Suniye Siddh Pir Sarnath, Suniye Tart Taval Akash, Suniye Deep Lo Patal, Suniye Po Na Sake Kal, Nanak Bhagta Sada Vigas, Suniye Dukh Paap Ka Nas, Suniye Isar Barma Ind, Suniye Mokh Salahan Mand, Suniye Jog Jugat Tan Ped, Suniye Sasat Simrat Ved, Nanak Bhagta Sada Vigas, Suniye Dukh Paap Ka Nas, Suniye Sat Santokh Gyan, Suniye 68 Ka Isnan, Suniye Pad Pad Pave Maan, Suniye Lage Sehj Dhyan, Nanak Bhagta Sada Vigas, Suniye Dukh Paap Ka Nas, Suniye Sara Guna Ke Ga, Suniye Sekh Pir Paatshah, Suniye Andhe Pave Rah, Suniye Haath Hove Asgah, Nanak Bhagta Sada Vigas, Suniye Dukh Paap Ka Nas. And sing and hear the praises of God and keep love for Him in your heart, then you will obtain joy in your mind and discard all your pain. Gaviye suniye man rakhiye pao, dukh par har sukh kar le jaye. And, O fortunate friends, hear the prayer of bliss. It will fulfill all objectives and desires. God the Creator is realized, and all manner of grief vanish. Sorrow, pain and disease leave on hearing the true word. The pious and their friends get joy hearing the true word. When they realize this truth from the true Guru, pure are those who listen to the true word. Stainless are those who utter the word. The true Guru is all-pervasive and permeating. Nanak prays, touching the Guru's feet, then unstruck sound of celestial music resounds. Anand suno vad pagyo, sagal manorath pure, par brahm prab paya, utre sagal visure. Dukh rog santap utre, suni sachi bani, sant sajan pay sarse, pure gurte jani, sunte puneet, kehte pavit, sadgur riha par pure, binwant nanak, gurcharan lage, vaje anhat dure. Besides all this, Sikh history bears witness to the importance of listening to Gurbani with attention. When Guru Nanak Dev Ji submerged in the river at Sultanpur Lodi and emerged 3 days later, he declared the message of the Almighty. There is no Hindu or Muslim in the eyes of God. He brought back the true word of God, and in the form of the Mool Mantra, meditation of which would bring universal peace to all mankind. The local Muslim priest questioned Guru Nanak Dev Ji angrily. If no one is a Hindu or a Muslim and all are equal, then why don't you come to pray in the mosque with us? Guru Nanak Dev Ji agreed and went to the mosque to read namaz. Guruji sat beside the congregation but did not read the namaz. At the end of the prayers, the priest asked Guruji angrily, "You were smiling and mocking at us, but did not pray yourself." Guruji replied, "Qazi," a Muslim priest, "you too did not pray either. You were reciting your prayers and bowing outwardly, but in your mind you were not paying attention to your prayers. You were thinking about buying and selling Arabian horses in far-off lands. Reading namaz absent-mindedly is not accepted by the Guru, by God Almighty, and does not reach Allah. If the great Guru preaches to the followers of other faiths to pray wholeheartedly with devotion and concentration, then what high hopes will he have of his followers? Obviously, he would expect us to follow his teachings and read Gurbani with presence of mind and deep concentration." From that day onwards, Sardar Vardava Singh began to practice what the true Guru had ordered and soon attained great spiritual heights and benefit. Chapter 72. Gurbani and Apparent Medicine. Babaji had immense faith in Gurbani. This was not just blind faith. It was instead based on practical application of Gurbani to every endeavor in his life, thus inspiring others to follow his example. His thinking was that Gurbani is the embodiment of the Guru and a teaching for us to practice in our daily lives. By following these teachings, a mortal becomes an image of the celestial being. One obtains emancipation from the cycles of birth and death and becomes a permanent resident of the blissful city of our Lord's kingdom. Such fortunate persons spend the time gifted to them in this life in a state of blissful remembrance. Finally, the mortal attains the state, he, O Nanak, blends with the world Lord, as water mingles with water. Nanak leen payo gobind syon, jo pani sang pani. Gurbani is not only a mere teaching, but is as powerful as the Guru. Gurbani is not at fault if we fail to experience its powers. Our faith and belief in Gurbani are lacking. Gurbani carries miraculous powers. It is a true medicine, nectar, a chemical, panacea, mother of Naam, and a tangible proof of the existence of the formless Lord. Gurbani is the Guru, which reforms this world and the afterlife of a Gursikh. It was around 1960 when this humble servant, Seva Singh, caught a fever. Due to some reason, Babaji was out of the town for a few days. The doctor diagnosed my fever due to typhoid. Administering the relevant medicines in the form of capsules, he assured me that I would be well in a few days. I took the medicines as prescribed for a number of days, but there was no remission in my fever. In fact, my fever raged on, causing bodily weakness too. On the 8th day, Babaji returned to the Gurdwara and came straight to see me, inquiring about my health. Whilst lying down, I related all my symptoms to him. Babaji took hold of my arm and said, "You still have a high fever, but don't take any more medication. Get rid of the medicines in your pocket too." I was already fed up of taking so many capsules and tablets, so I threw the medicines aside. I was feeling uplifted now that Babaji had returned, and I was sure that I would be cured. Babaji hadn't even eaten anything. He ordered a devotee to fetch an iron bowl and clean it. Babaji himself went to get clean water in a steel glass. The devotee returned with the iron bowl. Babaji poured the water into the bowl, placed the bowl on a clean sheet he had spread on the ground, and sat down cross-legged beside it. Babaji asked me to sit beside him and told me that if I felt tired, I could lie down but should carry on reciting Vaheguru, Vaheguru all the time. He took out his sword, washed it and started to stir the water in the bowl in the same way Amrit is prepared in the baptism ceremony. All the while he was stirring the water, Babaji was reciting the 5 prayers of the daily Nitnem. Once the Nitnem was completed, he performed an ardas while sitting and then asked me to drink the blessed water. He then asked what I desired to eat. I asked to have some masoor dal, yellow lentil soup and chapati. Then, lo and behold, within a night my fever broke. As Guruji says in Sukhmani Sahib, the Lord's name is the panacea of all ills. Disease cannot visit, even in a dream, to this mortal whose heart is attuned to the name. Sarv Rog Ka Aukhad Naam. By dawn next day I took a bath but was forbidden to walk. By the evening Babaji took me for a walk as well. So in this way, without taking worldly medicines, my body was cured with just a single dose of Gurbani. This incident is not hearsay but actually happened to me, and those devotees around at that time witnessed this cure. I feel one more incident is worth narrating so that the great Guru may bless us with firm faith in the transformative powers of Gurbani. Chapter 73. Another incident of Gurbani as medicine. This humble servant, Seva Singh, witnessed the following incident first hand. Sardar Baldev Singh of Machia village was an alcoholic who spent his days and nights under the influence of alcohol. Naturally, alcohol had affected his health and his liver and stomach were both damaged. He belonged to a wealthy family and was treated by a host of eminent doctors but to no avail. At last he was taken to Christian Medical College, Ludhiana. He was bedridden by this stage and his bed was placed on a truck in order to take him to the hospital in Ludhiana. There the doctors told him that apart from liver damage, his stomach and kidneys were damaged too. He was told further that medicines could now only provide palliative relief of his symptoms and that no cure would occur. When the specialists declared their helplessness, then what hope was there left? All worldly hopes were shattered. There wasn't a single ray of hope to survive. All that could be done was to look after him in his final days. However, his wife used to recite her Nitnem daily and would occasionally visit Babaji and the congregation. As a last resort, she came to petition Babaji with Sardar Mahinder Singh of Machia, who also happened to be Babaji's jeep driver. She told him, "Babaji, you know my husband is seriously ill. Doctors have given him a limited chance of survival because his liver has been badly damaged. His kidneys are on the verge of failing. His days are truly numbered. For the sake of our young children, I implore you to help him." Babaji listened quietly and replied, "He has broken his promise not to drink several times over the past 2.5 years. What can we do?" Mahinder Singh also petitioned Babaji to intervene in trying to save the life of Sardar Baldev Singh. Babaji replied angrily, "If you are recommending I intervene in this matter, then you should shoulder some of the burden and responsibility too. Go ask him if he is ready to leave alcohol. Yes, if he leaves alcohol, starts doing his Nitnem, becomes baptized and leads the life of a God-fearing Gursikh, then he too can be cured without the need for medicine. If he agrees to this condition, then go and bring him to me." As the lady and Sardar Mahinder Singh was leaving, Babaji again said, "Mind that he does not back out of his promise. Moreover, if he starts drinking after he is baptized or breaks his vows, he will not survive for long." Both of them took leave of Babaji and went straight to the hospital in Ludhiana. Sardar Baldev Singh was discharged from the hospital and arrived back at his village the same evening. Babaji sent him some holy water and said, "Give this water to him 2 or 3 times daily. As long as he cannot do his Nitnem, someone in the family should read the Nitnem to him daily. When he is well enough, do not hesitate and get him to take baptism as soon as possible. Hearing Gurbani daily and drinking holy water, his kidneys and liver began to recover. Soon he was able to walk and move about. He took baptism with his family and became an Amritdhari Sikh. He began to do his Nitnem and his body became well. He was now able to look after his transport business. Almost 2 years had passed, and one day he said to his wife, "The doctor gave me some advice. He told me to eat an egg daily in order to speed my recovery. You go to Babaji and ask him if I can eat eggs." His wife, reluctantly under compulsion, came to Babaji with her husband's request. Babaji heard the lady out and angrily replied, "Where was the doctor when all of them had given up on his treatment before? Go and tell him not to make lame excuses and stick to his promise. So long as he keeps his vows, he will be healthy. If he backs out of his promise, he will fall ill. Then don't come here." The lady returned to her husband and related what Babaji had said. However, his mind had already yielded to temptation. A few days later, he broke his vows and started to drink again. In next to no time, he fell ill again, from which he did not recover, ultimately leaving this world forever. This incident is narrated to make the point that when all medicines become ineffective, then Gurbani is the only medicine which can cure. Moreover, the power of Amrit is supreme. When a man keeps his promise, God helps him, and if he backs down, then the great Guru has given his verdict that he who pledges the word and backs out, all that he says is false. The false one is hollow from within and is engrossed in falsehood. Bachan kare ta khisak jaye, bole sab kacha, andron thotha kudiyar kudi sab khacha. A false man gets no shelter in the Guru's feet. At the Lord's door, the followers of his divine order are blessed. When falsehood of the egoistical mind interferes with obeying the Guru's order, then the mortal is deprived of his grace. He who submits to the Lord's order is consigned to his treasury. The counterfeit finds no place. They mix with the tainted ones. Hukam rajai jo challe, so pave khajane, khote thavar na payani, rale juthane. Babaji used to emphatically state, all the diseases of the body are cured by Gurbani, the Lord's name. The soul takes a longer while to be cured, but a Gursikh must keep on trying with deep faith and resolve in Gurbani. Chapter 74. The importance of Amrit essential to being a Guru ward. The only mission of Babaji was to reconnect mortals of this world to the Guru. This was done by focusing their attention towards Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. God can be met only through the Guru, and since the inception of this world, whosoever has achieved any spiritual insight has done so through the grace of the Guru. Gurbani gives us this unshakable edict. Without the Guru, none has obtained the Lord. Without the Guru, none will obtain the Lord. In the true Guru, the Lord has placed himself, and I openly declare and proclaim it. Bin Satgur kine na payo, bin Satgur kine na paya, Satgur vich aap rakhyan, kar pragat aak sunaya. The fourth Guru's order is as follows. O Divine, without the Guru, the devotional service cannot be performed. As the unbleached cloth assumes not dye ever, however much all may desire it. Pause. Gyani Gurbin Pagat na hoi, kore rang kade na chade, je loche sab koi rahao. And the third Guru too tells us that the perverse worship the Lord without the true Guru. How can devotional worship be performed without the Guru? Manmukt pagat kare bin Satgur, bin Satgur pagat na hoi Ram. So, O mortal, if you want to purify your mind, wash away your evil sins of Maya, which have tainted the mind's canvas, then come to the shelter of the true Guru. O my mind, if you seek the shelter of the Guru, then you shall become filthless. The perverse have gone weary of repeating God's name, but their dirt could not be washed off. Pause. Man mere gur saran aave ta nirmal hoye. Manmukh har har kar thakke mail na saki toye rahao. In Gurbani, it is stated that he alone is bad who has not taken the refuge of the Guru. Within the true Guru there is not another Guru, and one without the Guru has a bad name. Satgur bajo gur nahi koi, nigre ka hai naam bura. Guru Arjan Dev Ji has also described the attributes of a Guruless person. The mortal who is without the Guru's instructions, accursed and contaminated is his life. He, the blockhead, is equal to a dog, a swine, an ass, a crow, and a snake. Gur mantar heenasya jo prani trigant janam prashrane kukre sukre gardve kake sarpane tulkhale. The great Guru proclaims solemnly and warns us, no mortal in this world should remain in doubt that they would receive emancipation from this life without the Guru's blessings. No one should stray in doubt in this world. Know that without the Guru, no one can cross the world's ocean. Pause. Mat ko param pule sansar, gurban koi na utras par rahao. This mind, which has been tainted with the filth of sins from many past lives, can only be washed with the blessings of Naam and the grace of the Guru. There is no other way. With the Guru's direction, the mortal washes the stains of past sins and the mind becomes pure. Thus a Guru ward can be emancipated from the cycle of rebirth and saved from wandering through all manner of life forms. The scum of so many births is attached to the soul and it has become pitch black. The oilman's rag turns not white by washing, even though it be washed 100 times. By the Guru's grace, man remains dead in life, and his nature is altered, and turns away from the world. Nanak, no impurity attaches to him then, and he falls not into the womb again. Janam janam ki is man ko mal lagi, kala hua syaho, khanli toti ujli na hove, jeso tovan paho. Gur prasadi jivat mare, ulti hove mat badlaho. Nanak mail na lag gayi, na fir joni paho. The grace of the Guru can be obtained by becoming Guru ward. The method to become Guru ward was proclaimed openly to the world by Guru Gobind Singh Ji at the congregation that gathered on Baisakhi of 1699 at Takht Keshgar Sahib, Anandpur Sahib. The authority of initiating people to become Guru ward was vested in the 5 beloved ones by Guruji himself. Previously, the great Guru himself initiated the congregation to baptism. First, the great Guru prepared the nectar and then baptized the 5 beloved ones. He himself then asked to be baptized by the 5 beloved ones so that no one could ever question the need to be baptized in the future. If the great Guru had not separated himself from the tradition of Amrit, then how can we dare to do so and still expect the Guru's grace to fall upon us without taking Amrit? Never. From Dalla to Pai Dal Singh. Babaji used to give an example from Sikh history to stress the importance of being baptized. It was the story of Pai Dalla Ji, who was a very near and dear devotee of Guru Gobind Singh Ji. He had great faith in Guruji. After winning the battle of Muksar, Guruji was preparing to leave for southern India. On his way there, he stayed with Pai Dalla Ji. He served the great Guru with mind, body and wealth, at which Guru Gobind Singh Ji was very pleased. Guruji called Dalla and said, "You have served us well and pleased us. Ask for whatever you wish for." Bhai Dallaji replied with folded hands, Guruji, with your grace, I have all that I need. Guruji again asked, Bhai Dalla, ask for any boon that you wish. Bhai Dalla again thanked the great Guru for his grace. Guru Gobind Singh Ji asked him a third time. Then Bhai Dalla, with utmost humility and folded hands, beseeched, If you are to give me a boon, then bless me with a place the size of the stool besides you in heaven. I require nothing else, sire. The great Guru replied, Then take the boon of Amrit to become Bhai Dal Singh and earn the name of the faith. Dalla replied, I have taken Amrit many times. The great Guru asked, Where did you take Amrit? Bhai Dallaji replied, Guruji, I have taken leftover food from your plate, which is consecrated by your touch. Guruji again ordered, Bhai Dallaji, take the Amrit prepared by the weapon. Dallaji again replied, Guruji, we have been taking Deg Prasad, which is blessed by having a sword pass through it. I have taken Prasad considering it to be nectar blessed by your sword. On hearing this, Guruji smiled and said, Have Amrit of the Khanda and Bata. Dalla bowed his head and with tears in his eyes said, My emperor, I will do as you bid. The next day, along with many of his clansmen, he took Amrit and was transformed into Bhai Dal Singh. After taking Amrit, Guruji blessed Bhai Dallaji with a Siropao, the highest honor that is symbolized by giving a turban and literally means covering from head, Siro, to feet, Pao. He also bestowed a large sword, a shield, one pair of diamond-studded bangles and Guruji's very own turban, and 2 shirts, called cholas, and 2 pairs of trousers, pajamas. He was showered with many boons and was blessed with the ultimate place of rest beside the great Guru in the Lord's kingdom. Think for a moment of Dalla, who obtained Guru's pleasure through great service and was directly blessed by him. If he could not get a small resting place in heaven without being baptized, then how can we hope or expect to obtain the Lord's grace without being baptized? To obtain His grace, we will have to adopt the Guru's tradition of Amrit. First know this, adopt the tradition of Amrit prepared by the Khanda. He alone is the prime Sikh who takes initiation from none other. Rahatnama, Bhai Desa Singh. Besides this historical reference, Babaji used to narrate an anecdote related to Bhai Kalatarji, who was the 8th descendant of Guru Nanak Dev Ji, in order to emphasize the importance of baptism, also known as Khande Ki Pahul, literally initiation by the nectar prepared by the double-edged sword, the Khanda. Tale of Baba Kalatarji. Soon after the tradition of Amrit was started by Guru Gobind Singh Ji, the direct descendant of Guru Nanak Dev Ji, called Baba Kalatarji, came to visit Guruji. He was received with many honors and reverence by Guru Gobind Singh Ji, as he was the family of the great Guru Nanak Dev Ji. The great Guru asked Babaji the reason for his visit. Baba Kalatarji replied politely, I have come to you with a humble request. Guruji replied affectionately, Please give your order, as you are family of the esteemed eldest Guru. Baba Kalatarji replied humbly, The growth of Guru Nanak Dev Ji's family has ceased. Please grant a boon that I be blessed with a grandson. Hearing these words, the great Guru fell silent. After some time, in serious thought, he replied, Babaji, have you taken Amrit? Babaji replied, O Lord of the poor, I have not, because of my advanced age. The great Guru uttered, Have your son baptized, your family will then grow. Baba Kalatarji accepted and was presented by Guruji with his own sword. That sword, which was blessed to Baba Ajit Singh Ji by great Guru Gobind Singh Ji, can even now be seen in the family of the Bedis. The humble servant Sant Seva Singh has seen that sword in the Gatra of Baba Sarbjot Singh Ji, Bedi, who is at present on the throne of the Hazur Baba Sahib Singh Ji Bedi of Una Sahib, Himachal Pradesh. Baba Kalatarji got his son Baba Ajit Singh to take Amrit and presented him before the great Guru, Guru Gobind Singh Ji. Guruji showered many blessings upon him, prophesying that a great warrior will be born into your family. He will be a kingmaker. Kings and emperors will bow to him. He will have cannons, horse and elephant cavalry and wield much power. He will preach the message of Sikhism with great fervour. After some time, Baba Sahib Singh Ji Bedi was born and gave credence to the prophecy. It is a historical fact that Baba Sahib Singh Ji was indeed the kingmaker enthroning Maharaja Ranjit Singh Ji. If the family of Guru Nanak Dev Ji can stop growing without the boon of Amrit, then what chance do we ordinary mortals stand of spiritual growth? How can we expect to receive the Guru's blessings? So let us be rid of our doubts and gain worldly and spiritual boons by taking Amrit. The words of Bhai Veer Singh Ji. Babaji used to tell us the thoughts of Bhai Veer Singh Ji. In this world, if a person is destined only to have one meal a day and he were to get baptized, adopting a Sikh way of life, he is then blessed with 2 meals a day. Guruji makes sure his Sikh is not left wanting and his worldly affairs are not interrupted. This much difference is realized in the world alone. The rest of the spiritual blessings and treasure we receive in the afterlife cannot be described easily in mere words. Babaji used to tell us of his personal experience. A mortal who receives the Amrit of the Khanda Bata, does Nitnem of the 7 prayers, refrains from the 4 bad sins, Kureta literally means misdemeanors, and adopts the 5 rehats, is then never taken by the angels of death, Yamraj. His soul reaches the feet of the Guru straight after death, and his consciousness, O Nanak, he blends with the Lord as water mingles with water. Nanak leen pyo gobind syon, jo pani sang pani. Then the great Guru merges that soul with himself, and if need be, that devotee is given rebirth in the house of a devout Sikh in order to further rejoice in meditation. We can say that whoever more comes to the Guruji's refuge, seeking shelter, is totally disconnected from Dharmraj. The righteous judge in his court has torn up my papers, and the slave Nanak has settled his account. Dharam Rai dar kagat fare, jan Nanak likha samjha. A Gursikh should never be doubtful or insecure. No god, goddess, evil spirit, ghost, witch, demon, black magic, voodoo, or miraculous powers of jantar, mantar, tantar can affect a truly baptized Sikh. Whatever Babaji's achievements of spirituality were, came to pass only after he accepted Amrit of the Khanda Bata of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji as his living Guru and earning the wealth of Naam through meditation. So, if we take Amrit and accept Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji as our true living Guru, then we are to be congratulated. But if we still have not accepted the Guru's refuge and taken Amrit, then it is in our own interest that we waste no further time. The 5th Guru advises us that in doing a righteous deed, one should not delay, and when about to commit a sinful act, one should delay as much as possible. Delay not in practicing righteousness, delay thou only when committing sins. Na bilam tarmang, bilam papang. Chapter 75. Respect for Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Number 1. To do ardas, Sikh of spiritual achievement are required, or the Guru also hears Sikhs who have had a pious lifestyle. Secondly, it is essential to have a hazuriya around the neck. Hazuriya is almost 2 meters long white cloth worn by Gursikhs around the neck. Sometimes well-off people have such busy lifestyles that they are unable to go to the Gurdwara regularly to visit Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, though they still have faith in the Guru. To this end, some people install Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji in their houses and pay their respects daily at home, morning and evening. Sometimes it is seen that devotees themselves live in large mansions in which there are several lavish bedrooms, kitchens, drawing rooms, bathrooms, located in large grounds. The room in which Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji is installed is the smallest one in the house, or which has been left as a storeroom with poor ventilation and no windows. People even use the space under the stairs to make room for Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. This is not a good practice. Inspiration for respect of Guru Granth Sahib Ji. If Babaji saw that Guru Granth Sahib Ji was installed in such conditions, the home owners were advised in the strongest possible terms, "O dear fellows, this is the great Guru who has given you this huge house to live in, luxuries, cars to drive, money to spend, material gains. You beg for progress with folded hands daily. Was this small room the only place you could find to place Guruji in? If an ordinary guest comes to your house, you welcome them to stay in your best decorated rooms, but the authority that is the supreme emperor of both worlds, donor of salvation, living light of the 10 Gurus, is not even afforded the respect given to an ordinary guest? This lack of respect does not affect the Guru, but we suffer a great spiritual loss." If in a Gurdwara or a home the small bed Manji Sahib or the wardrobe were used to place Guru Granth Sahib Ji to rest, then Babaji would emphatically condemn this practice. He would give whatever money was required to get a fine bed used which to place Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji at night. The Gurdwara management was warned against this practice. Babaji once went to the house of a devotee in Patiala. Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji was installed with due care and reverence, not in the manner already described. The whole family was devoutly serving Guruji, considering it their living Guru. In their beautiful mansion, the great Guru was enthroned in a well-decorated room on the first floor. The adjoining room was furnished so that Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji could be placed in the room at night. Babaji was pleased to see this respect and reverence afforded to Guruji. He gathered the family together in front of Guru Granth Sahib Ji, applauded their service and graced them with many blessings. Babaji was to stay for a couple of days in the house. As devotees came to know of his presence, they began to throng the house for his divine company. Meanwhile, some devotees arrived from Bathinda at Gurdwara Rampur Kheda, but found out from the attendants that Babaji had gone to Patiala. They started their car and left for Patiala. After lots of inquiries, they reached the house where Babaji was staying. They somehow decided to stay the night and were put up in the house that Babaji was staying in. In the morning, they petitioned Babaji, "Our daughter is seriously ill. Doctors have expressed their helplessness. Please help us to get her well." Babaji replied sternly, "I am not here to cure people, neither give curses or boons. If you want to ask something about spiritual matters, do so." The devotee was an intelligent, experienced and seasoned officer. He somehow managed to work out an acquaintance with the family with which Babaji was staying and persuaded them to intervene on his behalf and request Babaji to help. In the morning, other people came to visit Babaji, and the host, finding a suitable time, requested Babaji to do ardas for the devotee's daughter. Babaji said, "Let's take the order of the great Guru. If he orders it, then we shall all ask for an ardas to be performed by the 5 Singhs." All had congregated in the presence of Guru Granth Sahib Ji. 2 orders were taken. First for the holy vision of the great Guru, and the second for permission to do ardas by the Singhs. The great Guru granted permission to do so. A discussion started. The Sangat wondered if a holy Sikh of high spiritual standing should do ardas, or would the great Guru heed the prayer of a baptized Singh who follows the code of the Khalsa. Rahatwan Sikh, literally those who adhere to the code of conduct. Finally, Babaji decided. The whole Sangat should sit in meditation for 15 minutes and the decision will be left up to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Let the Guru answer whether only spiritually supreme Sikhs are heard in their prayers or is the ardas of regular but Rahatwan Sikhs heard by the Guru. So Babaji sat in meditation along with the rest of the Sangat. Then everybody stood up, prayed to the great Guru, asked the above question about the ardas, said Fateh and sat down. There was pin-drop silence and everyone was in a peaceful mood, hoping to get a vision or hear the words of the great Guru himself. The Guru hears the ardas of Rahatwan Sikhs. At this moment, the 10th Guru, Sri Guru Gobind Singh Ji, appeared behind the palanquin where the priest stands and the whole room was flooded with light. Around the room there were Sikhs of all ages. Their faces were radiant and beside each Gursikh was standing the physical form of Guru Gobind Singh Ji. The form of Guruji, who was standing behind Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, spoke. By Harnam Singh, these Gursikhs here have reached the highest spiritual state of Parampad. Some of the others are Rahatwan Sikhs. Babaji replied, You alone know this, my lord. The Emperor of Emperors replied, All of them who have not obtained Parampad but are stalwarts in their code of conduct, I am with them too, as you can see. I hear the ardas of everyone, but give only that boon which is beneficent to the devotee. There is no difference between a Rahatwan Sikh and a Sikh who has achieved Parampad to me. Moreover, ask the devotee who has come with the prayers for his daughter's health to have a Rahatwan Sikh recite the whole of Guru Granth Sahib Ji out aloud. As long as he recites Gurbani, their daughter should listen to Gurbani either sitting or lying down. The Singh should be offered 500 rupees for his service. As long as our form stays in their house, no one should eat meat or drink liquor, and neither should anyone come into the house after having used them. It is best not to have meat and liquor ever. Our form of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji should be put to rest at night on a large bed. If the family has the prayers recited with devotion, following this advice, their daughter will get well. If they are negligent in following this advice, then they are responsible for their own actions. The importance of a Hazuriya. The great Guru then ordered Babaji to tell the Sangat on his behalf that whenever someone comes to pay their respects to the Guru, Guru Granth Sahib Ji, then that person should have a Hazuriya around their neck. The old Gursikhs used to keep a Hazuriya with them. If one is doing ardas with the Hazuriya around their neck, I listen to them with great attention and care. A Hazuriya is a symbol of humility and servitude to the Lord Almighty. If a Gursikh cannot keep a Hazuriya all day, he should at least wear one when coming to pay respects in front of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. This pleases us. Babaji related both these orders from the great Guru to the assembled congregation. The doubts about who can perform ardas and whose prayer is heard were dispelled. Chapter 76. Instructions for enthroning Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Babaji regarded Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji as the living embodiment of the 10 Gurus and accorded great respect when in service of Guruji. He would encourage others to pay similar reverence to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. When the form of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji would be installed, he would place a beautiful clean bedsheet first, upon which a properly washed and dried takasposh, an elevated wooden divan, would be placed. A canopy called a chanani would be tied about the elevated divan bed. Next, a quilted mattress would be placed on the divan bed, upon which would be placed another bed sheet. Over the sheet, a small bed would be placed, called a manji sahib, literally a small bed. A small, soft mattress was placed on manji sahib, over which another bedspread was placed. Small pillars were then placed on 3 sides, and a large, ornate cover known as a rumala went over the whole manji sahib. It was now ready to install Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. At the time of enthroning Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, Babaji would stretch out the enhanced book cover across the side and never fold this length of the front cover under the rest of the Guru's form. Some people fold this extended length of the front cover and tuck it under the rest of the pages. After seating the form of the Guru on the 3 pillows and straightening the extended right front cover, he would cover the scriptures with double layers of small cloth matching the Rumala, over which the main cover spread or Rumala would be placed. Once a devotee asked, why is there a need for a Takht Posh to install Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji? Babaji replied, when we perform Ardas before our Guru, we say Takht Chaur de Malak, which means the master of the throne and the all-night fan. We wave this fan around the Guru, but where is the Takht or throne? Although we cannot make a Takht worthy of the Guru, we should try our best to construct the best throne we can afford for the Guru. Negligence in service of the Guru. Once Babaji had to go away on urgent business for the night. At this time, Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji was usually enthroned in a large thatched hut, as the Gurdwara had not yet been built. Before leaving, Babaji entrusted one of the attendants to recite the evening prayer of Rehras and then place Guruji to rest, a ceremony called Sukhasan. The next day Babaji came, washed his feet, hands and face and went to pay his respects in front of the great Guru. After bowing respectfully, he read the daily order, that is the Hukamnama. As was usual, he would sit for a while after covering the true Guru with the Rumala to meditate. Babaji once told us, after a few minutes of Simran, the 5th Guru, Sri Guru Arjan Dev Ji, appeared in front of me. I noticed that Guruji's eyes looked red and tired. I endeavored to ask Guruji for the reason his eyes appeared this way. The great Guru replied, Bhai Harnam Singh Ji, in future you yourself must perform the service of Sukhasan. Yesterday the devotee you entrusted with our service hurriedly covered our form of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji with the Rumala, leaving folds and crinkles in it. The creases and the untidy Rumala pinched our eyes all night. So our eyes are red today. In future, instruct the devotees how to perform the service with due care and attention. From that day onwards, Babaji started doing the service of Guru Granth Sahib Ji himself. In his old age, he would stand nearby and remove any folds or creases as the form of Guru Sahib was being installed or laid to rest. At night, the great Guru was put to rest auspiciously on a big, ornate bed and covered with a warm blanket or quilt depending on the season. A quilt would be placed over Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji in winter and cotton sheets would be used in summer. Babaji would place a fan near the Guru Sahib's bed in summer and would always spray perfume in the immediate vicinity of the great Guru. Before entering the Guru's room, he would wash his hands, face and feet carefully, wrap a hazuriya around his neck and always wear a double dastar. The rest of the Sangat was advised to do the same. These days, Granthi Singhs, the priests, commit negligence when serving Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. We should all be alert about this malpractice. When reading Gurbani, we should use the hazuriya to cover our mouths when coughing and conducting such actions in the presence of Sri Guru Granth Sahib. Another habit people have when reading part is to place their elbows on Manji Sahib while reading. This should be discouraged as it is impolite and disrespectful. The scriptures of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji should be turned over slowly and reverently. Lastly, we pray that the great Guru bless us with the intellect and insight to perform service of the great Guru with devotion and love. Chapter 77. How to take the Hukamnama from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Many a times it is seen that when people have a recital of the Guru Granth Sahib Ji, the Granthi Singh opens the scriptures deliberately at the selected verse that will suit the event or please the devotees. They have usually already opened the appropriate angs and placed the Rumala over Guru Granth Sahib Ji's form. After Ardas, they merely read a pre-selected verse that will please the devotees, but in fact is not really the order of the great Guru himself. Some devotees take a handful of scriptures from the left and right side and then reopen the angs wherever and read the verse in front of their eyes. Some devotees read the verse from the left page if it is before noon or the right page if it is afternoon. In fact, different people have adopted different ways of reading Guruji's order. Divine Visitation by Baba Buddha Ji. The Sangat once asked Babaji about the above-mentioned matter of how to correctly read the holy order of the day and what in fact is the age-old tradition of doing so. He told the Sangat the way he normally took the Hukamnama as per the Guru's tradition, the Guru Maryada, and then asked the Sangat to congregate in front of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji and ask for the Guru's seal of approval too. All stood with folded hands and performed Ardas. O Lord of the poor, please tell us the correct way to take the Hukamnama. After Ardas, all the congregation and Babaji sat down. All were reciting Simran in a peaceful, concentrated state of mind when Baba Buddha Ji appeared in front of Babaji. Baba Buddha Ji was sat behind Manji Sahib where the priest usually sits. He spoke. The day when Sri Guru Arjan Dev Ji enthroned Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji at Harmandir Sahib, Amritsar, I was given special guidance in taking the Hukamnama. This is the correct way to take the Hukamnama. Baba Buddha Ji explained further. It is against the tradition to take Hukamnama from wherever we like or be mindful of the time of the day or when devotees grab hold of angs from the left and the right to open up a page again. This does not attract the Guru's happiness. After performing Ardas and before taking the Hukamnama, one should recite the Mool Mantra 5 times or recite the 4 Mangal Acharans. Mangal Acharan is Ikko Onkar, Satnam, Karta Purkh, Nirpau, Nirvair, Akal Murad, Ajuni, Saibhang, Gurprasad, Ikko Onkar, Sat Gurprasad, Ikko Onkar, Satnam. Then the verse related to the vision of the Guru are read as we fold and remove the armalas. Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji is the embodiment of the great Guru, so no doubt should arise regarding the time of day, etc. Reading the verses of devotion, one should turn a handful of pages to the left or right without deliberation. The verse that starts at the left page is the Guru's true Hukamnama. If the verse starts from the previous page, then follow it over by turning the page over to the right. If the verse is a shlok, a pauri will often follow it, and this should be read as well. In this way, the true Hukamnama is read and the great Guru's affection is earned. Babaji was very pleased because he used to take the Hukamnama like this already. Now the great Guru had put his seal of approval on it. The assembled congregation was told of how to take the daily Hukamnama. All his life, Babaji counselled others to take the Hukamnama in the same manner and thus obtain the Guru's pleasure. Some devotees, when reading part from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, rest their elbows on the Manji Sahib. This is disrespectful and should not be done. It is also disrespectful to scratch your eyes, ears or body and then soil the scriptures by touching them. A hazura can be used for this if required. So we must pay utmost respect and act with great care and reverence when conducting ourselves in the presence of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. The more we respect the form of the great Guru, the better. If we disrespect Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, it is to our disadvantage and we will suffer the consequences. We must show respect for our ultimate benefit and not as a favor to the Guru. Chapter 78. We are sons of the Lord our Father. Babaji did not preach Gurbani but practically lived the example of Gurbani. One time, Babaji, the servant, and Babaji's jeep driver, Sardar Mahinder Singh, were travelling to Amritsar. Babaji started to get a headache and near a town called Raiya, asked the jeep driver to pull over. Babaji asked Bhai Mahinder Singh to go across to the road to get 3 cups of tea from the cafe and make sure the cups were washed with warm water. Bhai Mahinder Singh returned with 3 cups of tea as directed. We all started to drink tea and Bhai Mahinder Singh had only taken a few sips of tea when he put his cup aside and went over to check the jeep's engines and tires. He returned after a few moments and resumed drinking his tea. When Babaji turned to him and said, "Oh, I forgot to take my headache tablet. Young man, just wait, give me a sip from your cup so I can take my tablet." Mahinder Singh Ji was taken aback and replied, "Babaji, I will fetch another cup for you. This one has been tasted by me." Babaji said, "Why spend some more money on a whole cup of tea? You are not going to be at a loss for 1 sip of tea. Don't worry, I will only take 1 sip." Babaji caught hold of Bhai Mahinder Singh's cup, took a sip of tea and swallowed his tablet, despite the protest from Bhai Mahinder Singh. He was protesting because in Indian culture, a food already tasted by someone else is considered soiled, especially if a person of a lower caste has touched or tasted the food. Because of this thought, he did not want a holy person like Babaji taking a sip from his half-finished tea. Babaji then said, "If after being baptized, the distinction of caste, contamination of food by a low caste people, touching your food, and other such prejudices do not get eliminated, then what difference is there between ordinary people and an Amritdhari Sikh? All baptized Sikhs are equal and all these doubts and prejudices should be discarded after taking Amrit. We should adopt this doctrine of our Guru that one Lord our Father, we all are His children. Ek Pita, Ekas ke Hum Barak." Chapter 79. Helping Needy Students and Educational Institutions. Although Babaji could not get a worldly education at school, he wholeheartedly supported the role of education in uplifting our society. He encouraged students to acquire proficiency in as many languages and different subjects as possible. He used to say, "There are 2 aspects of human life, one worldly and the other spiritual. Every Gursikh must be complete in both these fields because the mission of our Guru is to achieve the highest spiritual level whilst living in this world. If we become lazy in our worldly education, then we will remain illiterate and lag behind the rest of society. Every Gursikh must live their life to its maximum potential. He or she must not depend on others for food, shelter or clothing. A Gursikh must get a good job, flourish at business, be a good farmer and earn an honest living to support his family. If he has money, only then can he fulfill the needs of those who are poor and thus obtain the Guru's grace." Our great Guru left examples in their lifetimes for later generations to follow in their footsteps. The 10th Master, Sri Guru Gobind Singh Ji, employed 52 eminent scholarly poets who translated large volumes of classical literature into simple language so that the masses too could access this knowledge. Guruji gifted them with elephants, horses and wealth for their efforts. Guruji himself spoke 6 languages and wrote a large amount of Gurbani. He also sent 5 Sikhs in disguise of Pandits to the holy city of Kashi. Here they trained under Brahmins to learn Sanskrit, old Hindu manuscripts and religious testaments like the Vedas, Simritis and the Upanishads. To this day, the descendants of these Sikhs survive and are known as Nirmala Sadhus. These Sikhs were entrusted with the duty of imparting education to Sikh masses. Help for needy students. At every annual samagam, Babaji would have it announced that any child unable to attend school due to financial reasons, no matter what religion, caste, creed or race, will be helped to study at school by the Sangat of Gurdwara Rampur Khera. He would allow poor students to lodge at the Gurdwara, bear their expenses like clothes, books, food, fees and the like. Babaji would encourage them to study further. With his help and encouragement, many people studied up to degree level and later went on to get good jobs and support their own families and lift them out of poverty. Some students flourished in business here and abroad, living a Sikh way of life and distributing the fragrance of Sikhism far and wide. The same service is still carried out to this day at Gurdwara Rampur Khera. The words of Babaji calling on the needy to come forth for help are repeated at every samagam every year. Numerous students are receiving help to educate themselves and stay at the Gurdwara whilst receiving help from the congregation. In their spare time, students who received worldly education on one hand receive spiritual guidance and training in reading Gurbani on the other. Babaji thus helped these children to develop their spiritual being and develop as fully productive members of society. An attempt to preach Sikhism in schools. In order to inspire the students in the field of religion, Babaji used to distribute religious books and grant scholarships to them. Any money that remained unspent after religious functions was used to help construct school buildings. The local schools and colleges at Gardiwala and the Suwa were helped financially on many occasions to construct better buildings. These institutions are Khalsa College, Gardiwala, Khalsa Senior Secondary School, Gardiwala, Sangla Hills Guru Nanak Senior Secondary School for Girls, Gardiwala. The foundation stone was laid by Baba Harnam Singh ji. It is now completed with a fine modern building of a Gurdwara within its compound. Guru Tegh Bahadur Khalsa College for Women, Dasuha. Even now, besides the education of poor students, these educational establishments get financial help from time to time. May God help us to walk in the footsteps laid by the great soul Sant Baba Harnam Singh, so that the projects that were initiated or planned during his time may be accomplished. On the spiritual side, in order to inspire the Sangat, the life history of Gursikhs and true devotees, the Bhagats was compiled by and published in the form of 340-page book called Gurmat De Pandi. This was distributed free to the Sangat. A rare ancient book called Ragmala Mandan Parod was also published and distributed free of cost. Many books on Gurbani, Sikh history, Sikh thought and Gurmat were purchased by Babaji and then distributed free to the Sangat. Not only this, if Babaji saw a poor family in need of financial help or required food, shelter or clothing, he would help them discreetly. If a poor devotee needed to marry his daughter, Babaji would help fund her marriage. If a poor devotee was unable to stock his shop, Babaji would help him fund the stock purchase. Numerous unemployed people were set up in shops by Babaji's grace and are now doing well financially, helping others in their endeavors to lead prosperous lives as well. Helping the needy. Once this humble servant was sitting with Babaji when a Gursikh from a nearby village came to the Gurdwara. The Sangat was assembled around Babaji and Gurmat discussions were underway. The Gursikh had 3 children who came with him too. Whilst he was sitting in the congregation, instinctively his children ran up to their father in their torn clothes and called out to him. That Gursikh, feeling ashamed of their dirty and torn clothes, did not acknowledge the children and ignored them. Babaji sensed the shame that this Gursikh felt at his children's appearance. Babaji got up at once, walked towards his hut and gestured the Gursikh to follow him into the hut. In the hut, Babaji gave the Gursikh all the money he had and instructed him, "Have new clothes made for the children. Poverty and riches are in the great Guru's hands. Look after the children, considering them the children of the Guru. Serve the children to your capability and pray to the great Guru. O Lord, please remove the burden and curse of poverty from my neck. Please shower your grace so I may carry this burden." Tears welled up in the eyes of that Gursikh. Babaji affectionately embraced him and encouragingly said, "Do not consider this money a burden. The great Guru has ordered me to help needy persons. To that end, you are being helped. When the great Guru blesses you in the future with capacity to help others, serve them as much as you can." Chapter 80. Sharing Woes of the Poor and Downtrodden. Babaji was always ready to help the poor and the downtrodden. With this in mind, Babaji arranged medical camps where eye surgery was carried out free of cost for those who could not afford to have treatment. The medical camps were held annually at Gurdwara Rampur Khera under the supervision of expert surgeons and physicians. All the patients received free medicines, and every year 200 to 300 free operations were carried out on people regardless of their caste, color or creed. Some people would be so impressed by the service and hospitality of the attendants and Babaji that they would remain at the Gurdwara for several days after the camp had finished. A majority of them, witnessing the noble deeds of Babaji, would come to the Guru's shelter and become baptized. Those who needed cataract operations would be provided with superior quality spectacles and glasses given free. The eye camp is still held in September, and now people are fitted with lenses during the operation rather than have spectacles made. I mean to write that Babaji used to serve every poor person in the community, however much he could. Whosoever was needy and came to him for help, Babaji would help them, considering them to have the divine spark of the Guru within them. He inspired the Sangat to uphold this noble sentiment too. He was of the thought that blessings of our Guru can be obtained through helping the poor and the needy, because the light is contained in all creatures, and creation is contained in the light. Thou, O mighty, inconceivable Lord, are filling all. Jaat mein jot mein jata, akal kala parpoor reha. And amongst all there is light, and that light is but you. Sab mein jot hai soye. And free the Creator abides in the creation, and the creation abides in the Creator. Whom should we call bad when there is none without him? Frida khalak khalak mein khalak vase, Rab mahe, manda kisno akhiye, jantis bin koi na hai. And firstly, God created light, and then by His omnipotence made all the mortals. From one light has welled up the entire universe. Then who is good and who is bad? O people, my brethren, forget ye not or be in doubt. Creation is the Creator, and the Creator is the creation. He is fully occupying all places. Pause. Clay to fashion the mortals is the same, but the potter, that is God, has fashioned them into various shapes. There is no fault with the vessel of clay, nor is there any fault with the potter. He, the one true Lord, is amidst all, and it is His will that everything is done. Whosoever realizes the Lord's will, he alone knows the Lord's will, and he alone is said to be the Lord's slave. The Lord is invisible and cannot be seen. The Guru has blessed me with the sweet molasses of His name. Says Kabir, my doubt has been dispelled, and I now see the immaculate Lord everywhere. Avval Allah noor upaya, kudrat ke sab bande, ek noor te sab jag upjaya, kaun pale ko mande. Loga param na pulo pai, khalak khalak खलक में खालक, पूर रहो सर्व ठाही रहाओ। माटी एक अनेक पांत कर साजी साजन हारै, ना कछ पोच माटी के पांडे, ना कछ पोच कुंभारै। सब में सच्चा एको सोई, तिसका किया सब कुछ होय। हुक्म पहचानै सो एको जानै, बंदा कहिए सोई। अल्हो अलख न जाई लखिया, गुर गुड़ दीना मीठा। कह कबीर मेरी संखा नासी, सरम निरंजन डीठा। If one wants to attract the grace of the Almighty, then one must deal with the Lord's creations with compassion, as the Lord resides within His creations. Those Gurmukhs, pious Sikhs, who had the company of Babaji know that he had total, benevolent, impartial and unprejudiced view of all humanity. The 10th Guru has written in the Akal Ustat, some are totally clean-shaven, some are yogis, some think of themselves, men of celibacy and an ascetic, some body is Hindu, other Muslim, but they all are forms of our Lord God. He is the one creator, the preserver and the food donor. None equals Him, none can surpass Him. He is one and one only. All other species are His forms, and all contain the one divine light. And in high or low, there is only one light. He is omnipresent. Oonch neech mein jyot samani, kat kat madho jiya. So Babaji treated everyone equally and considered all to contain the divine light within him or her. Rich or poor, high or low caste, Sikhs or non-Sikhs, all were treated alike with compassion and affection. The sphere of Babaji's affection was so wide that once a person experienced his character, they would come into the sphere of his all-embracing affection. Each person who met Babaji would feel that they were the most special to him. Ask anyone in Babaji's circle and they will say the great saint loved them the most. Gursikh had undoubtedly great affection for Babaji, but people of all faiths had just as much regard for him. Babaji had no sense of discrimination or prejudice for people of other faiths. Whereas he would visit homes of Gursikhs, he would just as easily visit homes of people of other faith who invited him with affection to dine or stay with them. Babaji would say, hatred is such a poison that it decays the plant of God's love in man's heart from its very roots. The heart without love is empty, hollow and horrific. Where there is love, there dwells God, and where there is hatred, dwells evil. The woes and tribulations of all should be considered as if they were your own and dealt with compassion by providing assistance financially, physically or mentally. Keeping in mind the principles of philanthropic service of humanity, Babaji had a large bridge built across the stream between the village of Bale and Talwandi. At a cost of 1 million rupees, the bridge was completed and now provides road access for traffic from many surrounding villages. People would have great difficulty in getting across the stream during the monsoon season. A beautifully designed inn of 72 well-ventilated rooms with attached bathrooms, hot and cold water, wardrobes, beds and the like were built with the help of the congregation. This has increased to over 275 rooms in the recent years. The initial expenditure was between 7 to 8 million rupees. With the passage of time, a new langar hall along with a new kitchen and enlarged darbar hall has been constructed. Chapter 81. Make service your only devotion. Around the year 1968, land consolidation and allotment was finalized around the village of Gondpur. The path that led to the village Bale and Talwandi from Gurdwara Rampur Khera was dusty, uneven, bushy and unkept. After completing his daily routine of Nitnem and meditation, In the afternoon, Babaji would pick up a spade and sickle on his shoulder and start cleaning and levelling the unkept path. Sometimes 1 or 2 people would join him in this task, after which he would come back to resume his meditation. Often devotees would ask him to stop and allow them to do the manual work, but Babaji would decline, saying, "As you sow, so shall you reap. The service which I render will benefit me, and your service will benefit you spiritually. The body is at its best when utilized in service of others." Bhai Gurdas Ji says that accursed are the hands and the feet which do not serve the Lord. All other actions are useless. Vind seva trig hath pair hor neful karni. And we can have a seat in the Lord's abode if we serve with our hands in this world. Which dunya sev kamaiye, ta dargah baisan paiye. Babaji was of the view that passers-by would be pleased at the easy access on the cleared path and would give heartfelt blessings spontaneously. Service to others is very beneficial for our internal spiritual progress. In a short while, the path was cleared of thorny bushes and access improved. However, the seasonal stream posed difficulty in passing through it, particularly during the summer monsoon when it was flooded easily and quickly became impassable. Farmers with bullock carts would cause misery for their animals, which struggled to carry their loads across and up the steep banks of the stream. The animals would be beaten as they struggled across the muddy stream, and Babaji made up his mind to stop this misery for animals and people alike. For such an elevated soul, only a thought was needed. That was all. The money came in torrents, and within 6 months there was a bridge over the stream. After the bridge was completed, under the guidance of Babaji, a link road was built over the bridge that connected the various villages, Gondpur, Bale, Talwandi, with the Gurdwara. Hands engrossed in work, mind attuned to the Lord. Following the allotment of land in 1968, some devotees donated approximately 2 acres of land to the Gurdwara Sahib. A boundary wall, first of thorny bushes and then of bricks, was constructed in due course. Now this land was used as a small farm for the Gurdwara. Whenever Babaji was free from his daily meditation, he would hoe and weed out the crops, pruning the almonds and mango trees. He would water plants and look after the vegetable crops. He would generally walk around the fields at least once a day. If any vessel, utensil or tools were left lying about, he would bring them indoors. Sometimes devotees would say that he paid too much attention to such insignificant things. Babaji would reply, "These things, however small, belong to the Gurdwara Sahib, and considering them the Guru's things, I look after them. Weeding the crops and the plants is done, knowing that the plants and crops belong to the Guru as well. So the Guru's job must be done properly." If a servant wants to please his master, then he looks after the house as if it is his own. He decorates it, cleans it, saves it from damage, cares for things lying about, and works in the field with dedication. The master is pleased with such a servant, not with the servant who eats too much, sleeps too much, wanders aimlessly and is idle. I do everything to please my master, at any cost to myself. Babaji's life has become like he who in his thought, word and deed contemplates the one Lord. That man obtains all fruits. Man bach karam prab ek tyaye, sarab phala soi jan paye. His mind was always focused on the Almighty. If a Gurmukh came to visit Babaji, the topic of discussion would inevitably turn to union with the Almighty, omnipotent Lord. Come, O saints, my brothers, meeting together, let us recite the Lord's discourses. In the dark age, the Lord's name is that boat, and the Guru the boatman. Through the Guru's word, swim thou across the world ocean. Aavo sant milo mere pai, mil har har katha karo, har har naam bohit hai kaljug, Kevard Gursabad Taro. O brother saints, come and meet me, so that getting together we may utter the Lord's name. Bless ye me with the bounty of the Lord's name, and instruct me so as by what means and how I can attain unto my Lord. Aavo Sant, milo mere pai, mil har har naam vakhaan. Kit bid kyun paiye prab apna, moko karo updes har daan. We can say that Babaji had placed his physical, mental and spiritual being at the disposal of the great Guru. Nothing of his self remained. I am nothing. Everything is yours, O Lord. Here thou art the absolute Lord, and there the related one. They pray, O my Lord. Pause. मैं नाही प्रभ सब किछ तेरा, ईगै निर्गुण, उगै सरगुण, केल करत बिच स्वामी मेरा रहाओ. In this manner his mind was constantly attuned and focused in the Lord's feet. Thus all that he did became the worship of God too. Blessed, blessed, blessed is the advent of the Lord's serf, by whose grace the entire world is saved. Tan, 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 janaya, jis prasad, sab jagat raya. It is acutely difficult to write the eulogy of such a great saint as Baba Harnam Singh Ji. For such a saint, it is true that, said Kabir, the sublimity of a saint cannot be described. It has to be seen to be realized. Kabir, charan kamal ki mauj ko, keh kaise unmaan, keh be ko soba nahi, dekha hi parwan. Only the lucky few who experienced his company were fortunate enough to realize his greatness. Chapter 82. Kabir takes no companions when going to meet a saint. Sardar Swaran Singh is a building contractor in central town Jalandhar. His ancestral village is called Patiyan near Khuda district, Hoshiarpur. Sometime in 1975, he was visiting his village on business. His wife was travelling with him as well. She was a deeply religious person. On their journey, she informed her husband, I have heard that near the village Gondpur, a saint has been meditating at the barren, haunted mound, where no one dares to go in the day, let alone stay at night. His meditation at the mound, which was haunted, has led to a Gurdwara being built at that place. We are near that place, so why don't we return to Jalandhar via Hoshiarpur and visit the Gurdwara on our way home? It won't make much difference to the length of our journey. Sardar Swaran Singh retorted, Why don't you go to see the saint at the Gurdwara and I'll stay at the village? You're always hankering to meet holy saints. Well, I don't go bowing to saints. Hearing her husband's quick refusal, she replied, Who will accompany me then? Listen, why don't you come with me? You can sit in the room where Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji is enthroned, and you don't have to meet the saint. At the insistence of his wife, Swaran Singh Ji set off from his village towards the Gurdwara in his car. Swaran Singh Ji narrated his experience that when I had just turned the car onto the road of Gondpur village towards the Gurdwara, my mind, which had been intolerant, swayed and was overcome with a feeling of affection towards the saint. It was the month of September, and the surrounding fields were swaying with yellow-flowered crops of mustard, smiling in the sunlight. Suddenly, my mind was overtaken with an urge to eat saag, a dish made from mustard leaves. I thought that if the saint gives us saag to eat with chapatis, then I will consider him to be a true saint. As they were nearing the Gurdwara, Swaran Singh Ji saw another field with corn swaying in it. He thought that on the way back from the Gurdwara to stop over and somehow buy some corn cobs for the family at home. With these thoughts churning around in his mind, the couple arrived at Gurdwara Rampur Kheda. It was afternoon and Babaji sat with the rest of the Sangat on the carpet, listening to Sukhmani Sahib. As the couple approached, Babaji asked them from a distance to first go and pay their respects to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji and then come back and take a seat with the rest of the Sangat. Both husband and wife went to pay their respects to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji and returned a short while later to the place where Babaji was sitting. They were just about to bow in front of Babaji when he replied, "The true Guru has ordered his Gursikh to bow in front of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji only and no one else. That you have done already. A Sikh should not rub his forehead in submission to any living Guru. Instead, greet one another with Guru Fateh. Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh." The Guru Fateh is above all other salutations. By greeting this way, we firstly recite Vaheguru 4 times and secondly receive the Guru's pleasure for having followed his command to greet one another in this manner. Mr. and Mrs. Swarn Singh now replied with a Gur Fateh and sat down with the rest of the congregation. As Swarn Singh Ji often tells us that half my mind was already satisfied that Babaji was a true saint when he ordered us not to bow to him. However, the thought about having Saag was still wandering inside Swarn Singh's head. As the chapter, that is Ashtapadi of Sukhmani Sahib ended, Babaji called Amar Singh Ji, who was the head cook, called Langri, and said, "Amar Singh Ji, can you take Sardarji and serve him langar as he has come from afar? Please warm up the saag and the chapatis that Bibi Charan Kaur brought this morning and serve them to Sardarji." Swarn Singh felt ashamed and yet reassured that this saint was not only telepathic and perceptive but also extolled the true worship of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Gurbani is the mainstay and haven of this saint. At the request of Babaji, Sardar Swarn Singh Ji and his wife sat in the langar hall enjoying the saag that was served, and the mind's thirst was now quenched. After having langar, they returned to listen to the rest of Sukhmani Sahib part. After this, Babaji asked one of the Singhs to read the Kalgitar Chamatkar, that is the biography of Guru Gobind Singh Ji, compiled by Bhai Veer Singh Ji. After listening to a couple of chapters, Sardar Swarn Singh Ji asked permission to leave. At this time, a devotee arrived with 20 to 30 corn cobs wrapped in a cloth and placed them in front of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji as he paid his respects. The devotee was about to come towards Babaji when Babaji called out aloud to him, asking him to bring the corn cobs over. The devotee brought the corn cobs over and wished Guru Fateh to Babaji. Babaji greeted the devotee with Guru Fateh too and asked him politely to put the corn cobs into Sardarji's car. Babaji put his hand on Swarn Singh's shoulder and said, "When coming into Sangat, one should not entertain idle or worldly thoughts, especially when coming to pay respect to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Secondly, never come with the intention of testing another person's spiritual attainments. One can only derive the full benefit of attending the congregation of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji and Gurbani if we abandoned useless worldly thoughts. Amidst the congregation, we should harbour esteemed thoughts of seeing the true Guru and listening to his Gurbani. If the mind is racked with idle and useless thoughts, it gets little or no benefit of attending the congregation of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. With what state of mind should one attend the congregation? Bhagat Kabir Ji guides us that Kabir take along no companion when going to meet a saint. Kabir sadhu ko milne jaiye, saath na lijiye koi. Hearing these words, all baseless thoughts and excuses in Swarn Singh's mind fell silent. His mind was full of remorse and questioned why he had ever thought to test the spiritual and telepathic abilities of such a complete and pious, perfect saint who had unstinting faith and unwavering devotion to God. Before departing, Sardar Swarn Singh Ji asked Babaji, "Can I be of any service to you?" Babaji replied, "I will tell you the next time you come." These words echoed in Sardar Swarn Singh's mind as he returned home. He returned a few days later with the rest of his family to Gurdwara Rampur Kheda. After having langar, this time he reminded Babaji, "Babaji, you said last time that when I visit again, you will tell me if I am worthy of any service. Please tell me what is your command." Babaji replied, "The greatest service you can do is to become a baptized Sikh. Do your Nitnem and become a devout Gursikh. In this, the great Guru will be pleased with you." With the encouragement of Babaji and the inspirational meeting with him, the whole family took Amrit, thus receiving the blessings of the great Guru. Chapter 83. Consider honor or dishonor equally. To celebrate the Baisakhi of 1975 at Anandpur Sahib, an appeal for mass attendance was sent out to the whole of the Khalsa nation. To join in the Panthik celebrations, Babaji too reached Anandpur Sahib with his fellow Singhs. At Anandpur Sahib, Babaji discussed their journey with the Singhs and decided, "An eminent saint who knows me has a huge dera, that is a large residence belonging to a saint nearby. Let us go to his dera. We will get an audience with the saint, and if there is space available, we will stay there the night too." With this in mind, they all made their way to the dera on foot. In those days, the above-mentioned saint was not on good terms with the political party of Akali Dal. On reaching the dera, Babaji went to visit the saint in his rest room. Babaji wished him Gur Fateh, but the saint did not reply, as he was busy quarrelling with his attendant driver about a bar of soap. The saint was cursing and shouting at the poor fellow, rebuking him for using the soap without consent, whilst the driver continuously apologized for his mistake. In this tussle, the saint forgot to greet Babaji with the Gur Fateh. Babaji and the Singhs sat down on the floor and waited patiently. The saint momentarily looked up and said angrily, "Go away and have langar." The Sangat and Babaji remained seated, and then the saint rebuked them again. "Why are you still here? I asked you to go and have langar." Babaji and the Singhs went to have langar. The entire congregation felt very awkward and embarrassed at the rather rude behavior of the saint. The Sangat had come from a long way to see the saint, and he was so busy quarrelling over a bar of soap that he did not even greet Babaji. Out of all of us, Sardar Bagicha Singh Ji was the most upset. He was of the view that the saint knew Babaji was younger than Babaji and likely of a lower spiritual standard than Babaji, yet he behaved most discourteously. He may not have shown respect for the Sangat, but at least he should have had the civility to greet Babaji. As we were walking with such turbulent thoughts in the mind of Sardar Bagicha Singh, Babaji suddenly stopped walking and addressed Sardar Bagicha Singh. "Look how gracious our great Guru is upon us. On the one hand, we have met a holy saint and paid our respects, and on the other, the saint offered langar as well. This is truly pleasurable. In the future, when you go to meet someone, never expect him or her to show reverence towards you. Such respect is often false, creates vanity in you, and inflames the ego. Desire to be respected arises when the desire is not fulfilled, then anger, hatred, and dejection enter the mind. This tarnishes the mind. Always be mindful of the need for adulation. The order of our Guru is, the person is not an attendant who yearns for fame and has fear of infamy." Hearing such words from Babaji's sweet tongue soothed the hearts of all of us who were present. Bhai Bagicha Singh, who was most affected by this incident, replied, "Babaji, I had a grudge in my mind regarding the saint's behavior, but you are totally unaffected by the disrespect shown to you." Babaji said, "Whatever the Guru does is always beneficial. If that great saint had shown us respect and offered to put us up for the night, then we would have been deprived of the Katha, Kirtan and discourses in Gurbani that are taking place at Takht Keshgar Sahib. We will try to get a room at the inn. If not, then we will spend the night in the Guru's presence, enjoying the whole program. This way we will be near the Guru, else we would have had to make the trek tomorrow, especially to see the program. In a peaceful, contented state of mind, we all had langar, after which we set off for Anandgarh Sahib. Here we met the manager of the Gurdwara, who knew Babaji well and offered us 2 rooms in which we could spend the night. The whole Sangat enjoyed 3 days at the feet of our Guru and partook of the Panthic celebrations of Baisakhi. The incident is written to demonstrate that Babaji was never carried away by his emotions. If someone gave him respect, he was not elated or bowled over by adulation. Neither was he dejected nor angry if anyone showed him disrespect. He always remained in a balanced state of mind. The impartial seer of reality, such a saint, is rare, one amongst a million. Tat samdarsi santo, koi kot mandahi. Chapter 84. Consider others better than yourselves. Many rooms with concrete roof have been erected for the congregation to be housed in now. However, Babaji still preferred to stay in the old thatched hut that had been constructed many years ago. As the number of visitors increased day by day, Babaji had a special hut erected over the langar hall in which 2 or 3 woven beds were placed, 2 for visitors and 1 for Babaji to sit on. Whoever came to visit was greeted warmly and seated on these beds. He never discriminated against anyone. All were treated equally. He remained firm on one principle throughout his life, that we are all children of the same Almighty Father. In the 35-40 years of accompanying Babaji, this humble servant, Sant Seva Singh, never once saw Babaji sit on a bed while the congregation sat on the floor. Either the Sangat would sit on the beds at the same level, or everybody would sit on a carpet on the floor, including Babaji himself. Yes, if a Singh was to recite Gurbani, narrate Guruji's history, or give a religious sermon, then he would be given an elevated seat or a bedstead to sit on, whilst the Sangat, including Babaji, would sit at a lower level in respect for Gurbani. It was during the winter season. One day, Babaji was sitting outside the hut in the sun, meditating deep in Simran. 2 Akali political leaders from district Hoshiarpur, namely Vaid Kartar Singh Ji and Sardar Jasjit Singh Thiara, were on their way to the Gurdwara Garna Sahib for a meeting. Discussing political issues, they were passing through Machiya village near Gurdwara Rampur Kheda when Vaid Kartar Singh interrupted the talk and said, "I've heard that a Sikh Sadh, short for a sadhu or ascetic, has settled in the area. He has initiated many Sikhs too. You can see there are many Amritaris, baptized Sikhs, men and women on the road. In just the last 15 or so miles, I have spotted numerous baptized Sikhs myself." Sikhism was nowhere to be seen in this area a few years ago. In fact, people openly professed to be atheists. Even the local member of parliament and councillors were communists. The whole area worshipped Lenin. While driving the car, Sardar Jasjit Singh replied, "I too have heard about the Sikh saint, but have not met him personally." Vaidji immediately suggested that they were quite fortunate in that they had time and means of transport, so why not meet the Sant and check out if he was a true saint or not. We'll be able to see for ourselves if he is a saint only to earn a good livelihood or a saint with true belief in God. There is little respect for saints in the minds of Akali Jathedars, that is the leaders. No doubt Sant Samaj has played a significant role in preaching of Sikh religion, and these Jathedars reap their political fruits, but they hate the word Sant. No doubt also that so many false, virtual and hypocrites have entered in the guise of sons, and they have their say also. But to measure everybody with the same yardstick is neither wisdom nor far-sightedness. The road junction for the Gurdwara came up. They turned the car into the road that leads up to Rampur Kheda. Sardar Jasjit Singh asked Vaidji, "How will you know if he is a genuine saint or a false one?" Vaidji replied, "Just watch my tactics. I don't have white hair in my beard by sitting in the sun. I have years of experience. I am a politician and can figure out a person from the way he walks. Moreover, I will test him openly in front of your eyes. Watch the drama unfold." Sardar Jasjit Singh told us that with these jovial remarks they reached the Gurdwara, went in, bowed to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji and asked an old attendant about the whereabouts of Babaji. He pointed them to the hut above the langar hall. So they both went over to the hut and found no one inside. There were 3 beds with mats laid over them. One bed had a pillow on it. Vaidji thought that this must be the saint's bed, so he sat at the head of the bed quietly. Sardar Jasjit Singh indicated that the bed looked like the saint's bed and asked Vaidji to sit with him on the other bed. It is considered rude to sit at the head of a bed, especially if it is a venerated person. Vaidji replied, "Even if the Sant was sitting on the bed, I would still have sat on it and at the head of the bed in particular. If the saint is fond of self-praise, gratification and self-important worship, then he will be annoyed to see me sitting at the head of his special bed. Instead of offering us refreshments, he will be angry and not even talk to us. But if he is a true saint, then the whole play will unfold in front of our eyes. As whatever is in the mind comes forth uttered as mere words through the mouth. Jo jiye hoye so ugve, moka keha wow." Whilst talking in such a light mood, both Vaid Kartar Singh Ji and Sardar Jasjit Singh took up seats on their beds. The old attendant informed Babaji that 2 devotees had come to see him and had just gone up to the hut. Babaji asked the attendant to prepare and serve the guests refreshments, and he would be along in a few minutes to greet them. Babaji completed his chapter of Sukhni Sahib. Meanwhile, the old attendant went to prepare the sweet water. After a few minutes, Babaji went up to the hut and greeted the 2 gentlemen with Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Vaidji and Sardar Jasjit Singh stood up to wish Guru Fateh to Babaji. Upon seeing Babaji, Vaidji started to move from the bed he was sitting on to elsewhere. Babaji held his arm and compelled him to remain seated where he was, saying, "You have graced me with the pleasure of your company. Coming such a long distance, and moreover, the great Guru has blessed us with equality. We are all his sons, and being Gursikhs are all brothers. We are doubly related, so do not hesitate to sit where you are." Inwardly, Vaidji felt remorse and repented, trying to get up from the bed several times, but Babaji kept insisting that he remain seated where he was. The old attendant brought over sweetened water and something to eat, whilst Babaji served both visitors with both his hands. After an exchange of pleasantries, Babaji asked them, "Where have you come from and where are you going?" Vaidji introduced himself and Sardar Jasjit Singh. Babaji said, "I'll have some beds placed for you to rest whilst I just complete Sukhni Sahib. If you have time and the inclination, stay please, come and listen to the part." Vaidji made an excuse of prior business and begged leave of Babaji. On the way back, Vaidji told Sardar Jasjit Singh, "I have made the blunder of my life. I have earned the greatest sin by sitting on the bed higher than the saint, who himself was indeed a complete pious saint. Worse still, I tried to test his genuine sainthood. He did not have an iota of ill will at my sitting on the head of his bed. To the contrary, he showed respect and affection, above and beyond what was called for. During the time I sat there, I felt free of stray thoughts. My mind was completely peaceful and full of bliss. I felt a sense of peace as I entered the hut. This was a unique experience in my life. Generally, if you do not worship a particular saint properly, then his attendant sorts out your attitude. The saint himself sorts you out if there is any other let up in your venerating him. The saint's attendants chastise you if you greet him with a Gurfateh and do not prostrate or bow to their saint. Siddharth Jasdeep Singh, this is the first instance in my life that I have glimpsed a true Sikh saint who gives the honor of a Gursikh brother even to an ordinary fellow like me. The great Guru has said, the saints are few and not many. The rest is but a show and wrangling in this world. Only the lucky few get glimpses of such a holy saint. Hain virle nahi kane, fail fakkar sansar. Such saints are few and hard to find without good destiny. So Vedji was deeply impressed by Babaji's politeness and the aura of spiritual treasure of the word of God. From that day onward, whenever Vedji passed through the area, he would especially come to see Babaji and considered it his good fortune to attend the religious programs at the Gurdwara. Babaji had so much humility and politeness that even when talking to a child, he would show them respect by addressing them with the word Ji. He never addressed another person impolitely by calling them Oi. He would always say, we belong to the one family of God. In a family, some members are oldest while others are younger. Nonetheless, all are members of the family. Even though by age some may be older whilst others are younger, the youngest person may have a greater soul, have greater spiritual attainment, so we should respect everyone, considering them a part of the Almighty. Bhagat Freedji says, Farid, the Creator abides in creation and the creation abides in the Creator. Farida Khalak Khalak mein Khalak base Rab mahe. In order to please the Almighty, the words of Bhagat Kabirji must be emphasized. Kabir, I am the worst of all. Except me, everyone else is good. Kabir, sab te hum bure, hum taj palo sab koe, jin aisa kar bujya, meet hamara soe. The lowest of all I deem my own self, and this way I instill peace within my mind. Sab te neej atam kar mano, man mein eho sukh taro. And think yourself the worst of all in the world. Secondly, nobody knows on whom and at what time the Almighty will shower His blessings, so hate no one. Manda jane aapko avar pala sansar. The Guru's home is for he who deems himself low is counted the highest of all. Aapas ko jo jane neecha, so ganiye sabte ucha. Deem all others to be above yourself, then shalt thou obtain peace in the Lord's court. Aapas te upar sab jano, to darge sukh pavo. They who consider themselves good, we find are mentioned in Sukhmani Sahib. He who calls himself good, goodness does not draw near him. Says Nanak, pure is the celebrity of him whose mind is rendered the dust of all men's feet. Aapas ko jo pala kahave, tise palai nit na ave. Sarb kiren jaka man hoye, koh Nanak taki nirmal soye. The purity of one's mind is not achieved through talk alone. It is obtained through the Guru's grace by recitation of Naam. Chapter 85. Hear the true tale of the saints. They say only what they see with their eyes. Ramkali Mahalla Panjwa, page 894. One summer day, as was Babaji's daily routine, after completing his meditation and prayer, he came and sat with the congregation. Many people had come from near and far to catch a glimpse of Babaji. Whilst sitting, a devotee ventured to ask, Babaji, please tell us, does one pay for one's good and bad deeds in this life, or do we repay for our deeds in the Lord's court after we die? Babaji's answer. Babaji listened to the devotee's question and asked, do you read Gurbani at all? The devotee replied, I do my daily nitnem and have done several Sahaj parts from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji at home. Babaji replied, Guruji has written a great deal explaining in detail about the account we pay for our sins. He has left no room for doubt or misconception. The devotee said, Babaji, we have read a lot about this too. However, in Gurbani, where we are told that Dharamraj, the angel of death, gives punishments because of our bad deeds and mention is made of hell, etc., Sikh intellectuals often describe this Gurbani as fearsome Bani. They say it is only written by Guruji to scare people so they do not commit sinful deeds. After listening to the devotee, Babaji fell silent for a while and then said, these intellectuals can be described as, the more one writes and reads, the more one burns. Lik padya, teta kadya. And reading extensively, they quarrel and enter into controversy. And attached to mammon, they lose their divine consciousness. Pad luje, baad vukhane, mil maya surt gawai. This is exactly what Guruji has said of these so-called intellectuals. These false scholars who have no practical spiritual experience are responsible for misguiding the masses astray. They lead people onto the wrong path of atheism, chanting their motto, eat, drink and make merry, who has seen the afterlife. As if this was not enough, on any given day these people won't hesitate to question the authenticity of Gurbani. First, one must decide whether the intellect of the so-called educated scholars is higher or the intellect of our Guru. As we take our spiritual guidance from these false scholars and prophets, or take our guidance from the Guru, considering him to be of supreme intellect. If we accept Guruji to be the supreme prophet of the Almighty, then the Guru has given irrevocable reassurances to us in Gurbani and told us to walk along the guidelines given by him. He has ordered us, O Sikhs, consider Gurbani as the true word, yes, the true words of the Almighty, timeless Lord. The Lord has merely caused us to utter these words of His. O the disciple of the Guru, know that the Satguru's hymns are perfectly true. God the Creator Himself causes the Guru to utter them with his mouth. Satgur ki bani sat sat kar jano gur sikho, har karta aap moho kadaye. In the Ramkali, Guru Arjan Dev Ji tells us that, O spiritual seeker, listen to the truth-filled guidance of saints, because they only say that which they have witnessed with their own eyes. Hear thou the true tale of saints. Santan ki sun sachi sakhi, so bole jo pekhe akhi. So all Gurbani in Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji is a true word for word for all ages to come. In Gurbani there are no exaggerations of any description. Whatever deeds a man commits in this life, he is held account for all of them in the Lord's court after death. One then gets reborn into another life according to past deeds and actions. It is as Guru Nanak Dev Ji states, mortals obtain human body as a result of good deeds, but the reaches of the gate of salvation with God's kind grace. Karmi ave kapda nadri mokh dwar. Dubbing men by mere words of mouth does not make them virtuous or sinful. Often repeated actions are engraved on the soul and will be read in God's court as thus, whatever one sows he reaps. Satguru Nanak says, man takes birth and dies by God's order. Punni papi aakhar na hai, kar karna likh le jao. आपे बीज आपे ही खाओ, नानक हुक्मे आवो जाओ. The Lord has appointed the king of angels of death, called Dharmraj, to take account of the actions of every mortal. Thus Guru Amar Das Ji writes, the righteous judge under God's command sits and administers even-handed justice. The evil soul, imbued with love for duality, are subject to your command. Dharam Rai no hukum hai, beh sacha dharam bichar. Duje paye dusht atma, o teri sarkar. How clearly Guru Nanak Dev Ji tells us about actions of the mortals in Asa Diwar. Creating the beings, God has installed the righteous judge to record their account. Their only truth is judged true, and the sinners are picked up and separated out. The false find no place there, and they go to hell with blackened faces. Nanak jiya upaye ke likh name dharam bahalya, uthe sache hi sach nibde, chun vak kadde cham jalya. Thao na payan kudiyar, muh kale dojuk chalya. तेरे नाहे रते से जिण गए, हार गए से ठगण वाल्या, लिख नामे धर्म बहाल्या. Those who are imbued with God's name win. They who cheat lose on the day. God has certainly installed Dharamraj to record our every action and deed. The great Guru Nanak Dev Ji tells us further, enjoying sensual pleasures, man himself becomes a heap of ashes, and his soul passes away. When the worldly man dies, a chain is thrown around his neck, and he is led away there. His good and bad deeds are read out to him, and seeing him, his account is explained to him. When thrashed, he finds no place of shelter, and no one hears his cries now. The blind man has wasted away his life. Api ne bhog bhog ke hoye pasman paur sidhaya, vadda hoya dunidar gal sangal kat chalaya, agge karni kirat vachiye beh lekha kar samjhaya, thao na hovei paundi hun suniye kya ruwaya, man ande janam gavaya. Guru Arjan Dev Ji has elaborated this truth about how our actions are being accounted for in the afterlife. The sinners commit evil deeds and then bemoan and bewail. Nanak, as the churning staff churns the curd, so the righteous judge churns them. Papi karm kamavde karde hai hai, Nanak jo mathan madaniya tyo mathe dharam rai. Bhagat Ravidas Ji tells us that in the afterlife, the most secret of misdeeds committed and hidden by mortals are exposed and taken into account. Says Ravidas Ji, when the account is taken, whatsoever the mortal has done, all that he beholds. Koh Ravidas payo jab lekho, joi joi kino, soi soi dekho. And good and bad actions will be narrated before the God of justice. Changiyaiyan, buriyaiyan, vache dharam hudur. Regarding the punishment one receives for bad deeds, there are ample examples and explanations about it in Gurbani. Sri Guru Nanak Dev Ji tells us about the punishments we receive according to our misdeeds. Says Nanak, hear, O man, the true instruction. Seated in judgment and taking his ledger, God shall call you to account. The rebels of the Lord, with the accounts outstanding against them, shall be called out. The death's courier, Israel, shall be appointed to punish thou. Entangled in the narrow lane they go, falsehood shall come to an end. O Nanak, and the truth shall ultimately prevail. Nanak aakhe re mana, सुनिए सिख सही, लेखा रब मंगेसियां, बैठा कड वही, तलबा पौसन आखियां, बाकी जिना रही, अजराइल फरिश्ता होसी आए तही, आवन जान न सुजई, पीड़ी गली फही, कूड़ निखुट्टे नानका, उड़क सच रही. Guru Arjan Dev Ji gives the same account of punishments in the afterlife. Under the tree of the world all beings have gathered. Some are hot-headed and some speak sweetly. When the sun which has set rises, they get up and march off when their life ends. They who commit sins are surely plundered. Israel, the angel of death, seizes and tortures them to death. They are cast into the well by the Creator, and the righteous judge calls them to account. No brother or sister accompanies them. Leaving behind their property, youth and wealth, they march off. They know not their kind and beneficent Creator Lord, and shall be oppressed like the basket full of sesame. Happily, happily snatchest thou others' goods, but God who is with thee sees and hears thee. Through worldly avarice you have fallen into a pit, and know not the thing of the future. You shall be repeatedly born, and die and be born again. You shall suffer much punishment on the way to the distant country. The blind mortal, not him who made him, wherefore he shall suffer pain. Forgetting his Creator, man is ruined. The play of the world is bad. The mortal is sometimes sad and sometimes happy. To learn from him the lessons of faith and contentment. The mortal meets not the saint and wanders as it pleases him. Of himself the Lord stages the whole play. Some he takes out and some he casts into the waves. As God makes men dance, so do they dance. Everyone passes his life according to his past deeds. If the Lord showers his grace, then alone meditate I upon the Lord. Associating with saints one falls not into hell. O Lord, bless thou Nanak with the gift of your nectar name. He ever sings the songs of your praise. बिरखे हेठ सब जंत इकट्ठे, एक तत्ते एक बोलन मिठे, अस्त उदोत पया उठ चले, ज्यों ज्यों औद विहाणियां, पाप करेंदड़ सर पर मुठे, अजरायल फड़े फड़ कुठे, दोजक पाए सिरजण हारे, लेखा मंगे बाणियां, संग न कोई भैया बेबा, माल जोबन तन छोड़ वंजेसा, करण करीम न जातो करता, तिल पीड़े ज्यों काणियां, खुस खुस लैदा वस्त पराई, वेखै सुने तेरे नाल खुदाई, दुनिया लभ पिया खात अंदर, अगली गल न जानिया, जम जम मरे मरे फिर जमै, बहुत सजाए पिया देस लम्मै, जिन कीता तिसे न जानी अंधा, ता दुख सहे प्राणियां, खालक थामो भूला मुठा, दुनिया खेल बुरा रुठ तूठा, सिदिक सबूरी संत न मिलियो, वत्ते आपन पाणियां, मौला खेल करे सब आपे, एक कड्डे एक लहर व्यापे, ज्यों नचाए त्यों त्यों नचण, सिर सिर किरत विहाणियां, मेहर करे ता खसम त्याई, संता संगत नरक न पाई, अमृत नाम दान नानक को, गुण गीता नित वखाणियां. So, we should have complete and unflinching faith in Gurbani, as it is the essence of the Almighty Lord. Furthermore, I have seen the city of Dharmraj myself. I have witnessed myself the punishments suffered by mortals for their sins in the city of Dharmraj. The pain suffered by these souls cannot be described easily in words. During this conversation, Babaji described some punishments whereby the soul has to pass through infinitely small places and suffer intolerable heat after being bound to red-hot pillars. Babaji said that for every bad deed there was a distinct punishment that was suffered by mortals. Babaji confessed that he had seen the sight not once but many times. Babaji explained further that in contrast to bad deeds, the mortal who takes refuge in the shelter of the great Guru by being baptized and follows the path of true teachings is not tormented by Dharmraj. Gurbani states, "They to whom the Lord, the life of the world, shows His mercy, enshrine him in their hearts and place in their minds. The righteous judge in his court has torn up my papers, and slave Nanak has settled his account. Jisno kirpa kare, tis gur mile, so har gun gave. Taram raye tina ka mit hai, jan mag na pave. Har naam te ave, dinas raat har naam samave. Dharamraj has given strict orders to his ambassadors, angels of death. Do not go near wherever the saints of the Lord, devotees of God, are meditating or praising the Almighty. If you do wander there by mistake, then you will be eternally trapped. Neither you or myself or the city of death, Jampuri, will get salvation. It is stated in Gurbani that, O Nanak, where the saints ever repeat the Lord of the world's name and praise, the righteous judge says, draw not near that place of couriers, otherwise neither you nor I shall escape. Jai sadhu gobind bhajan kirtan nanak neet, na ho na tu, na chute, nikat na jai ho doot. On the contrary, if saints and great souls devoted to the Almighty venture into the city of Dharamraj, they are respected and revered by the angels of death as described in Gurbani. They who contemplate the Lord's name, O friend with the treasure of human life, Nanak the righteous judge addresses them thus, my mansion thou has rendered holy. Naam Tyayan Sajana Janam Padarat Jeet, Nanak Taram Aise Chave Kito Pavan Puneet. Chapter 86. Pilgrimage to Religious Places. As Guru Ram Das Ji says, wherever my true Guru goes and sits, beautiful is that place, a Lord King. The Guru's disciples search out that place, take the dust and apply it to their face. Jithe jaye behe mera Satguru, so than suhava Ram Raje, Gur Sikhi so than palya, le tur mukh lava. And that land where my true Guru comes to sit upon grows green. Sat tarti pai haryavali, jithe mera Satgur baitha aaye. To pay their respects to holy places that were related to the lives of our Gurus, the Sangat requested Babaji to organize a pilgrimage. Even though Babaji had seen these places of historical interest many times before, the Sangat requested that buses be hired to tour the shrines which had been blessed by the presence of our Gurus in the past. Babaji counselled the Sangat to go on a pilgrimage to these historical shrines is only of use if the time is spent in meditation and recitation of Gurbani. Before going to visit these shrines, we should cultivate piety and affection for our Guru within our hearts and minds. When affection swells up in our mind, then pilgrimage to places that have been graced by the touch of the Guru's feet will deepen our love for the Guru. This love, when seated in the mind, starts to cleanse us from within and brings us nearer to the Guru. If by the grace of the Guru this love becomes eternal, then doubt is cleared and the disciple becomes one with God. So an attempt must be made to cultivate affection in our being before going on a pilgrimage, and this effort must be made throughout the journey itself. If on the other hand one is going just to see the sights and picnic instead of having true reverence for holy places, then it is better to stay at home and continue with our jobs. Hearing these words, the Sangat begged Babaji, we will do whatever you say, but please accompany us on this tour. Even though Babaji was quite old by now and had been to these places of worship before, he agreed and chalked out a program for the religious tour, thus abiding by the wishes of the congregation. Conditions for going on the yatra, that is the pilgrimage. Babaji agreed to go on the pilgrimage as long as certain rules were agreed upon. These rules were to invoke greater affection for our Guru and were meant to guide the Sangat on how to obtain maximum benefit from visiting these historical shrines. The first request was that whosoever was going to go on the yatra, that is the pilgrimage, would have to recite the Mool Mantra 11,000 times before the actual day of the tour started. If anyone could do more recitation of Mool Mantra, then this would be even better. The congregation agreed to this rule with the view that recitation of Mool Mantra is spiritually uplifting and is indeed a fruitful way to spend the days preceding the actual tour. Secondly, any person wishing to go on the tour should be baptized Sikh. If one was not baptized, then they must take Amrit before they went on the pilgrimage. Besides these two conditions, a list of other rules was compiled and distributed to the congregation in the form of a leaflet. The rules were as follows. Firstly, all devotees will wear a kirpan over their regular clothes and men will adorn their beards open. Second, every devotee must recite Vaheguru Gur Mantra for 2 hours once they board the tour bus. Third, after Simran, all would recite Benti Chaupai 21 times. Fourth, upon arriving at the Gurdwara, everyone will recite the hymns below with reverence and devotion, bow to Guru Granth Sahib Ji before taking a seat in the hall. The hymns to be recited were: There is but one God, by the grace of the true Guru is He known. By what virtues can I meet the Lord of my life, O Mother? Pause. Without beauty or understanding or might am I, a weary stranger, have come from afar. I have no wealth nor youth and am an orphan. Merge me with you just as I am, O Lord. Searching and searching, I have become weary. I thirst for the sight of the Lord. Merciful to the meek, compassionate Master of Nanak, in the saints' company has my burning slaked. Kavan gun pranpat milyo mere mai rahao, Roop heen buddh balheeni, moh pardesan dur te ai. Nayan darab na joban mati, moh anath ki karo samai. Khojat khojat pei bairagan, Prabh darshan ko hon firt tisai. Deen Dayal Kirpal Prabh Nanak Sad Sang Meri Jalan Bujhai. Number 5. Once seated, everyone will recite Guru Mantra for 5 minutes and silently recite the following hymn. After wondering and wondering, O Lord, I have come to enter your sanctuary. O Master, Nanak's prayer is, apply me to your meditation. Slok Firt firt pravaya padya to sarnai, Nanak ki prabh benti, apni bhakti laye. Number 6. No one should indulge in gossip or idle chit-chat and go quietly to be reseated back in the buses. Number 7. Administrators for each bus will be appointed and all must follow their directions. Number 8. Every devotee should be seated back in the tour bus 5 minutes before the journey commences. Number 9. After an overnight stay, the luggage will be loaded onto the buses and then the Sangat will collectively say Ardas at the Gurdwara before leaving. With these rules set in place, Babaji took such tours with the congregation on 3 occasions. The first of these tours started on the 14th February 1972 and had the following itinerary. 14th of the second month, 1972. At about 6 a.m., the whole Sangat assembled in the Gurdwara Hall at Rampur Khera, did Ardas, listened to the Hukamnama and then set off on the journey. On the way, they visited Fatehgarh Sahib, the place where the 2 younger sons of Guru Gobind Singh Ji and Guruji's mother were martyred. By nightfall, the tour party had reached Paonta Sahib. 15th to 72. At Paonta Sahib, the Sangat paid homage to the place where Guru Gobind Singh Ji spent 4.5 years in peaceful yet beautiful surroundings on the banks of the Yamuna river. Here he composed many sacred texts and revealed a large amount of Gurbani to the world. His eminent scholars compiled and translated many Sanskrit texts into Brij language, a dialect spoken in northern India. His appointed scholars also compiled and scribed a large amount of literature related to the Sikh religion. After some rest at this place, the Sangat set off for Rishikesh. 16 to 72. From Rishikesh, surrounding areas like Hardwar were visited, arriving at night at Gorakhmata. The name of this place was changed to Nanak Mata when Guru Nanak Dev Ji addressed and peeled away the ignorance of Gorakhnath Yogi and his followers. The congregation spent the night here. 72. The day was spent visiting all the local sites that were visited by Guru Nanak Dev Ji and where he had discourses and sermons with the followers of Gorakhnath Yogi. His sermons emphasized the importance of meditating on Naam rather than acquisitions of miraculous powers as the way to salvation. 18 to 72. From Gorakhmata, the tour party arrived at Lucknow at night and spent the night there. 19 to 72. The Sangat set off from Lucknow after having langar on the banks of the river Surju, where Guru Nanak Dev Ji once stayed. The tour party arrived at Banaras, where Guru Nanak Dev Ji had dialogues with Pandit Dayal Das, uttering Gurbani in Sanskrit and preaching the gospel of Naam meditation. 20th to 72. Visiting the places of importance in Banaras and march forward to Patna, where Guru Gobind Singh Ji was born. At arrival, the Sangat respectfully bowed at Takht Paonta Sahib, a most sacred place for the Khalsa. All the places concerned with Guru Gobind Singh Ji were visited, spending 2 nights and 1 day here. 22nd to 72. Attending the morning prayer at Takht Patna Sahib, the group left for Rajgir and Bodh Gaya. At night, the congregation rested at a place of most loyal Sikh of Guru Gobind Singh Ji called Phaggu Malji. 23rd of the 2nd month, 72. Set off from Sasaram and spent the night at Rewa. 24th to 72. The tour set off towards Marhatal in Jabalpur. This is the place where Guru Nanak Dev Ji transformed the cannibal Kauda Demon into a fine Gursikh by his grace. 25th, 2nd, 72. From Marhatal, Gurdwara, the tour moved on to Guru Nanak Darbar, Gurdwara in Nagpur, arriving at nightfall. 26th of the 2nd month, 72. Attending the morning prayer, did Ardas and set off for the most cherished place for which this tour was conceived, Takht Hazur Sahib, the final resting place of Guru Gobind Singh Ji. Guruji came to this place and handed over the Khalsa to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, the everlasting Guru for remaining time. Here he disappeared physically from the realm of mortals and the body of 5 elements. The Sangat arrived here at nightfall and rested. 27th to 72. After paying respects at Takht Hazur Sahib, the Sangat went to visit Gurdwara Nanak Chira in Bidar. Here they paid respects to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji and witnessed the place where Guru Nanak Dev Ji, with his pious feet, touched the ground and a spring welled up from the barren rocky mountainside. 28th to 72. After staying the night, the Sangat bid farewell to this site and returned to Hazur Sahib. 29th to 72. The Sangat visited local Gurdwaras which had been blessed by our Guru's feet. These Gurdwaras, Nagina Ghat, Hira Ghat, Shikar Ghat, Mata Sahib Deva, Banda Ghat, Sangat Sahib Gurdwara, Mal Takri Gurdwara, Ratangarh Sahib and Gurdwara Nanaksar, etc. 3rd of the 3rd month, 72. The whole Sangat listened to the morning session of Kirtan at Sri Hazur Sahib until 8 a.m. After Ardas, they set off for Gurdwara Guptsar Sahib in Manmara, where they spent the night. 4th of the 3rd month, 72. From Manmara, the Sangat left for Bombay, arriving at Gurdwara Singh Sabha, Dadar, Bombay. 5th of the 3rd month, 72. The Sangat enjoyed seeing Bombay, the zoo, the sea, the collection of fish, all provided insight into the way of life of coastal people. 6th of the 3rd month, 72. The tour group set off from Bombay, arrived at Gurdwara Singh Sabha, Dolian, and spent the night there. 7th of the 3rd month, 72. The Sangat set off from Dolian, arriving in Nasik, and then stopped the night at Gurdwara Imli Sahib, Indore, where Guru Nanak Dev Ji once stayed. Here the group listened to the historical background of the place and spent the night. 8/3/72. The Sangat then set off from Indore and arrived late at night at Gurdwara Singh Sabha, Gunna. 9/3/72. From Gunna the tour moved on to Gwalior and reached Gurdwara Bandi Chhod, where Jahangir imprisoned Guru Hargobind Sahib Ji. The Sangat rested here for the night. 10th of the 3rd month, 72. They then took leave from Gurdwara of the 6th Guru, Guru Hargobind Sahib Ji, and set off for Agra. Here, after some sightseeing, the tour party arrived in Delhi at Gurdwara Seesganj, the historical shrine related to the martyrdom of Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji. 11th of the 3rd month, 72. The congregation visited all the historical shrines in Delhi like Gurdwara Bangla Sahib, Gurdwara Majnu Ka Tilla, and came back to Seesganj Sahib to spend the night. 12th 3rd month, 72. This was the last day of the pilgrimage, and the Sangat set off early from Delhi, arriving first at Gurdwara Doop Nivaran Sahib in Patiala. Here they paid homage at this shrine related to Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji and set off for Gurdwara Alamgir Sahib in Ludhiana, where Guru Gobind Singh Ji had passed through. The Sangat arrived back at Gurdwara Rampur Khera that evening, making the whole pilgrimage a success by having touched the dust of pious shrines once visited by our Gurus. Similar programs were followed in subsequent pilgrimages later in 1976 and 1979. The Sangat not only went to the above-mentioned pilgrimages, but also from time to time went on tour to historical shrines in Punjab. On August 20th, 1975, Babaji showered his blessings and accompanied the Sangat to visit the historical place where Guru Gobind Singh Ji meditated in his past life, Sri Hemkund Sahib. On all these tours, the congregation gained great spiritual upliftment from the constant meditation and recital of Gurbani, quite apart from the benefit of treasured pilgrimages to reverential shrines visited by our Gurus. Time and again, this humble servant heard from disciples who went on the pilgrimages saying, "We don't know if our time was used fruitfully before, but the time we spent in meditation during the trip was definitely invaluable." Apart from Simran, reciting Gurbani throughout the trip left no time for gossip and waste in idle chatter. No time was spent dwelling on worldly thoughts, and neither did we remain in touch with the world around us. So much so, even thoughts of our families and businesses did not disturb our pilgrimage. The deep affection between devotees was worth seeing at the end of such trips. Everyone was tearful with affection and yet sadness at the end of such an epic pilgrimage. Nobody wanted to part company, and everyone felt as if they had gained a great deal of spiritual benefit. All left with the knowledge that these gems of spirituality would remain, and they would cherish the treasured trips in their memories, treasured long after. Chapter 87. Visits Abroad. The devotees of Babaji who lived in foreign countries would often besiege him to visit them abroad, so that they too could enjoy his divine company and get the chance to receive his blessings. Others would write to Babaji asking him to visit them and bless the rest of their families living abroad. Affection and love is so powerful that it holds influence even thousands of miles away. The pull of this attraction took Babaji abroad 3 times. On his travels, he visited America, England and Canada. He travelled from Gurdwara to Gurdwara, house to house, city to city, preaching the mission of Sikhism and persuading the Sangat to adopt the Sikh way of life. In 1981, Babaji took this humble servant with him on his trip to America, Canada and England. The doubts of many devotees regarding the Sikh way of life and Gurbani were dispelled, either by his personal experience or by example of Gurbani. Whichever home Babaji stepped into was tinged with the fragrance of Gur Sikhi in a short space of time. Many devotees took Amrit because of the missionary work of Babaji, and witnessing his pious way of life, many turned to the Guru's fold. Chapter 88. The Lord grants whatever holy men wish for. In 1981, at the affectionate invitation of the Sangat, Babaji was touring Canada. Sardar Dalwinder Singh of Gardiwala, who was at that time living in Vancouver, Canada, heard about Babaji's visit. He had been married for almost 11 to 12 years to Bibi Paramjit Kaur, but as was the will of God, they did not have any children. As is the desire of every couple, they too wished for a child so that their family would be complete. This desire was haunting their minds, and with time, hope was turning to despair. They tried many medical treatments, but to no avail. Mr. and Mrs. Dalwinder Singh decided to invite Babaji over for langar with the motive of obtaining divine blessings for a child. Babaji accepted the invitation and on the appointed day arrived at their house with some other devotees. After langar, he addressed the assembled congregation and gave a discourse on the Guru's Gospel. He also narrated tales from the lives of our Gurus to illustrate practical living based on principles of Gurbani. An old lady who was a relation of Dalwinder Singh stood up at the end of the discussion and petitioned, "Babaji, this couple have been married for 10 to 12 years but have no children. Please bless them and pray for them so that their family may be completed with a child. This is their one desire and is the bane of their life." Hearing the old lady's request, Babaji replied, "Bibiji, these blessings are in the hands of the true Guru. You should pray at the Guru's feet. The Guru is kind and benevolent, for whatever you ask from God, He will provide accordingly. Jo mange Thakur apne te soi soi deva." With deep felt emotion, whatever you beg from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, Vaheguru will provide. The old lady listened and then repeated her request to Babaji. Babaji could not hear the old lady and said, "Please speak a little louder, as I am a bit hard of hearing in my left ear. I couldn't catch what you were saying properly." The old lady repeated her request to Babaji, asking him to pray and bless the childless couple with children. Babaji replied to the old lady, "Bibiji, if it was destined that the couple would be blessed with children, furthermore one cannot be forced to do ardas. In the Lord's palace, only humble prayer is accepted. Even this is only if your prayer is heartfelt. Moreover, I have not come to this country to bless people with children. I have come to preach the message of Naam meditation. I have not amassed miraculous powers to bless people with boons. For me, the Guru is be all and end all. We pray in the feet of our Guru, so should you. With these words, Babaji bid farewell and arrived back at the house of Sardar Fera Singh Ji, where he rested for the night. Sardar Dalvinder Singh did not lose heart. The next day, he arrived at the home of Sardar Fera Singh. Sardar Fera Singh Ji's wife, Bibi Jeet Kaur, was a God-loving and gentle lady who looked after the couple when they arrived. After serving them food and refreshment, the couple expressed their desire to meet Babaji. Babaji was resting upstairs on the first floor. Bibi Jeet Kaur said that you may see Babaji if you wish, and so the couple went upstairs. Both of them greeted Babaji and sat down. Babaji asked them the reason for their visit. Dalvinder Singh besieged Babaji with folded hands. Babaji, I have arranged an appointment for you at the doctor who will check your ear and test your hearing. As the doctor advises, he will then fit a hearing aid in your ear. It is hoped this will improve your hearing. Babaji listened to his request, paused a while and said, Why do you need to spend and waste money? I have heard enough throughout my life. Even now I can hear what I need to by the grace of God. Please do not burden yourself. I have heard medical treatment is expensive in Canada, so spend the money on another worthy cause, like helping the needy, or give it to some religious place of worship. Dalvinder Singh repeated his petition once again. Babaji, it is not very expensive. Moreover, it is my earnest desire. I have felt that whenever you listen to part or exchange words with someone, you have to strain to pay attention. This little gadget is a very small item that fits in your ear easily. Furthermore, the volume of the device can be lowered or increased as desired. As it is a small device, no one can tell if you are wearing it or not. It is a discreet little device, so please accept my humble request. I will pick you up at 11 a.m. tomorrow. The appointment has been arranged for 11:30 with the doctor. After much persuasion, Babaji agreed to accompany Dalvinder Singh Ji. On the day of the appointment, Babaji was taken to see the doctor and he checked Babaji's hearing and ear thoroughly. The doctor measured the size of Babaji's ear after conducting numerous tests. The doctor told Babaji that his hearing problem was due to a small defect in his ear and could be corrected by placing a small hearing aid in the ear. He asked Babaji to return in a week to have the hearing aid fitted in the ear, and at this stage would make any final adjustments to the hearing aid if necessary. Dalvinder Singh's house was nearby, and then he took Babaji to his house. At his house, he served Babaji with tea and refreshments. Without saying anything, he then dropped Babaji off back to Fera Singh's house. After a week, on the day of the appointment, Dalvinder Singh took Babaji to the doctor again to have the hearing aid fitted. The doctor fitted the device and explained in detail how to operate the hearing aid. After the appointment, Dalvinder Singh again took Babaji to his house. At home, he devoutly and affectionately served tea and refreshment. Whilst at the house of Dalvinder Singh, Babaji listened to the part of Sukhmani Sahib. With the hearing aid, Babaji could easily hear everything without having to strain his attention. With the volume of the hearing aid turned up, Babaji exclaimed, "Young man, I can hear much better than before the hearing aid was put in. Dalvinder Singh, your humble service is accepted graciously. Now I shall hear Gurbani with even greater pleasure. Previously, I had to request people to recite Gurbani loudly in order that I may hear it. This is a great blessing of the Guru indeed. How much did it cost you?" Dalvinder Singh refused to say how much the treatment cost and requested, "Babaji, this money all belongs to the Guru. I consider myself lucky that in spending this God-given wealth, I have been able to gain your pleasure." Babaji was very pleased to hear his polite, humble words and said, "I will pray in the feet of the dear Guru to thank him for your devoted service. If you want something, then please ask without hesitation." Dalwinder Singh fell silent, but his wife, Paramjit Kaur, who was sitting nearby, requested politely, "The Almighty has blessed us with every possible comfort and material pleasure, but our family is incomplete without a child. Please grace us with this boon so we may too become connected with the world through our children." Babaji smiled and said, "Bibi ji, of course we will beg the Almighty for every boon. I ask for glory, power, and bless me with riches, property and sons. But the best thing I ask, forever to sing your glory, Almighty. Maan mango, taan mango, tan lakshmi, sut de." Of all the prayers, the best boon to pray for is the boon of singing God's praise. Mangna mangan nika, har jas kurte mangna. Though one should desire only God's praise, but as you desire a child, then we will pray on your behalf to Guruji. The great Guru will heed your ardas and grant you with a boon. Babaji recited Mool Mantra 5 times and humbly recited the ardas. O great Guru, please accept the service of your servants and fulfill their desire for having a son. Babaji stayed for a while and instructed the couple to recite their Nitnem daily, after which they were to do ardas daily at the feet of Guru Sahib, asking for his blessings. The couple started doing their Nitnem daily, and after 1 year, Guruji had blessed them with a son. A year later, they were once again blessed with another son. Guru Arjan Dev Ji says, "The prayer of God's men has not gone in vain. Nanak has the strength of the perfect Lord, who is the treasure of all excellences." Birthi kade na hovei jan ki ardas, Nanak jor Gobind ka puran guntas. The need is to be humble and become the Lord's servant. Then God Himself says, "My saints can release those bound by me, but I cannot release those bound by a saint. If at any time a saint seizes me and binds me, then even I cannot raise any objections." Meri bandi bhagat chhudave, bande bhagat na chhute moe. Ek samay moko gaye bande, to fun mo pe jawab na hoye. Main gun band sagal ki जीवन, मेरे जीवन मेरे दास, नाम देव जाके जी ऐसी, तैसो ताके प्रेम प्रगास. A true saint is carefree, unfettered, independent and yet very rare. If one is lucky to meet a true saint, then it is for us to appease him. If we succeed in pleasing him, then we can have all our desires fulfilled. A true saint can only be pleased when we serve him in humility and abandon our ego. One has to abandon the claim to prestige and power. The saint's pleasure is the Lord's pleasure. In a state of joy, whatever he asks of the Lord is granted by the Almighty. Whatever the saint proclaims from his mouth comes to pass in this world and the next. Guru Arjan Dev Ji tells us, "Whatever I ask of my Lord, He blessed me with that exactly. Whatever the Lord's slave Nanak utters comes true in this world and the hereafter." Jo mange Thakur apne te, soi soi deve, Nanak das mukh te jo bole, iha uha sach hove. Chapter 89. Medicine as well as prevention is necessary. On his way back from America, Babaji visited England for about 2 months, at the invitation of many Sikh families. He visited several gurdwaras. He attached the Sangat and many other devotees to the feet of the great Guru. During this tour, he was staying at the house of Sardar Surjit Singh in Hounslow, London. In the evening, many devotees would arrive after Rehras and listen to the discourse on Gurbani given by Babaji. Thus people availed themselves to learning the principles of Gurmanth and were awakened to the importance of Gurbani. Babaji would stress, the great Guru has showered upon us many blessings in Gurbani. It shows us the easy and practical way of achieving union with the Almighty. We should read and study Gurbani and put it into practice in our daily lives. When we listen to Gurbani attentively, we come to know the real order of our Guru. We can then use the Guru's intellect to distinguish between good and bad deeds. On the contrary, if we don't listen to Gurbani, we achieve nothing. If, after listening to Gurbani, we practice what it enjoins us to do in our daily lives, we reach our life's aim and gain the Guru's pleasure. Whosoever listens and agrees to the Lord's command, Guru Nanak Dev Ji tells us that the state of mind of he who obeys cannot be described in words.
Manne ki gat kahi na jaye.
By faithfully fearing, believing and loving the name of God, salvation is obtained. This amounts to taking a pilgrimage in the true shrine of the soul.
Sunya manya man kita pao, antargat tirath mal nao.
Therefore, the great Guru has ordered his Sikhs to read Gurbani. Reciting our Nitnem daily, we are slowly cleansed and rinsed from within, and the unseen dirt of our sins begins to wash off our souls, because hymns wash off filth and spontaneously enshrine the Lord's name in the mind. Pause.
Gurbani sun mail gavaye, sahje harnam man vasaye rahao.
Hearing the Guru's word, my mind has become tender and imbued with it. This mind has returned to its own home.
Gurbani sunat mera man dravya, man pina nijgar avego.
With the passage of time, the soul is purified and Naam begins to reside in the heart. The straying mind comes to its home, drenching itself in Naam, and the mortal becomes attuned to the Almighty. Further, by reciting Gurbani daily, we get new guidance every day from the Guru. Through Gurbani, the way to achieve union with the Almighty is shorter and our mind obtains eternal peace. In our worldly affairs, many hurdles are removed spontaneously. No evil, black magic, evil spirits, jantar mantar, tantar affect the place where Gurbani is recited. Gurbani reforms our present world and the hereafter. Those who read it are praiseworthy. Those who are deprived of this ambrosial gift must seek to recite it. After a short recital of Guru Mantar, those assembled had langar and dispersed slowly. An old lady called Harnam Kaur stayed after everyone had departed. She requested Babaji, "You explained the importance of reading Gurbani well enough. I too do part daily. I read prayers from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji at Akhand parts without taking money in return for the service. However, I have a big problem in my house with which we are fed up." Babaji asked, "What seems to be the problem?" "There should be no problem that is insurmountable to a person who reads Gurbani." Bibi Harnam Kaur explained, "Whenever we bring new clothes into the house, they are either spoilt by burn marks or by cuts. Even the children's clothes are not spared. The whole family is in a panic. A lot of the clothes have been damaged and we are all extremely worried that there is some supernatural power behind this problem." Babaji asked, "Bibiji, you say you recite Nitnem and read Gurbani. The house in which Gurbani is recited regularly should have no incidents of supernatural or evil spirits." The lady said, "Babaji, I have had an Akhand part recited in the house with advice from some saints, but with no effect." Babaji listened to her intently and after some deep thought said, "O good lady, there is something amiss here. Evil spirits cannot haunt the place where Gurbani is recited." The lady insisted that despite all efforts, these occurrences did not stop. Babaji fell silent and after some thought said, "Bibiji, your children don't drink alcohol or eat meat in the house, do they?" The lady replied, "My sons do eat meat and drink alcohol, but I do not." Babaji said, "This is the problem. If your family wants to get rid of this problem, then ask your children not to drink or eat meat. If they all agree to this proposal, then come and see me tomorrow. I am here for another 3 days. Be mindful, it must not be that your children give up meat and alcohol now under duress, but start eating and drinking outside the house only to return to the house under the influence of alcohol. If they continue to do so, damage done to your clothes will continue, so please ask them properly." The lady went home, consulted with the family and told them what Babaji had said. The sons hesitated at giving up meat and alcohol at first, but the lady reminded them of Babaji's words, that the damage would not stop unless everyone agreed never to drink alcohol or eat meat again, inside or outside the house. The desperate family agreed and told the old lady that they would no longer consume alcohol and meat. With the old lady's permission, the sons threw out any bottles of alcohol that were lying in the house. The next evening, the old lady came to see Babaji and said, "As you requested, all my family members have agreed to your proposal happily and have thrown away the bottles of liquor. Now, please tell us what to do." Babaji said, "We will come to your house tomorrow morning. We will do nitnem in your house and all your family must sit and listen to it. After that, you must do nitnem daily in a loud voice. The great Guru will then give you his blessings." Next day, Babaji arrived at the old lady's house in the early morning, recited nitnem aloud with great love and devotion. Whilst all the family members listened to the nitnem, Babaji did ardas and took a promise from the family members to read Gurbani, shun alcohol and meat. He told them that if they stayed steadfast in their vows, nothing would happen to the family. If we drink alcohol and eat meat, then Gurbani that is recited has no effect. Evil spirits gravitate towards unclean surroundings where alcohol and meat are used. The family agreed to abide by all conditions happily in order to save themselves from this misery. They started reciting and listening to nitnem daily. From that day onwards, no other supernatural incidents like torn or burnt clothes occurred. The old lady narrated this story to me when I visited England in the August of 1992. I was in Hounslow to meet some devotees when the lady heard of my visit and came over to see me. In her words, "Now we have unshakable faith in Gurbani as it contains immense power. Whatever you ask from Gurbani, considering it to be the embodiment of the Guru, with deep devotion, that wish always comes to pass. Gurbani is capable of fulfilling all our desires. If there is any fault or need, it is on our part that we lack faith and devotion in Gurbani. It is clear from Gurbani that, within whom abides the Guru's word, all his pangs and pains flee away.
गुर की बाणी जिस मन वसे, दुख दर्द सब ताका नसे."
And, hearing true Gurbani, I am rid of the troubles, maladies and sufferings.
दुख रोग संताप उतरे, सुनी सच्ची बाणी.
These are not imaginary tales or hearsay. These 100% true incidents actually happened and now serve as lighthouse beacons in the dark age for our guidance. When we recite Gurbani, it acts as a medicine to cure our ailments, physical, mental and spiritual. We also need to practice prevention, abstinence from evil deeds for Gurbani to effect a cure. If we continue to take medicine without prevention and abstinence, then Gurbani will not bring about a cure to your problem. On the other hand, if we use abstinence from bad deeds but don't use the medicine of Gurbani, we will fail to get a cure too. Medicine and abstinence from excesses, that is, things we should not do, are both essential. Bhai Gurdas Ji tells us that taking medicine and abstaining from things directed by the doctor will not affect a cure. The messages of Gurbani must be applied with attention to our inner as well as outer lives. If we slacken our attention in any aspect, then we will meet with failure. This is why Guruji has told us that true is the Guru. Guruji has told us to accept Gurbani as being true, as it is the Almighty Lord's command. The omnipotent, omnipresent Lord has caused Guruji to utter Gurbani from his mouth. These are the Lord's words. In obeying Gurbani, one obeys the Lord and benefits greatly by obtaining the Lord's pleasure. O the disciple of the Guru, know that the Guru's hymns are perfectly true. God, the Creator Himself causes the Guru to utter them with his mouth.
सतगुर की बाणी सत सत कर जानो, गुर सिखो हर करता आप मुँहों कढ़ाए.
Chapter 90. Deg Prasad must be cooled before it is consecrated. Once on the eve of the birth of the Khalsa at Baisakhi celebrations, Prasad was brought into the Guru's presence in 2 containers and placed before Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. The hasty preparation by the attendants meant that the Prasad was still hot when placed in front of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. At the end of the program, Ardas was performed, and as per the tradition, Prasad was offered to Guruji so that it could be consecrated. The Hukamnama was read, following which the attendants distributed the Deg Prasad to the Sangat. The Sangat was reciting Simran of Satnam Waheguru, and Babaji was standing behind Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji waving the fan, the Chaur Sahib. At this time, the 10th Master, Guru Gobind Singh Ji, appeared before Babaji and said, "Bhai Harnam Singh, today the Deg was very hot. Just look, the attendants can't even serve it properly with their hands. How can we have such hot prasad? So in future, Deg should be prepared with sanctity and allowed to cool down before it is offered for bhog." After the prasad was distributed, Babaji told the Sangat about the order of the great Guru. After this incident, Babaji would personally check the vessel and prasad to see if it was too hot before it was offered for bhog. If it was too hot, then a fan would be placed over the vessel and the prasad stirred to cool it down before being offered for consecration. So, we should always be careful about offering hot Deg Prasad to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji for bhog and make sure the prasad is warm or cool before the ardas and bhog. Chapter 91. Tricentenary Martyrdom of Sri Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji. As mentioned earlier, Sant Kartar Singh Ji Khalsa had immense love for Babaji. Khalsa Ji suggested to Babaji that there was a great need to preach the message of Sikhi amongst the community. The Sangat, though highly devoted and fervent, required only the message of the great Guru be spread further amongst the community at large. Keeping these words in mind, Khalsa Ji informed Babaji of the desire to have a mass program with over 10 days of Gurmat teachings, discourses and kirtan, followed by a large procession through that area. All these programs would culminate with the procession dedicated to the 300th anniversary of martyrdom of the 9th Master, Sri Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji, who had sacrificed his life for the cause of religious freedom. Babaji was extremely happy after listening to Khalsa Ji's plan and assured him of all possible assistance. Khalsa Ji thanked Babaji for his cooperation and blessings and launched himself with great enthusiasm into the missionary work. His group consisted of Gurbani singers and bards called Tadis, preachers and poets. In many of these processions, Babaji himself accompanied the Singhs from Damdami Taksal. Under the program chalked out, a procession would start from Gurdwara Rampur Khera on 17th October 1976. The route of the procession was fixed via Gardiwala, Ambala Jatta, Tanda Urmur, Dasua, Sikri, Punga and then back to Gurdwara Rampur Kheda after covering nearly 50 miles. Preparations were started a month before. Duties were assigned to the Sangat. All the nearby villages were informed through the media and advertisement. All Sangat accepted their duties with glad hearts. Sant Kartar Singh Khalsa Ji reached Gurdwara Rampur Kheda on 14th October with his Jatha in high spirits. The assembled Sangat was informed and educated regarding the great sacrifice of the 9th Guru. Numerous gatherings took place at many places. The Sangat started to assemble on the eve of 16th October 1976. Trucks, cars, scooters, buses and tractor-trailers assembled far beyond the expected numbers. The next day at 7 a.m., Ardas was performed before Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. The minibus belonging to Khalsa Ji was decorated to carry the palanquin with Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji enthroned in it. The palanquin was decorated with flowers and garlands were hung around the coach as well. At 7:15, the huge procession set off from Gurdwara Rampur Kheda. The procession was planned in advance. At the front in 2 pickup trucks were tadis, poets and singers who would go ahead, recite kirtan and give discourses to assembled masses until the rest of the convoy arrived. As the cavalcade arrived, this group would move on to the next venue, followed slowly by the procession. The front of the procession had 70 to 80 scooters and motorcycles adorned with saffron flags. In the next open-top truck stood 5 beloved ones with swords and wearing distinctive saffron robes. The next vehicle was decorated minibus carrying the palanquin of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Khalsa Ji stood waving an ornate fan over the palanquin. Then there was a convoy of 20 or so cars, followed by 15 buses, 85 or so trucks, and some 150 tractor-trailers. It was like an ocean of devotees remembering the sacrifice of their great Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji. It was a unique experience that had been seen to be believed. The procession was so long that the front of the convoy reached the Suha and the back end had barely moved from Tanda Harsi Pind road. An aircraft showered flowers on the procession. The Sangat of Miani and Chaudhry Lakhi Singh served langar to the procession at midday. Khalsa Ji was truly blessed on this day. He started waving the fan over Guruji's palanquin at 7 a.m. that morning, and every stop awakened all to the great sacrifice made by our 9th Guru. He emphasized to the Sangat the importance of reciting Gurbani, keeping our hair unshorn, abandoning drugs, alcohol, taking Amrit and following the path of true Sikhism. At every stop, with great emotion, he loudly sang the hymns of Sri Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji and roused the Sangat to sing with him. He was singing the slogans with the assembled masses. Thus spoke Guru Tegh Bahadur, "We must never leave our faith under any condition. When we give a helping arm to another, we never back down even if we sacrifice our lives." Guru Tegh Bahadur बोलिया, तर पईए धर्म न छोड़िए, बाहां जना की पकड़िए, सिर दीजिए, बाहां न छोड़िए. And I may lose my head, may I never lose my faith. सिर जावे ता जावे, मेरा सिक्खी सिदक न जावे. In the end, the procession arrived back at Gurdwara Rampur Kheda at 8:30 p.m. After performing Ardas, Khalsa Ji finally had something to eat and drink. Through all the villages that the procession passed, devotees had erected beautiful gates to welcome the great Guru. Even the devotees whose villages were not on the route had come to erect decorated arches through which the procession passed. At various places, children, ladies, singers were singing hymns whilst they awaited the arrival of the convoy. It is ironic that Indira Gandhi had declared an emergency in all of India, yet Khalsa Ji held 37 such processions to awaken the masses to their religion. Though Babaji was old in age, he helped in preaching of Sikhism in this program in every possible way. Chapter 92. Prophecies of Babaji. The Sangat was getting ready to assemble for the annual meditation camp in 1975. Some devotees arrived at the Gurdwara a day before the camp was due to start in order to share in the organization and help setting up the camp facilities. In the evening, after the prayer of Sodar Rehras, some devotees went to the langar. 6 or 7 devotees, along with the humble servant, remained behind with Babaji. Babaji told us to spend some time in meditation instead of talking, whilst langar was being served. All the Singhs started to recite Simran, and after about 15 minutes, Babaji spoke in a solemn voice. O Singhs, the future years to come are horrific for the nation. Saying this, he fell silent again. After a few minutes, he spoke again. A time will come of such severity that once a person leaves home, his family members will not know if he will return alive or not. His family will fear for his safety until he returns home. Again Babaji fell silent. He continued his solemn but serious words. If a person is robbed or someone robs your properties by force, you will not be able to stop them. No one will hear your plea, neither the government, nor the courts, nor the police. Even then, circumstances will not improve. They will go from bad to worse, and a time will come when your honor is in the hands of the enemies. The conditions will worsen further. The bloodshed and destruction that is visible is terrifying and horrid, and the soul trembles at the vision. The earth seems to be dyed in blood. This horrific time you will be saved neither by worldly men of influence or the government. Only the unseen yet miraculous hand of the Almighty will save the true devotee who meditates on the name of the Lord. As the grains clinging to the central pivotal survive in the grindstone, so shall those survive who take the shelter of the Lord's name and have Simran as their pivot. What is more, even small gutkas will not be available to people. So Singhs try to learn Gurbani by heart. After uttering these fateful words, Babaji recited 5 parts of Benti Chaupai as a group and performed ardas in front of the great Guru. O Lord, Master of the poor, the scene which you have shown us of the future is unbearable. Please bless us with the pivot of your name, give us shelter and security to the Sangat in the forthcoming horrific times. After the ardas, the rest of us sat in langar with the overpowering and prophetic words of Babaji hanging heavily in our hearts and minds. Ironically, it is well known that in 1975, many Singhs were murdered near the Golden Temple. It is a matter of historic fact how in 1984, Operation Blue Star and the subsequent genocide of Sikhs across Punjab and India was orchestrated. Babaji's prophecies proved to come true word for word. Chapter 93. Babaji recites prayers for the Khalsa Panth. On the eve of Baisakhi of 1976, Babaji began a program of Simran to uplift the morale of the Khalsa Panth. He cancelled all visits away from the Gurdwara, and if he did have to go, then he would first complete the rigorous program of Simran before leaving. On Baisakhi 1979, he completed his prayers for the Panth and prayed at the feet of the great Guru. O great Guru, whatever Naam has been recited with your grace over the past 3 years, please dedicate the benefit of the Simran for the entire Khalsa Panth. Save the Panth from the impending crisis with your guidance and blessings. Have mercy on your disciples. The daily program. In those days, he would get up at 2 a.m. and after bathing, engaged himself in Simran for an hour. At about 3 a.m., the remaining Sangat would be awoken up, and whilst the Sangat got ready, Babaji would engross himself in Simran. Next, Nitnem in groups was followed by Sukhmani Sahib. Ardas was done in the presence of the entire Sangat and the daily Hukamnama was taken. After light refreshment, he would return to his Simran for another 3 hours and recite several rosaries of various hymns until 1 p.m., when he would come and sit with the Sangat to have langar. He would exchange words with the Sangat and see to any essential work or meet any outside visitors. Sometimes he would order a devotee to read an historical tale from the text written by Bhai Veer Singh. At about 2:30 p.m., he would return to his hut and complete the daily routine of meditation of various hymns. At about 6 p.m., he would come out for a while and go for an evening walk. Even during his walk, he would either recite himself or ask a devotee to recite the prayers of Benti Chaupai or Satte Balwand Ki War. On his return, the evening prayer of Rehras and Aarti was recited in the presence of the great Guru. Then Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji would be put to rest. He would take a cup of milk after this. After the Sangat had taken langar, everyone would sit around Babaji. Historical tales of the Guru's lives were read and discussions on Gurbani would take place. After reciting the bedtime prayer of Sohila, he would retire to bed where he would engross himself in Simran and sleep for a while. Of course, he spent all his life in a similar routine of meditation, but between Baisakhi of 1976 and 1979, he did not deviate even a few minutes from his daily schedule. On the Baisakhi of 1978, he heard of the brutal murder by Nirankaris of Singhs in Amritsar. He went immediately to pay homage and see the dead Singhs for himself. Deeply pained by the whole incident, he remained to cremate the Singhs and join the funeral procession to mourn the loss of Singhs with the whole nation. He met with various leaders and returned to the Gurdwara with a heavy heart. Chapter 94. Only Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji has the right to be worshipped and bowed to. Whenever a devotee came to Babaji, he would first ask them, "Have you paid your respects and bowed to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji?" The Sangat was given strict orders that before coming to see him, they should first pay their respects and homage to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. No devotee was allowed to bow or kneel down to Babaji in respect. He would always greet another Sikh by saying, "Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh." He would tell the devotee not to kneel down. Sometimes newcomers would come to see him and would be told, if possible by attendants, not to kneel or bow down to Babaji and greet him with Gur Fateh. Babaji would tell them to bow and kneel in front of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji only, because the great Guru is the only one who is capable of granting our wishes and blessing us. Babaji used to say a Gursikh should stand on his own 2 feet and not abandon his principles. The one who abandons his principles gets nothing. The great Guru has ordered us that whenever 2 Gursikhs meet, they greet one another by saying, "Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh." By wishing Guru Fateh, firstly we repeat the name of God 4 times, and secondly the pleasure of the great Guru is received. In the Sangat, Babaji would tell us that often by not exchanging Gur Fateh, we miss out on both the above benefits of greeting another Sikh. Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji is the supreme authority of this age, and by not bowing to the Guru, we still hold fast to our inner desire to revere a physical entity of the Guru. We are thus reinforcing our belief in the physical Guru by bowing to living people. The physical living being that we bow to is incapable of giving us our desires, and we miss the true transformative blessings of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Whenever a devotee came to Babaji with a spiritual or worldly problem, he would listen to them carefully. He would then take them straight to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, where he would ask the devotee to pray in front of Guruji, asking for the Lord's guidance, while Babaji would stand behind Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, waving the fan. After Ardas, he would take the Hukamnama and advise the devotee to recite a particular hymn or prayer and then do an Ardas daily at the feet of the great Guru. When their task or problem was solved, he would advise them to join the fold of the great Guru by taking Amrit and thus reform their present life and the hereafter. Chapter 95. Method to concentrate the mind. Almost every follower of spirituality has the same dilemma. We read Gurbani and try to meditate, but our mind does not stay focused on Gurbani. It wanders in thoughts. Many devotees would inquire about the issue frequently. Time and again they would ask Babaji whether there was any method to prevent the mind from wandering. He would first listen to their query and then say, "Do you take time out or attempt to quieten your mind about which you are so anxious? Do you take any time to make a special effort to try to stop the mind from wandering in idle thought? So brother, if you try to do this, you are praiseworthy. If you do not take time out to meditate or make such a special effort, then you know even the most simple of tasks in daily life cannot be accomplished without effort, let alone focusing the mind. Conquering your mind, conquer the world. Man jeeta jag jeet. There is not an iota of doubt that all spiritual achievements are accomplished through mental concentration. Without proper focus of the mind, to read Gurbani or sit in meditation of Naam will not bear proper fruit. The nature of our mind is to look outward, to the world, hankering after material objects, and our effort should be to make the mind introspective by taking refuge in the shelter of the Guru. Bhai Gurdas Ji hails those Guru Sikhs who have checked and controlled their minds from wandering outside. May I be a sacrifice unto those Gursikhs who, in accordance with Gurmat, concentrate their minds on the feet of the Guru. Hoਂ sadke tina Gursikhaਂ bahar janda varj rahaya. The mind wanders out because the scum of so many births is attached to the soul and it has become pitch black. Janam janam ki is man ko mal lagi, kala hua siyaho. The accumulation of numerous sins over many past lives has caused the mind to wander from its true center and become tarnished with the filth of these sins. It runs and hankers after these material things which it desires and appeases it. One must use Gurbani, which represents the Guru's intellect, to logically discern whether these material things are good or bad. The reason why the mind wanders must be sought, and the stimulus that causes the mind to lose focus must be addressed. Taking refuge in Gurbani and thereby accessing the highest intellect of our Guru, one obtains greater logic to prevent and check the mind from wandering around in thought. With his mind he contends, with his mind he parleys, and with his mind he engages in contest. With the love of the true word, man obtains that which he desires. Man hi naal chagda, man hi naal sat, man hi manj samaye, man jo ichhe, so lahe, sache sabad subhaye. With continuous effort, checking the mind from indulging in stray thoughts, their mind is satiated by the mind itself through the peerless hymns of Gurbani. Man hi te man manya, gur ke sabad apar. The waves coming out of the mind are called thoughts. These thoughts are the outcome of our nature or temperament. A person's nature or temperament is created by repeated actions that one undertakes. These actions or deeds are a direct outcome of our surrounding environment or the company that we keep,
because as the deeds man does, so would he become. Jeha karam kamaye, teha hoesi. Whatever company one keeps dictates what deeds and actions he or she will commit. By taking a particular action time and again, it becomes a habit or our temperament. Our nature or temperament now will give rise to waves of thoughts that are directly related to our actions and the company we keep. So, to make the mind stable, first we need to remove the stimulus, that is, to change the company that we keep. By changing Sangat from bad to that of good people or Gursikhs, our minds will become engaged in listening to the Guru's teachings. By repeatedly listening to the Guru's word, one's mind will find it easier to meditate on God. As Guru Nanak Dev Ji says in Japji Sahib, listening to praises of God, one becomes absorbed in contemplation easily. Guruji has described the importance of listening with focus in these 4 stanzas of Japji Sahib. These verses describe the height of spirituality that is gained just by listening to God's name. One must now judge how much Gurbani does one listen to as we recite it. We can hear Gurbani only if our mind is stable and not wandering in other thoughts. If we recite the Guru Mantra, Vaheguru, then we should hear it with our ears attentively. Repeat this action again and again, turning our minds to the tone of our voices as we say Vaheguru. Soon our mind will start to focus more deeply, and then our task will be accomplished with ease. In the Lord's love is spiritual vision, and through the spiritual vision, the Lord is comprehended. By Guru's grace, this ineffable disclosure is known. Tun mein dhyan mein janya, Gurmukh akat kahani. Babaji used to describe one more method to quieten the mind of thoughts. When sitting down to do Mool Mantra, say for 27 times, then only count the repetition of the Mool Mantra that was recited and listened to without other thoughts in mind. If when reciting Mool Mantra one had thoughts, then do not count this as having done the Mool Mantra. Very quickly the mind will realize that to complete 27 repetitions of Mool Mantra, thoughts will have to be held down and focus in meditation will be required. You will at first find the mind goes astray a few times, but by counting only those repetitions as complete, when the mind was free of thought, it will slowly begin to regain its focus longer. The intensity of concentration increases with time, and pleasure is gained as the mind becomes used to meditating on Naam. As concentration increases, so does the pleasure, so much so that if you taste the sweetness of God elixir, you shall be taken by surprise at tasting it. You need not kill the mind, nor can it be killed. No one has ever killed the mind thus far. The only way is to divert its attention to some other constructive direction with the grace of God. Har ras ka tu chakhe saad, chakhat hoye rahe bismad. It is clear from Gurbani that desires attract the attention of the mind to material objects and prevent it from concentrating on God consciousness. Without controlling the desires of the mind, mammon cannot be conquered. The Lord who has created this universe, He alone understands the mysteries of it. Contempling on the Guru's word, one is ferried across the dreadful world ocean. Na man mare, na maya mare, jin kich kiya soi jane, sabad vichar pau sagar tare rahao. In a nutshell, one's mental energy must be focused and channeled in one direction only. The flow of thoughts need to be diverted. Once a great Sufi mystic inquired of his teacher the method to concentrate his mind. His guru was busy planting onions, and whilst working with his hands he replied, "Bulle Shah, what is there to achieve of God consciousness? Dig up the plant from here, that is, divert the mind's attention from the world and replant it over there. That is, refocus your mind on meditation of God." Bulliya Rab da ki pauna, idron putna te uddar launa. Simply put, we need to divert our mind from worldly thoughts, anxieties and bad thoughts into Gurbani, Kirtan, meditation of Naam, that is Simran. Simply put, we need to divert our mind from worldly thoughts, anxieties and bad thoughts into Gurbani, Kirtan and meditation of Naam. At first, a great deal of effort will be needed, laboring to achieve quietness from thoughts, but the rewards of bliss will be proportional to the effort we put into meditation. Furthermore, along with our personal effort, we should beseech the Guru in Ardas. Ask Vaheguruji as a humble servant, "Dear Guruji, we are incapable of controlling our mind. Please have mercy and help us to control the strong-willed mind. Make it seek pleasure in Gurbani." Praying or Ardas in front of our Guru in itself is a further noble effort that will help immensely. To devotees seeking spiritual bliss, Babaji often used to say, "In the world, self-restraint or self-control is a great quality. Every Gursikh must inculcate this quality in their daily life. It is essential because it enables spiritual benefits to be obtained more easily." Just as in our daily lives we try to save time by performing a task as efficiently as possible, so we should endeavor to gain maximum spiritual benefit in the least amount of time. By restraining the thoughts, we are able to understand Gurbani and concentrate more easily. To get maximum benefit in least amount of time, we should listen to Gurbani with all our focus and attention. If we do not listen to Gurbani with full inner attention, then we miss the message of Gurbani. So our effort is wasted, not to mention the inefficient use of our time. Absent-minded recitation of Gurbani takes a long time to bear fruit, whereas meditating on Gurbani with complete attention is accepted by the Guru readily. Counting the number of hymns or repetitions of Mool Mantra is all but fruitless, as Guruji says. Man may read and study cartloads of books. He may read and study multitudes of books. He may study boatloads of books. He may study as many books to fill deep pits. He may read years upon year. Study through all the months of the year. He may continue reading all his life. He may study with all his breath. Nanak, there is only the name of the God of merit. All else is pursuit of pride and prattle of no merit.
पढ़ पढ़ गड्डी लदिए, पढ़ पढ़ परिए साथ, पढ़ पढ़ बीड़ी पाइए, पढ़ पढ़ गड्डिए खाद, पढ़िए जेते बरस बरस, पढ़िए जेते मास, पढ़िए जेती आरजा, पढ़िए जेते सास, नानक लिखै एक गल होर, होमे चखणक चाक.
Bhagat Kabir Ji also says, "Of what avail is reading and reflection? Of what value is listening to Vedas and Puranas? Of what value is listening or reading scriptures if equipoise does not arise within?"
क्या पढ़िए, क्या गुनिए, क्या वेद पुराना सुनिए, पढ़े सुने क्या होए, जे सहज न मिलियो सोई.
Guru Arjan Dev Ji also warns us that man reads holy scriptures and Vedas. He practices ablution and breath control, but he escapes not from the company of the 5 evil passions. He is tied even more to a haughty disposition. My dear, the Lord is not met through these measures, as I have performed many such rituals. I have dropped wearily at the Lord's door and pray for the boon of a discerning intellect.
पाठ पढ़ियो और वेद विचार्यो, नवल पुअंगम साधे, पंच जना स्यों संग न छुटक्यो, अधिक अहमद बाधे, प्यारे इन बिद मिलन न जाई, मैं किए कर्म अनेका.
If a passenger needs to cover a long journey, he first has to travel to the station before boarding a train or bus. His real journey begins only when the bus or the train moves. Similarly, when the tongue recites Gurbani, it is akin to the journey from home to the bus or the train station. The real spiritual journey starts when we hear, understand and practice the message of Gurbani with the constant awareness that Almighty God is always in and around us, listening to our every word. there is only one aim of our life, because this is your once-in-a-lifetime chance to meet the Lord of this world. Gobind milan ki eh teri bariya. And to fulfill that aim, Guruji has guided us to adopt the society of holy saints. Joining the society of saints, contemplate the name of the Lord. Mil saad sangat bhaj keval naam. And contemplate the name of the one Lord, all other jobs are fruitless. Japo ta eko nama, avar nirafal kama. And contemplate the one name of the Almighty. O mortal, seek the one Lord's asylum. Keval naam japo re prani, paro ek ki sarna. And, O mortal, utter the name of one Lord, then alone will you be ferried across the world ocean. Keval naam japo re prani, tab hi neche tarna. The most helpful act in contemplating the name of the Lord is to keep saintly company. We should strive to keep such company daily. The best company to keep is that of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Every Gursikh must read attentively and analyze at least 2 angs from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji daily. In doing so, we keep the company of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji and receive deeper and newer insights into spiritual matters daily. According to the ancient text called Guru Bilas Sri Guru Har Gobind Ji, whoever wishes a vision of the Guru should first glimpse the form of Sri Guru Granth Sahib with devotion and faith. To glimpse Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji is to have an audience with the Guru himself. Whoever wants to talk with the Guru should listen attentively and read Gurbani with love and devotion. Bhai Nand Lal Ji, who was a devoted poet of Guru Gobind Singh Ji, says the same in his writings. The Sikh who wants to see the Guru should glimpse upon Sri Guru Granth. Bathe in the ambrosial hour before dawn. Circumambulate the Guru 3 times attentively. He who wants to talk to the Guru should read, listen and practice Gurbani. He who wants to listen to my voice, read the words of Guru Granth with concentration. Consider the Granth my embodiment. Doubt not the unity of the Guru and the Granth. Rehatnama Bhai Nand Lal Ji. Furthermore, by keeping good company of Gursikhs or saintly persons, one is inspired and aspires to meet with the Almighty. Beholding them, ambition wells up in my mind too, as to when shall I obtain the treasures of virtues. Tina dekh man chau uthanda, haun kad pai gun tasa. Moreover, by coming into the company of pious people, one is able to discriminate between good and bad deeds. One is inspired to adopt merits and shun misdeeds in the company of pious people. Eventually, the balance of our karma is tipped in the favor of good deeds. During the 7 watches, it is good to speak the truth and to sit with the wise. In such company, vice and virtue can be discerned. The capital of falsehood is reduced. Super intellect develops among the company of Gursikhs who love God. Sati pehri sat pala behiye padiye paas, uthe paap pun bichariye, kude kate ras. And by meeting saint society, my understanding becomes acute. Sad sangat mil buddh bibek. If for some reason a Gursikh cannot get the company of other Gursikhs, then he or she should try to enjoy the company of religious and holy texts. One is inspired to walk in the footsteps of great saints, Gursikhs, and God-loving personalities by reading their biographies and tales of achievement. In order to control their minds, every devotee should try to avail him or herself of the above-mentioned methods of pious, godly company. Chapter 96. A Gursikh is tested every day. Babaji used to say, a Gursikh who reads Gurbani's order at night and follows its message during the day by reading Nitnem the great Guru examines him daily to test whether in his daily life he practices what we have read in the Gurbani or not. If the Gursikh has passed the day as Gurbani directs us, then he passes the test and the Guru grants his approval gladly. If on the other hand he has not conducted his affairs according to what Gurbani teaches us, then he fails his test in the eyes of the Guru. We should be mindful that we accept the path shown by Gurbani and live our daily lives according to these teachings of the Guru, abandoning deeds that are prohibited in Gurbani. A Gursikh who meditates on God in his word and deed is blessed with every boon. But one who listens to the Guru's words but does not act upon them is deprived of the Guru's happiness. Only that person is accepted whom in his thought, word and deed contemplates the one Lord. That man obtains all the fruits. Man bach karam prab ek dhyaye, sarv phala soi jan paye. And he who in thought, word and deed remembers you, Master, obtains all the fruits. Man bach karam je tud aradhe, se sabe phal pavhe. And he who adopts the path, by thought, word and deed contemplate I the Lord's name. Very arduous is the great whirlpool of the world. If it by the Guru's grace that I have ferried across the world ocean, O Nanak. Pause. Koman ker maha at bikhdi Gurmukh naam par utari rahao. So Gursikhs can swim across the whirlpool of the desires of this world, which would otherwise be hard to cross. He who meditates on his Creator Lord through thought, word and deed suffers not punishment ever. Man bach karam aradhe, karta tis nahi kade sajai. So, absolute approval and pleasure of the Lord can only be obtained if we contemplate on the message of Gurbani in thought, word and deed. Chapter 97. It is compulsory to introspect our daily routine. Babaji used to say every Gursikh should ponder over his or her daily actions for a short while before going to sleep. If some bad deed has been committed or a lie told or someone's feelings hurt or someone has been wronged or swallowed another's right at the instigation of the mind, then a prayer should be done at the feet of the great Guru begging for forgiveness and remain vigilant in future. On the other hand, if a good deed or a benevolent action has been taken due to God's grace through you, then thanks should be offered to the Almighty Lord so that this body is assigned to some other noble or pious purpose in future. One must not become proud of one's good deeds, as a trader keeps an account of his income and expenditure, but always keeps his expenses lower than his income, thus acquiring profits and becoming prosperous by keeping daily accounts. So we should also try to keep an account of our good and bad deeds. Soon our good deeds will outnumber our bad deeds and the Guru's grace will reign upon us. Chapter 98. One must donate 1/10 of our income. The great Guru has ordered every Gursikh to donate at least 1/10 of his or her income to religious and philanthropic causes. Guruji blesses the Sikh who puts aside their honestly earned and genuine income for charitable purposes. His earnings become fruitful in this world and in the next world. He or she does not fall short of money. The tradition of Daswand, which means 1/10, is a concept that is described by Guru Gobind Singh Ji in Bachittar Natak. Guruji emphatically states that whosoever does not donate 1/10 of their income will lose out to the forces of corrupt power in this world, and Mammon will extract this income in a less favorable way. Bhai Gurdas Ji too has mentioned the tradition of Daswand in his War, as has Bhai Nand Lal Ji in his writings called Tankhahnama, also has done the same. As we know, Bhai Gurdas Ji was the esteemed Sikh of Guru Arjan Dev Ji, who helped to compile the Adi Granth under the direct supervision of Guru Arjan Dev Ji. Bhai Nand Lal Ji was an esteemed Sikh of Guru Gobind Singh Ji. The Swand is also mentioned in later writings of Kavi Santokh Singh Ji, Suraj Prakash and the Rahatnamas of Bhai Desa Singh. The great Guru instituted the tradition of the Swand so that the earnings of a Sikh could be used to help the needy and to profiliate the teachings of the Lord. In this way, the earnings of a Sikh are rendered profitable in this world and the next. By giving the Swand, we obtain spiritual profit as well as the Guru's pleasure. The tradition of donation has been around for time immemorial. However, when donating for a good cause, the donor can develop a sense of pride and wrongly thinks, "I have donated money to a good cause." This pride leads to vanity and a haughty attitude which tarnishes the mind. The word of God, that is Naam, does not take root in such a mind. Therefore, money donated with a sense of pride is ultimately useless. The ninth Guru tells us that whosoever, while going on a pilgrimage, fasting and giving alms, takes pride in his mind, Nanak, those deeds of his go in vain. Like an elephant sprinkles dust on itself after bathing.
तीरथ बर्त अरदान कर मन में तरे गुमान, नानक ने फल जात तह ज्यों कुंचर स्नान.
So, in order to save Sikhs from the demerits of the ego and vanity, Guruji has bound Sikhs in the duty of the Swand. A Gursikh must hand over 1 part out of 10 of his or her income to the Guru with the thought in mind that it is the Guru's possession. The Gursikh must be mindful that the Swand is the Guru's portion and one is just the custodian of this income. This money should be spent for religious and philanthropic causes. By giving the Swand with this attitude of servitude, we follow the words of Bhagat Kabir Ji. What do I lose in handing over what was yours already?
तेरा तुझको सौंपते क्या लागे मेरा.
When giving the Swand, a Gursikh's mind is filled with humility and tenderness as he is freed from the Guru's possession, because why should man keep another's possession in trust? Returning it, he surely attains peace.
पराई अमान क्यों रखिए, दित्ती ही सुख होए.
Thus we can relinquish our pride and vanity in returning the Guru's the Swand and in the process earn spiritual profits. Although everything that we receive in life is given to us by the Almighty Himself, it is beneficial to regard all our income to be but a boon from the Lord. We are just giving back 1/10 of the income that the Lord gave us in the first place. In this manner we learn to relinquish greed as well as attachment to material wealth. Guru Arjan Dev Ji warns us in the Sukhmani Sahib, "O mortal, God gives you 10 things. You should return 1 at least as a token of thanks." What if the Almighty takes back all He has given you? What will you be able to do then? One must contemplate the words of Guru Arjan Dev Ji. The mortal obtains 10 things and puts them behind. For the sake of 1 thing, he forfeits his confidence. If the Lord gives not 1 thing and takes away the 10, then say, "What can this fool do?"
10 वस्तु ले पाछे पावे, एक वस्त कारण बिखोट गवावे, एक भी न दे, 10 भी हर ले, तो मूड़ा कहो कहा करे.
So, in order to thank God and to obtain His pleasure, one must surrender at least 1/10 of all the Guru's boons back to Him. In thanking Him for all His blessings and donating the Swand, you become free from the burden of the Guru's possession. A Gursikh who donates the Swand neither suffers loss nor does he have to pay worldly fines. A Gursikh thus profits materially and spiritually in this life and the next. Chapter 99. One must fold both hands during Ardas. It is often noticed that when we stand for Ardas before the great Guru, many people unknowingly just lock or entwine their fingers together instead of folding their hands properly. Babaji often used to remark in the congregation that a Gursikh should stand in front of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji with both hands folded, palms to fingers, close to the chest, facing Guruji in respectful prayer and reverence. Guru Arjan Dev Ji tells us that, joining both the hands, I make a supplication before thee, O my Lord, if thy will it, then alone thou can embellish me. Doy kar jod, karo ardas, tud pave ta aane ras. And joining both hands, I supplicate the Lord, I wash his feet and utter his praise. Doy kar jod, kari ardas, charan pakhar kahan guntas. The importance of joining our hands together is given in Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji several times. Clasping both hands, I make a supplication, O Lord, show mercy on me and save this sinking stone. And, O saints, my venerable beloveds, let us get together with joined hands, adore the imperishable, omnipotent Lord. Moreover, the true Guru has ordered Gursikhs in Gurbani several times to join and fold both hands in praying to the Almighty with utmost humility. So we should all be mindful to fold our hands during Ardas and not make this error when standing in presence of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Chapter 100. Ardas in Sangat is a must for a Gursikh. Although Babaji was now old and physically not as strong, he would make every effort to attend religious functions to which he was invited. Drawn by the affection of the Sangat and without care for his health, he would attend religious programs and feel great spiritual elation at having been blessed the opportunity to meet the Sangat. Babaji believed that the Lord abides in the saints' congregation, which Sangat har prab vartada. The Lord dwells amongst the congregation. By sitting in the Sangat and participating in an audience with Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, one obtains immense spiritual benefits. Once Bhai Swaran Singh from Behram village near Pogpur arranged an Akhand Path ceremony at his home. He duly invited Babaji to attend the Akhand Path and asked him to come on the very first day that the prayers were due to start. Babaji, along with some other people from the Gurdwara, arrived at the home of Bhai Swaran Singh in the afternoon. After paying homage and bowing to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, Babaji partook in langar. In the evening, Babaji sat with the congregation to recite the evening prayer of Rehras and sat for a long while in the presence of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, listening to the recital of prayers. After some nourishment, Babaji retired until the next morning. As per his usual routine, he sat with the Sangat to recite the morning prayers, meditate on the Gur Mantar, and finally listen to the part of Sukhni Sahib amidst the congregation. Babaji then left to stroll and rest for a while after having bowed to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. As is customary, when reciting the uninterrupted recitation of prayers from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, at the halfway stage, the priests take a few minutes to offer thanks to Guruji in the form of an ardas. Babaji, however, was resting, and the priest performed the ardas without informing any family members or, for that matter, anyone in the congregation. After a short rest, Babaji stood to attention, got dressed, and asked his companions to adorn their turbans in readiness to attend the ceremony of ardas called Mad Ki Ardas, so that all could ask for the great Guru to bless us with faith in Sikhism and the fruits of Naam. Babaji and the rest of the Sangat were about to leave towards a room where the recital of the prayers were being performed when Sardar Swaran Singh arrived at Babaji's room along with the two Sikh priests. Sardar Swaran Singh told Babaji that the Singhs had already performed ardas without telling anyone about it. Babaji sat down on the bed and rebuked the priest. "O dear fellows, you are the Guru's ministers. It was your duty to inform and advise not only the family who devoutly arranged this Akhand Path, but the Sangat that came from near and afar to attend this sublime event. You should have called all present here, to congregate in the presence of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji and participate in the Ardas, thus receiving the Guru's blessings. In this way, you would have fulfilled your duty, and the family, along with the Sangat, would have had their chance to pay homage to the great Guru. So much so, you didn't even inform us people who arrived yesterday from Gurdwara Rampur Khera as a part of the congregation to attend this ceremony specifically. We were just lying in the adjourning room after having recited our Nitnem, and you forgot to invite us, thinking that this person is a saint. What need is there for him to attend the Ardas in front of the Guru? Bhai Sahib Ji, you are gravely mistaken. One is not a saint but a humble Sikh of the great Guru. We always yearn to be Sikhs of the Guru, and with this sentiment arrived here to be a part of the congregation. With this in mind, we were hoping to participate in the Ardas and beg for the Guru's blessings by listening to Gurbani as a part of the Sangat. You neither told us nor advised the family to attend the Ardas. In this you have made a grave mistake. Being the Guru's ministers, it is your duty to recognize your responsibility. In doing so, you would have informed the family, and the Ardas performed by the entire congregation would have firstly added to the glory of the great Guru. Secondly, and most importantly, Ardas done collectively by the Sangat is many times more beneficial than individual prayer. Unfortunately, you have left us bereft of this advantageous opportunity. In future, I plead with you to gather the Sangat and the family together at the start, middle, at the end of a Akhand Path to collectively offer Ardas. In this way, you dispense your duties correctly, benefiting the Sangat and the family present. After hearing Babaji out, the Granthi Singhs begged pardon for their mistake and vowed to amend their shortcoming. Babaji, along with the family, went to the room where Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji was enthroned and said a silent prayer, after which Babaji quietly listened to the recitation of the prayers for a while. Wherever he attended an Akhand Path, even at Gurdwara Rampur Khera, Babaji would drop all he was doing, no matter how important, even if it was his Nitnem, to stand amongst the Sangat during the Ardas. He would always say that Ardas, performed collectively by the congregation, has its own esteemed merit and importance. We too must always remain vigilant in this aspect of our Sikh tradition. It is seen many a times that only one or two family members gather at the start and the midpoint Ardas of the Akhand Path. Usually, family members are busy attending to the Sangat, guests are engrossed in some other activity, whilst others are roaming and wandering about. Though we must attend to all these duties, and no doubt all these jobs are important, but to attend the Ardas for a few minutes in the presence of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji is ultimately why we organize a recital of the Akhand Path. Surely a few minutes to attend Ardas are not going to disrupt the various activities and jobs to any great extent. Ardas is the only means a Gursikh has in order to address the Almighty. This is the only haven we have in our life. If we do not join the congregation in Ardas or become indifferent to the importance of Ardas, then what greater loss is there that we can suffer? Chapter 101. Thanksgiving Ardas. God's boons and blessings that are heaped upon this mortal are too numerous to count. We must thank the Almighty Lord for His favors upon us. He who created you out of this drop of water, He who gathered the dust to create the temple of thy body, He who infused in you the divine light which can reason, discriminate with wisdom, and He who preserves you in the mother's womb, O man, remember your protector Lord. Give up all your other thoughts, O man. Pause. He who gave you a father and a mother, gave you charming brothers and sons, He who gave you a wife and friends, enshrine that Lord in your mind. He who gave you invaluable air, who blessed you with priceless water, and who gave you fire to burn, O man, remains under the Lord's protection. He who gave you 36 types of ambrosial food, He who made a place within you to contain them, and who blessed you with the earth and the goods within it to use, place those Lord's feet in your mind. He who gave you eyes to see and ears to hear, who gave you hands to work and nose to smell and a tongue to taste, blessed you with the feet to walk, and who made your head to crown it all, O men, worship the feet of that Lord. He who made you pure from impure being and placed you above all other species, now you may chasten or not chasten yourself. O man, your affairs shall be arranged by reflecting on the Lord. Here and there is but one Lord. Wheresoever I see, there I find you, O Lord. My soul is sluggish to serve Him. Forgetting Him will not do even for a moment. I am a virtueless sinner, my Lord. I serve you not, nor do I do good deeds. By great good fortune I have found the great Guru's boat. Slave Nanak, a stone has crossed the world ocean by associating with saints.
शुक्राना इस पानी ते जिन तू करया माटी का लै देहरा करया उकत जोत लै सुरत परीख्या मात गर्भ में जिन तू राख्या राखण हार समार जना सगले छोड़ विचार मना रहाओ जिन दिए तुद बाप महतारी जिन दिए प्रात पुत हारी जिन दिए तुद बनिता अरमीता तिस ठाकुर को रख लेहो चीता जिन दिया तुद पवन अमोला जिन दिया तुद नीर निर्मोला जिन दिया तुद पावक बलना तिस ठाकुर की रहो मन सरना 36 अमृत जिन भोजन दिए अंतर थान ठहरवान को किया बसुदा दियो बर्तन बलना तिस ठाकुर के चित रख चरना पेखन को नेत्र सुन को करना हस्त कमावन बासन रसना चरण चरण को सिर कीनो मेरा मन तिस ठाकुर के पूजो पैरा अपवित्र पवित्र जिन तू करया सगल जोन मैं तू सिर तरया अब तू सीज पावे नहीं सीजै कारज सवरै मन प्रभ ध्याई जै इहां उहां एकै ओही जत कत देखिए तत तत तोही तिस सेवत मन आलस करे जिस विसरिए एक निमख न सरे हम अपराधी निर्गुण्यारे ना किछु सेवा ना कर मारे गुर बोहित वडभागी मिलिया नानक दास संग पाथर तरया And by whose grace you reside in comfort on this earth, you laugh with your sons, brothers, friends and wife, by whose favor you drink cool water, having soothing wind and warm fire, by whose grace you enjoy all pleasures, live with all the necessities of life, He who gave you hands, feet, ears, eyes and tongue, you forsake Him and attach yourself to others. Such sins are clung to the mind, foolish man. Nanak saves him thyself, O Lord. जे प्रसार तर ऊपर सुख बसै सुत प्रात मीत बनता संग हसै जे प्रसाद पीवै शीतल जला सुखदाई पवन पावक अमूला जे प्रसाद भोगे सब रसा संग समग्री संग साथ बसा दीने हस्त पांव करन नेत्र रसना तिसे त्याग अवर संग रचना ऐसे दोख मूड अंध व्यापे नानक काढ़ लियो प्रभ आपे. So all the numerous boons mentioned above are beyond count, and these favors cannot be repaid. We can only recompense these boons by thanking the Almighty through ardas. The mortal who fulfills his or her duty by thanking the Lord for His numerous gifts attracts the Guru's pleasure. The mortal who is thankless and forgets the gifts given by the Almighty is branded ungrateful. In the eyes of Bhai Gurdas Ji, an ungrateful person is the greatest sinner in the world, whose status is as a sinner he describes in his 35th var. Neither does the earth feel burden of mountains that touch the sky.
neither does it feel the burden of millions of forts and high houses visible. Neither does it feel the burden of great oceans or numerous rivers that flow. Neither does it feel the burden of the biggest trees laden, bountiful with fruit. Neither does it feel the burden of the countless species roaming the planet. The heaviest burden felt is of the ungrateful one, who is the worst of sinners.
Na tis pare parbata asman khahande, na tis pare कोट गढ़ कर बार दसंदे, ना तिस पारे सायरा नदवाह वहंदे, ना तिस पारे तरवरा फल सुफल फलंदे, ना तिस पारे जी जंत अणगणत फिरंदे, पारे पोए अकिर्त कण मंदी हूँ मंदे.
So whenever we enjoy and revel in the gifts and boons received from the Almighty Lord, we should thank the Lord in the form of an ardas. Whenever Babaji took anything to eat or wear, a new item of clothing, he would thank the Lord for his boons by saying a prayer and reciting the words of Gurbani. He who has given us what we eat, let us say, all hail the Lord. Nanak commands, succeeds not with the Lord, only supplication works with the Lord.
Jis da ditta khavna, tis kahiye sabas, Nanak hukum na challe, Nar khasam chale ardas.
Chapter 102. Arrest in the Religious Crusade. Babaji had immense love for the Khalsa Panth and always yearned for its betterment and to uplift its morale. To realize his dream, he would daily recite 21 Benti Chaupai parts for Khalsa Panth. He would encourage any Gursikh he met to do at least one part of Benti Chaupai over and above their daily nitnem for the sake of the Khalsa Panth. Whenever from time to time religious crusades were started from Sri Akal Takht Sahib to uplift the glory and the fame of the Panth, Babaji participated with maximum effort and discharged his duty as a Khalsa saint. In 1982, the Panthic leaders launched a peaceful struggle to solve religious and political discrimination and to stop and check injustice against Sikhs of Punjab. In this crusade, tens of thousands of Sikhs court-arrested. Babaji too organized many groups called Jathas from the area to court arrest in this holy crusade. It was at the beginning of the crusade, the Morcha, when the Sikh leaders called a Sant Sammelan, a congress of saints who would participate in and bless the crusade. Babaji attended this congress with the Sangat, and this humble servant was accompanying him at that time. After the Sant Sammelan had finished, following long discussions, Babaji decided to meet the coordinator of the crusade, Sant Harnam Singh Longowal, in a separate room. When Babaji met the leader, he requested him to start a daily jap, that is a recitation of a shabad. Sit steadily at home, O dear slaves of God. The true Guru has arranged your affairs. Pause. The Lord has smitten the wicked and the evil. His slaves' honor the Creator has preserved. The kings and emperors the Lord has also subjected to his sail. He has quaffed the great essence of the ambrosial name. Fearlessly meditate on the fortunate Lord. Meet the society of saints and give this gift of Lord's meditation to others. Nanak has entered the sanctuary of the Lord, the inner knower, and grasped the support of the Lord Master.
Gaudi Mahalla Panjwa. Thir kar baiso harjan pyare, Satgur tumre kaad sware, Rahao, Dusht doot parmesar mare, Jan ki paij rakhi kartare, Badshah saha sab vas kar dine, Amrit naam maha ras pine, Nirpau hoye bhajo Bhagwan, Saad sangat mil kino daan, Saran pare prab antar jami, Nanak ot pakri prab swami.
Babaji told him that with the continuous uninterrupted recital of this prayer, Almighty Vaheguru will bless us with success sooner because we, his Gursikhs, only have Gurbani as our biggest ally and shelter. Sant Longowal remained silent for a while and then said, "We do not have a Singh to carry out the duty of constant jap. You can entrust this duty to Sant Baba Harnam Singh Ji Khalsa. We shall give him any other help that is necessary." Babaji wished Guru Fateh to Sant Longowal Ji and came to Guru Nanak Niwas to meet Sant Harnam Singh Ji Khalsa. Babaji again asked Khalsa Ji regarding the continuous jap. Khalsa Ji replied, "We have arranged Khand Path to be recited and another will be read after the crusade is completed." Babaji said, "You have done well by having an Akhand Path recited. Whatever order I was given by the 10th Guru, I have informed you accordingly. The rest is up to you. You may do whatever you like." After staying there for a while, Babaji returned to Gurdwara Rampur Khera. The decision to court arrest in the religious crusade. On October the 2nd, 1982, when Babaji had a little free time from his daily Nitnem and Simran, he called me to his room and said, "We have decided to court arrest in this crusade, so please go to Amritsar and obtain a date on which to court arrest." I was astonished at Babaji's decision because all of a sudden he decided to court arrest when until now he had not mentioned this at all. Now I was to go to Amritsar to obtain details regarding the court arrest dates. So I requested Babaji, "Sir, today we will gather all the near and dear Singhs and consult them. Then we should proceed as you order." Babaji said, "You may consult anybody you like. I have taken my decision." By the evening, 7 or 8 Sikhs were called and informed about Babaji's program. All were surprised to learn Babaji's decision. After a long discussion, we collectively requested Babaji, "Sir, your health is not well enough to go to jail. We will go in a jatha on your behalf." Babaji said, "I have surrendered myself completely, mind, body, soul and wealth to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Now the Panth of our Guru needs my body, so it will be entrusted to the Khalsa Panth. Whosoever wants to come can accompany me." Nobody dared to answer in the face of his firm determination. The date of the arrest. The next day, Sardar Swarn Singh and I reached Amritsar Sahib, along with 3 other Singhs at about 10 a.m. We bathed in the holy lake, bowed at Sri Harmandir Sahib. Then we went to Guru Nanak Niwas to meet Sant Harnam Singh Khalsa Pindrawale, who was lodged there. Conveying Babaji's message to him, hearing Babaji's program, he fell silent and then said, "You should have told the great saint to send a jatha on his behalf, as his age is advanced. In his advanced age, he will suffer physically in jail. His blessings are more than sufficient." We told Khalsa Ji how Babaji was adamant to participate in the crusade. Hearing this, he asked to see Sant Longowal Ji in order to obtain a date for arrest. Khalsa Ji asked us to convey his request to Babaji as to not to go to jail due to his advanced old age. Khalsa Ji sent his personal assistant Pai Rachpal Singh and Pai Ram Singh with us to see Sant Harchand Singh Longowal. He too was surprised to hear all this. He said, "On our behalf, please request the great saint with folded hands that he send a jatha with his blessings, but not to go himself. This is very urgent." We replied, "Babaji has taken a firm decision to court arrest, but we still will convey your concerns to him." October 19th, 1982 was the date that was fixed when Babaji and the jatha could court arrest. After obtaining a due date, we arrived back at Gurdwara Rampur Khera in the evening and told Babaji in detail the concerns expressed by Khalsa Ji and Sant Longowal Ji. Babaji, however, remained adamant and firm in his resolve. Within a few days, a program was chalked out. The Sangat was informed through newspapers and pamphlets on the 18th of October 1982. A jatha under the leadership of Babaji would set off to court arrest in the religious crusade. The Sangat of the area was contacted by any means possible. There was great zeal in the Sangat to participate under the leadership of Babaji and court arrest. On the political side, the Chief Minister of Punjab at that time was Sardar Darbara Singh. He was a follower of Babaji and he came twice with his wife to the Gurdwara Rampur Khera in order to convince Babaji not to participate in the religious crusade. Babaji did not agree and replied, "Instead of trying to stop us, it would be better if you tell the Delhi government about the genuine and just demands of the Singhs and compel the government to accept those demands. We still have 10 more days before our arrest date. If your government accedes to these demands, the whole of the country will benefit. If the talks fail, we are firm in our decision." The local Akali leader Sardar Jasjit Singh Thyara of Ahran village, Hoshiarpur, were also the General Secretary of the Akali Dal. He was due to court arrest on the 18th of October. He sought permission from Sant Longowal and decided to court arrest the following day as part of Babaji's Jatha. Departure of the Jatha from the Gurdwara. By 17th October 1982, all preparations were complete. Babaji withdrew whatever money was in the bank, which came up to about rupees 25,000. He wanted to donate this money to the crusade. By the evening, the Sangat started to congregate in the Gurdwara. By morning, almost 50 trucks, 5 buses, 15 cars and jeeps had assembled. On October the 18th, at about 10 a.m., an ardas was said by Babaji and Sangat in front of Guru Granth Sahib Ji, seeking the blessings of the Almighty. Babaji led this huge procession to Amritsar Sahib. As devotees came to know of the procession route, they had erected beautiful arches and gates along the way to greet the procession. Many devotees made donations along the way for the holy cause. Tea stalls, refreshment and food were arranged on the way for the Sangat. Babaji had such grace and radiance on his face that it cannot be described in words. Those who saw can only know of it. Exactly 6 years earlier, on October 17th, Babaji in the company of Sant Kartar Singh Ji Khalsa Pindrawale passed on this very route in connection with the processions arranged at the time to awaken the masses to the sacrifices of the great Guru, Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji. Then the slogan, "Religion cannot survive without the sacrifice of one's head," resounded in the air and the same atmosphere took shape. The air resounded with the same slogan, and now Babaji was practically showing the masses by giving his mind, body and wealth in sacrifice for the sanctity of the Khalsa Panth. After having stopped at many places, the procession reached Gurdwara central town Jalandhar at about 2 p.m. The Sangat was served langar and tea with great esteem and fondness. In the evening, this procession reached Sri Harmandir Sahib, Amritsar, and rested the night at the feet of Sri Guru Ram Das Ji. The love and affection with which the Jatha was received by the Sangat on the way was beyond description. Besides the donations collected from the villages, passers-by who witnessed the procession gave all the money they had with joyous but tearful eyes to attendants of the procession so that their money could be used to help the crusade. Babaji was lodged for the night at Akal Rest House. The attendants counted the donations, which amounted to about 50,000 rupees. Together with the rupees 25,000, Babaji had withdrawn from the bank. The sum of rupees 75,000 was tied up in a bundle ready to be donated to the religious crusade. On 19th October, early in the morning, the Sangat bathed at the Sarovar of Sri Harmandir Sahib. After some light refreshment, the Sangat then congregated at Teja Singh Samundari Hall. Babaji had aching knees because of his advanced age, so he sat downstairs in the restroom. As soon as Sant Longowalji heard about Babaji's arrival, he came down and requested, "Babaji, your age is advanced and it does not allow you to go to jail, so it would be better for you to send the Jatha on your behalf." Babaji listened patiently and replied, "With Guru's inspiration, we have done ardas and decided to court arrest in the crusade. It is now better if you do ardas at the feet of the great Guru to bless the Panth with speedy victory in this mission. Taking leave from him, Babaji went to Guru Nanak Niwas. When Sant Jarnail Singh Ji Khalsa Pindranwale heard of his arrival, he too came down to greet him. He wished Guru Fateh respectfully and choked with emotion and said, "Babaji, it does not look nice that the son is sitting on the side and the father is going to jail." Babaji embraced Khalsa Ji and said, "You are entrusted with some other duty and you must complete that." After these words, a short while later, he came out of the Akal rest house. At noon, Babaji had langar, and after resting a while, he offered prasad at Sri Harmandir Sahib. He was then bestowed with a Siropao, the highest honor in Sikh religion, from Sri Akal Takht Sahib, where a huge congregation had gathered. Sant Jarnail Singh Ji Khalsa and Sant Longowal Ji had already arrived there with their jathas. At the end of the session, ardas was performed. The jatha consisted of 1,500 men and women. Jathedar Harnam Singh Malo, Singh Sahib of Takht Keshkar Sahib, had arrived especially to see Babaji off. After lectures from many eminent Sikh personalities and politicians, Babaji stood up, thanked the Sangat and offered the bag of rupees 75,000 to Sant Longowal and Sant Jarnail Singh Ji Khalsa. The Jatha then started its march in a unique way to court arrest. No other slogan was raised on this day except Bole So Nihal, Sat Sri Akal, and only jap of Satnam Vaheguru was heard from the Jatha as it headed off towards the police station. People stood along the roads and on their rooftops to witness the unique procession marching under the patronage of Sant Baba Harnam Singh Ji. People watched with curiosity the great saint who was headed this huge procession without any political slogans or affiliations. Only the resounding chant of Satnam Vaheguru echoed in the air. At this spectacle, those who had come to see off the Jatha got ready to court arrest too. They forgot to go back to their houses. As Guruji says, "Long and yearn for the next world, and turn not your face backward." They thought, if Babaji can court arrest in his old age and with feeble health, why can't we younger and stronger ones do it too? The Jatha reached the police station in the evening. The government employees began to prepare warrants for everyone. At about 9 p.m., the Singhs took langar inside the police station, which had been bought over from the langar of Sri Guru Ramdas Ji. The Jatha was in the police station while Babaji was in a small room with 4 or 5 other Singhs, where he recited Rehras and took langar. The whole procession of arrest was completed by 10 p.m. The Jathedar, the main attendants of the procession, told Babaji that all details would be completed soon and the Jatha will leave for Bathinda jail. Babaji replied, "They can take us wherever they like. Please ask the Sangat to board the buses, continue to recite Benti Chaupai and Simran of Satnam Vaheguru en route to Bathinda jail. No one should indulge in idle gossiping." Babaji's message was conveyed to the Sangat. The Sangat boarded the buses and sat reciting Satnam Vaheguru. Babaji and I took a seat on the buses as well. As it was hot, I used a hand-held fan to cool Babaji down. At this time, Sardar Jasjit Singh Thiara and Bagicha Singh Tanuli came up and asked Babaji to change to another bus because they had just seen the bus driver mixing opium with some tobacco and chewing it. They were worried the driver might cause an accident. Babaji replied, "Do not delay and let us set off so that we may reach our destination before morning Nitnem. Secondly, do not worry about the driver. His benefit is to drive this bus for us." Amidst thunderous chants of Bole Sonihal Sat Sri Akal, the Sangat started from Amritsar, passing via Taran Taran, Hari Ke Patan, Moga, and arriving at the town of Pai Bagda. Here the procession stopped at a roadblock with oil drums and wooden logs. Everywhere one looked, you could see only policemen of the CRPF, the Central Reserve Police Force. Babaji asked the reason for the stoppage. I told him we did not know the reason for the stoppage, but said we were besieged by a swarm of police. Babaji asked me to inquire as to what they wanted. By this time, some Singhs, accompanied by the police officers, came up to Babaji and said, "We have no place in the jail to accommodate you, so we cannot take you in for arrest. If you want to go back, then these buses will take you wherever you want to go. But if you do not return, then vacate them immediately." Babaji listened to everything carefully and said, "We have done ardas before the great Guru in the presence of the entire Sangat, so we will not vacate these buses until you take us to jail. This is our firm decision." Those officers went back. Babaji deputed some Singhs, telling them not to vacate the buses, and asked the Sangat to continue Simran of Satnam Vaheguru. Some of the Singhs climbed on top of the buses and shouted slogans loudly. Tension. By now, because of the delay, it was nearly 4 a.m. The Sangat unanimously decided not to vacate the buses, even if the police used force. News spread like wildfire in neighbouring villages that the Jatha that had set off from Amritsar to court arrest and on march to Bathinda jail had been stopped by the police, and tension was mounting at the checkpoint. The echo of slogans being chanted was audible in the surrounding villages. Utmost devotion of the people of that area. As the area of Malwa is generally known for its Sikh-minded people, the great Guru inspired them in such a way that they descended upon the parked buses with containers of milk and tea for the Sangat. Some Singhs bought bread from Kesar Singhwala, nearby town, to serve to the Sangat of the Jatha. Even the milkmen who were on their milk round taking milk into the cities stopped and poured their milk load into that of the langar. By 5:30 a.m., the entire Sangat had had their fill of bread, tea and milk. Middle school ground turns into a bus stand. As the day was dawning, Babaji called some leading Singhs to inquire about and assess the situation. The Singhs told Babaji that the officers were stubborn and adamant that the buses be vacated or everyone had to go back. After a short consultation, it was decided collectively. This decision-making is called Gurmata, that all the buses be taken off the road and parked in the premise of the middle school nearby. While the buses were in the Sangat's possession, Kirtan and Katha Diwan would be laid out for the Sangat. After this Gurmata, the drivers of the front buses were informed of Babaji's decision, and the rest of the bus drivers were asked to follow the convoy into the grounds of the school. The police suddenly stood alert since the Jatha was on the march again. Instead, they saw the reverse. The Singhs, chanting slogans, began to park the buses one by one in the school campus. The police tried to halt them, but the triple wall of Singhs of the Sangat firmly blocked their way. Prominent personalities of the area come to Babaji. By this time, a large number of local people joined the Jatha in the school compound. Prominent local dignitaries came to see Babaji and affirmed, "Babaji, do not worry, the whole area and the Sangat are behind you. Whatever you order, we shall fulfill your demands in a short time." Langar would be cooked in nearby villages, bought here and served to the Sangat within a couple of hours. Just give the order if you need anything, and we will do our best to get it. Babaji, in consultation with Jathedars of the procession, decided that Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji should be bought from a neighbouring village. An Akhand Path would be started as soon as possible in one of the school classrooms, after it was cleaned thoroughly. In the school grounds, a stage was to be erected from which Katha, Kirtan and speeches could be made to those who had gathered. In this way, Babaji thought that Gurmat preaching would be disseminated and prevent idle chit-chat or gossip. Babaji asked the local dignitaries to furnish the school classrooms with necessary articles to commence the Akhand Path. The Sangat was informed of this plan as well. Hearing the plan, the congregation and local dignitaries were overjoyed and thought themselves lucky to be of service to the Jatha. Some of the Singhs went to the village to bring Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, while others started to clean and decorate the classrooms. In one corner of the school, where the caretaker lived, was used to allow Babaji to rest. Beginning of Akhand Path. Some of the Sangat got involved in cleaning and decorating the school. In due time, some other devotees from the neighbouring villages arrived with Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. The Sangat welcomed Guruji amidst chants of Bole, Sonehal and other slogans. The Sangat arranged for loudspeakers and amplifiers to broadcast the kirtan and recital of prayers. Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji was enthroned in the large classroom and the Sangat was informed of the program. The ardas to begin the recital of Akhand Path was performed at 10:30 a.m. When the names of volunteers to recite prayers was collected, it was found that there were far more volunteers than was required. Babaji was informed of the extra people who wished to recite prayers, and he advised an adjourning room to be opened up, where continuous recitation of Benti Chaupai and Mool Mantar could be started. In a short while, another room was cleaned up and decorated for the purpose of prayer recital. The Sangat from neighbouring villages began to arrive, bringing langar, chapatis, vegetables and pulses. Containers of milk were bought in plenty. Other devotees bought trailer loads of dry firewood for fuel, large cauldrons, pans and utensils for cooking, along with any other items required for the langar. Milk was heated up in these cauldrons and served to the Sangat. It would not be an exaggeration to say that so plentiful was the milk that to quench their thirst, milk instead of water was consumed. The children started to arrive at school by now, only to find that their school had been transformed overnight. Their classrooms were being used for Akhand Path, while their playground was full of rows of Sangat. The children were wonderstruck at how the appearance of their school had been transformed during the night. They were overjoyed, of course, that they had a holiday from school quite unexpectedly. The cooking materials, food and utensils brought by the villagers were now stored in a separate room, because all commodities were in surplus. For 5 days at a stretch, no langar needed to be cooked because local people had bought enough langar already. Witness how the true Guru has caused different foods and unseen help to arrive from all directions to help the Sangat. Diwan held in the playground. At noon, Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji was enthroned in the playground under a canopy. Many Tadi Singhs or bards and kirtan groups came and performed their hymns, giving discourses from the stage that had been erected. Straw was placed on the floor so that the Sangat could sit comfortably. Everyone was amazed to witness at how nice the arrangements of food, shelter and help was. What was amazing was the fact that it had all materialized without effort by some unseen divine force. Every task or job was completed without hitch or flaw. The Jatha stayed here for 6 days. Few, if any, drank water. Mostly people drank milk. The more milk the Sangat consumed, the more freely it flowed from outside. At night, security persons formed from local men and boys armed with sticks, swords and kirpans guarded the Jatha. Thus, Singhs of the Jatha rested carefree at night. Chapter 103. Miracle of an Esteemed Life. After Akhand Path had started, the Sangat went to the nearby tube wells to bathe. Babaji retired to a separate room to rest for a while. Some of the devotees were attending the Diwan, assembly for prayer, whilst others were resting on the soft straw that was laid out on the floor. I took my towel and clothes and headed to the tube well to have a bath. I was nearing the tube well when I glimpsed the driver of the bus who had taken opium earlier. He was about to wash his clothes when he got up, walked over and said, "Dear brother, I want to ask you something. Would you agree to my request?" I replied, "Speak freely, dear brother. What is it that I can do for you?" The driver replied, "I want to get baptized. I asked you separately because the other bus drivers know my lifestyle and will only mock my decision. There is not a drug or intoxicant that I have not tried. I am a drunkard and a Class A drug abuser. My family is fed up with my addiction and me. They have tried all means to try to stop me from my addiction to alcohol and opium. I am now helpless. I don't know what has happened to me, but in the company of this great saint, my mind has changed and now I loathe intoxicants." I was silent and listened to the driver, wonderstruck. It was hard to believe what he was saying. Seeing me silent, he said, "I must become a baptized Singh. Please write my name down. I am Surinder Singh. I am from village Darde near Baba Bakala, Amritsar." When he made his request a second time, I replied, "You know that the government has stopped our buses in this unknown area. We do not know anyone in the area. How can we arrange a baptismal ceremony?" The driver replied, "I know an Akhand Path has been initiated and there are 2 days before the prayer recital will finish. You are very close to Babaji. Please convey my request to him at least." I replied, "I will pass on your request to Babaji. Whatever he says, I will inform you of his decision this evening." Hearing this response, Surinder Singh went to take a bath. The deep-felt enthusiasm of the local Sangat for service was overwhelming. Whenever the Jatha members went for a bath, the local Sangat would put out soap, shampoo, oil and other necessary things for them to use. After all the service, they would offer the Jatha members tea as well. Amrit Prachar. After taking a bath, I came back to tell Babaji about the driver Surinder Singh and his request. Babaji fell silent for a while and then replied, "It is very good request indeed. In the evening session, have it announced to the Sangat that after the Akhand Path is finished, an Amrit Sanchar baptism ceremony will be held. Anyone wishing to become a Sikh of the Guru should come forward and put their names down. This human life is precious and we do not get an opportunity to become Guru ward time and again." The stage secretary was informed and he had the announcement made in the evening assembly. Nearly 35 people from the local area put their names down. Now other people were inspired too. The next day, Babaji discussed the importance of being baptized in the Diwan. Another 400 or so people came forth to be baptized. During this time, a few leading Singhs were sent to Amritsar to bring the necessary items for the ceremony and the kakars, the 5 symbols adorned by a baptized Sikh. Due to shortage of kakars, only 350 people could be baptized, and one of these was the bus driver Surinder Singh. After the bhog of the Akhand Path, the baptismal ceremony was held in a second room. A second Akhand Path was commenced simultaneously. Now the devotees arrived from further and further away in trucks, buses, on tractors or trailers. They would attend the Diwan, pay respects to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji and listen to the discourses given by Babaji. After the Sangat had dispelled, they had donated nearly 15,000 rupees. This was just the money donated when paying their respects to Babaji, not the money that was offered to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Babaji gave this money to the administrators of the Jatha. He ordered that at the end of the Akhand Path, delicious sweets and tasty desserts be made and distributed to the Sangat as thanks for their service, followed by fruits and prasad made from clarified butter. Obeying these orders, clarified butter was purchased from local shops in the town of Paipagda. Peas, vegetables, pulses, rice pudding with almonds, dry fruits, etc. were prepared and distributed to the Sangat.
At the end of the second Akhand Path, another 250 people were baptized at a second Amrit ceremony. Government officials visit Babaji. After the bhog of the second Akhand Path, preparations were being made for a third Akhand Path when government officials along with prominent dignitaries arrived to see Babaji. They beseeched Babaji, "Please do not start another Akhand Path. Please tell us what you want. We are at your disposal." Babaji gave his decision in 2 lines. "Look, brothers, we have done ardas before the great Guru and set off on a crusade. Now you must arrest us and send us to jail." The officials discussed something at a short distance away and came back replying, "Okay, we will send your Jatha to Firozpur jail, plus please do not start another Akhand Path." This news spread throughout the Sangat. The Singhs of the Jatha were already preparing to go to jail. The Sangat of the locality requested Babaji to stay another few days. They pleaded that there are still some surrounding villages that did not have the opportunity to serve the Jatha. Babaji replied with folded hands, "We thank you deeply, gentlemen. You all served the Jatha and Sangat beyond your call of duty. We can only thank you, but the great Guru himself will give the reward for your service. Our program is in the hands of the Almighty. The nose string is in the Guru's hand. Man's actions drive him on. Wherever is man's food, there he goes to obtain it. O Nanak, this is the truth." Nak nat khasam hath, kirt takke de, jahan dane, tahan khane, Nanaka sach hai. The Jatha is sent to Firozpur jail. The bhog ceremony of Akhand Jap and Beanti Chaupi was completed. At the end of the baptism ceremony and Diwan, the Sangat was informed of the next program. At 4 p.m., the entire Jatha boarded the buses. The local Sangat loaded the unused flour, pulses, ghee, etc. on the buses, and with the consent of Babaji, the langar commodities were sent to Sri Harmandir Sahib. In a deeply moving, emotional and affectionate atmosphere, our Jatha took leave of the Sangat of that area. We set off for Firozpur jail amidst resounding echoes of Bole Sonehal Sat Sri Akal. At about 7 p.m., the Jatha had arrived at Gullah Canal. When the police stopped the Jatha convoy again, they ordered that the Jatha could not court arrest and that those who wanted could turn back. Furthermore, if anyone still wanted to go to jail, then they would have to take off their kirpans. Babaji refused to accept both orders. Sardar Jasjeet Singh Thiara and other prominent leaders of the Jatha told the police officials that this is no ordinary Jatha and is headed by a great saint. Whatever Babaji had decided could not be taken back. The situation grew more and more tense amidst discussions with the officials. By about 10 p.m., the police agreed to allow the Jatha to proceed to Firozpur jail. By the time the Jatha arrived at Firozpur jail and their names clerked in, it was 2 a.m. Now in jail, the Sangat completed their daily nitnem and went to pay respect to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Then tea was served to the Singhs. After this, everyone toured the inside of the Firozpur jail. By 10 a.m., the Sangat formed small groups and recited Sukhni Sahib. In the evening, Rehras was recited, followed by Langar. This turned out to be the daily routine in jail. Any money that Babaji had was spent buying fruit for the Sangat. Only those who accompanied the Jatha will ever know how joyous and blissful those 10 days were. In describing those days as heavenly, there is no exaggeration. The Sangat forgot their homes and jobs. Some devotees went as far as to say that those 10 days in jail under the leadership of Babaji were the most memorable and golden episodes of their entire lives. The entire Jatha behaved impeccably and courteously with one another. After spending 3 days in jail, the authorities announced the release of the Jatha on the 30th of the 10th, 1982.
At the order of Babaji, the Jatha got ready to go back. The buses were ready and waiting outside for the Sangat. Some of the devotees went back to Sri Harmandir Sahib, whilst others returned home to their villages. Chapter 104. My sporting friend has gone to sleep. Due to advanced age and physical exertion in a busy schedule, day and night, Babaji developed a fever on October 21st, 1982. Babaji didn't care for his health or his fever and continued moving about in the Sangat as usual. This resulted in further deterioration, and along with this fever, he developed a cough too. By the time he arrived at Firozpur jail on 26th October 1982, he had an acute fever and high blood pressure. The jail superintendent arranged for a surgeon and expert doctors to dispense medicines for Babaji. However, after 3 days, no improvement occurred in his health. As Babaji was strong-willed, he did not care about his physical ailments and continued to lead the Jatha as before. Having been released from jail, Babaji reached Sri Harmandir Sahib with the Jatha. He sat on the ground floor of Teja Singh Samundari Hall after paying respects to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Sant Harchand Singh Longowal and Sant Jarnail Singh Ji Khalsa Pindrawale came specifically to see Babaji. They stayed for a while and begged leave of Babaji as he was not well. In the evening, Babaji, Sardar Jasjit Singh Thyara, Pai Bagicha Singh, Lambardar Charan Singh, Pai Swaran Singh and I reached central town Jalandhar. We rested for the night at Sardar Swaran Singh Ji's house. The next morning, after breakfast, we set off for village Ahran to Sardar Jasjit Singh's house. After resting there, we arrived back at Gurdwara Rampur Kheda by the evening. A great deal of Sangat had gathered to see Babaji. During these days, Dr. Pritam Singh of Dasuha looked after Babaji very attentively and with devotion. With rest, his health improved a little. Babaji became ill again. On the evening of November the 8th, 1982, after having langar, Babaji had just entered his room when he suffered bleeding from his intestine. A great deal of treatment was given, but his bleeding got worse during the night. At dawn, Babaji's nephew, Principal Tarsem Singh Tugga, was called from Tugga village. After consultation with the devotees and attendants present, it was decided that Babaji should be admitted to hospital for treatment. We picked up Dr. Pritam Singh on the way and arrived by 10 a.m. at the residence of Dr. Harcharan Singh in Amritsar. At the time, he was the principal of Medical College at Amritsar and very close to Babaji. Along with other specialists, he decided to admit Babaji to the Harnam Singh Memorial Nursing Home, Amritsar. At Manji Sahib Gurdwara, Amritsar, Sangat and the gathered saints said prayers for Babaji's speedy recovery. An Akhand Path was started for Babaji's health. With the grace of Guruji and the persistent hard work of Dr. Harchand Singh Ji, Babaji's health started to improve. Within 10 days, he started to walk. His previous ailment improved, but a new infection of the urinary tract and prostate developed. Treatment was carried out for a month at a stretch. The doctor said that due to Babaji's weak physical health, a major operation was not advisable and that he should undergo a procedure called the TUR for urinary disorders. This procedure was available in Chandigarh at the Postgraduate Institute for Medicine or in Delhi at the All India Medical Institute. The urinary specialist in Chandigarh was away on leave. After consultation with the immediate Sangat, a program to transfer Babaji to Delhi was chalked out. There he would undergo immediate surgery. When Babaji learnt of this program, he was angry and said, "You would be better off making plans to take me back to Gurdwara Rampur Kheda. Don't make plans to take me to Delhi." Although Babaji did not agree to go to Delhi, his physical discomfort was intolerable for the Sangat to bear.
The devotees wanted immediate relief for Babaji by getting him the best treatment they could think of. So on 16th December 1982, Babaji was transferred to AIIMS, New Delhi, into a private ward. The doctor started the treatment after studying his previous records. During the treatment, his blood urea increased greatly. When this was controlled, a new problem developed in his stomach. Despite the best possible treatment, it seemed, man wishes for one thing, yet something opposite happens. Nar chahat kuch aure ki aure bhai. Complications after complication occurred. The Singhs were in constant service of Babaji. Sukhmani Sahib was recited beside his bed constantly in Amritsar and Delhi. Babaji would feel immense relief during these prayers. It can be said that no medicine except prayer was effective. Babaji's preparation for Sachkhand, heaven. After 16 to 17 days of treatment, there was no improvement in Babaji's health. On the 3rd January 1983, he began to say, "Please take me to see Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji." We all beseeched Babaji that his physical condition did not allow him to leave hospital. Despite this, he was adamant and forcibly tried to get up from the bed. He kept saying, "My end is near, take me to see Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji." But we were helpless. By the evening, he had slipped into semi-conscious state. By dawn next day, Baba Harnam Singh Ji was asked to approach the health minister to intervene and see if he could get any better treatment for Babaji. The health minister assured us that he would visit that evening and ask the doctors concerned to try their best. Some Singhs and I were standing outside the main gate of the hospital to see the health minister when Sardar Mahinder Singh Ji came from the room 23 of the private ward on the 4th floor. He was choked, and with tears in his eyes, he told us that Babaji had departed for his heavenly abode at about 2:10 p.m. The great soul had merged with the supreme soul of the Almighty, just as water merges with water. A part fused into the whole. In disbelief, we asked Sardar Mahinder Singh again, "Is it true?" He burst into tears and told us that he had just come from the 4th floor only to convey this news. Then what was left? All thoughts collapsed and the mind was stunned into silence. My body and mind were helpless to bear all this. I could not control myself, and the pangs of separation were hard to tolerate. Perhaps it was the first time that the most beloved person in the entire world was separated from me. All hopes came crushing down to the ground. For a while, the intellect failed to work. There seemed to be a darkness all around. After some time, the Guru granted me strength, and we went upstairs. Principal Tarsem Singh Ji stood beside Babaji's body, eyes full of tears. We too stood near Babaji's feet and witnessed his departed but lifeless form. With a heavy heart and trembling lips, we wished Gur Fateh to him, but this time there was no response. My mind was asking, "O Father, where has gone the soul, which used to speak and dwell in the body, which used to dance, explain and preach?"
Baba, bolte te kahan gaye, dehi ke sang rehte, surt mahe jo nirte karte, katha barta kehte rahao.
After glimpsing the form of Babaji, the mind was consoled that my sporting friend has gone to sleep in the graveyard. Double-minded, I too shall depart, and weep with a feeble voice.
Sajjan mere rangle jaye sute jiran.
We consoled one another, for the Guru had taken this service from us that he wished us to perform. We had served him according to our maximum capacity. It is true that this being belongs to the Lord. He takes it away when He wills.
Ye to bast Gopal ki jab paave lekhas.
We all felt helpless in front of God's will. We had to endure His will and arrange for Babaji's funeral. I was given the task of phoning all the saints in Amritsar and all the devotees abroad. I took Sardar Swaran Singh Ji
to Indrapuri, New Delhi, to the home of Sardar Harpagat Singh Sundar of Machhiya village, retired superintendent of police and a close devotee of Babaji. We informed the various saints and devotees of Babaji's departure by phone and also advised them of the program for the cremation rites. As a mark of respect, the offices of Shiromani Gurdwara Prabandhak Committee were closed for 2 days, following the departure of Babaji. Sant Jarnail Singh Khalsa Pindrawale was informed too of Babaji's passing away. He was on the top floor of Guru Nanak Niwas, Amritsar at that time. He immediately sent some Singhs from the Jatha with a shawl to be given at the rites of the cremation of Babaji. We later came to know from Singhs in the Jatha that Sant Jarnail Singh Ji was distraught at the leaving of Babaji. He bolted himself in his room, laid down with a blanket over himself without eating or drinking anything. He did not come out until after Babaji's funeral was over. Babaji is brought back to Gurdwara Rampur Kheda. Wherever we could inform devotees by phone, we tried to do so. After that, we went to see Sant Harnam Singh of Kar Seva Wale in New Delhi. He was deeply saddened to hear that Babaji has passed away. He immediately sent one of his attendants to fetch a garland from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji at the historical Gurdwara Bangla Sahib, where the feet of the 8th Guru has once consecrated the ground. He gave a shawl along with the garland from the feet of Sri Guru Har Krishan Ji to be placed upon the great saint as a mark of respect. He also sent his own 4x4 jeep decorated with fine linens and flowers to transfer Babaji's body from Delhi to Gurdwara Rampur Kheda. By this time, the devotees in Delhi had heard the news and rushed to AIIMS Hospital to catch a glimpse of Babaji. Principal Tarsem Singh Tugga had by now completed all the official paperwork to claim the body of Babaji. At about 7 p.m., Babaji's body was placed in a decorated jeep and we set off for Gurdwara Rampur Kheda. On the journey, Singhs took turns to continuously recite the part of Sukhmani Sahib. It was terribly cold and foggy, so we progressed slowly but steadily throughout the night. Finally, we arrived at Gurdwara from where we had set off 1 month and 24 days earlier in an attempt to cure Babaji's ailment. News of Babaji's departure for his heavenly abode spread like wildfire throughout Punjab and beyond. All India radio and television broadcast the news in their bulletins. So devotees with tears in their eyes, choked with grief, assembled in their thousands at Gurdwara Rampur Kheda to have a final glimpse of their beloved and venerable saint. Chapter 105. The Last Journey. The body of Babaji was taken out of the jeep and was placed on a big bed in the Langar hall for the Sangat to have a final vision of Babaji. The Sangat followed the orders of Gurbani. Let no one weep for me after I am gone. That is not at all pleasing to me. Mat mein pichhe koi rov si, so main mool na paya. And after me sing the praises of the pure Lord alone. Main pichhe kirtan kare ho, nirbaan jiyo. Sangat came in large numbers for the last rites. Hymns were sung next to the body of Babaji after it was placed on a large raised platform and continued until afternoon of the 6th January 1983. Like a flood of water, the Sangat came from near and afar. In a short time, the number of people was so large that the crowds were difficult to control by attendants of the Gurdwara. Bamboo poles were tied and rooted in the floor so that people could be sectioned into orderly queues and file past the body of Babaji and catch a final glimpse of him. The mass of people was allowed to file in one way and out the other only. Still they thronged to pay their respects throughout the day. In a somber and mournful mood, people exchanged their affectionate memories with one another. Some described how they met Babaji, whilst others described how he had transformed their lives.
They all had one thing in common to discuss, as Guru Amar Das Ji says, "He who is dear to God is dear to all. Good many others continue coming and going."
जो हर का प्यारा सो सबना का प्यारा, होर केती झक झक आवे जावे.
And blessed are the mothers who bore them, and profitable is their advent in this world.
तिन धन जनेंदी माओ आए सफल से.
The whole day the congregation continued to pour in from the furthest reaches of the land for a final glimpse up until the afternoon of the 6th January 1983. The number of people was so large that it was difficult to accommodate them in the campus of the Gurdwara, and there was not even a place to stand up. The Jathedars, head chieftains of Akal Takht and Keshgar Sahib, arrived with the head of Shiromani Gurdwara Prabandhak Committee, Jathedar Gurcharan Singh Tohra. The head priest of other Takhts arrived too, but Sant Jarnail Singh Khalsa Pindrawale and Sant Harchand Singh Longowal could not come due to unavoidable circumstances. They sent their representatives in Baba Thakur Singh Ji and Ujagar Singh Sekhwa, respectively, who presented commemorative shawls to Babaji. The chiefs of other Sikh institutions, various saints and personalities of the Sikh nation arrived too. Baba Nirmal Singh of Haryanwala arrived the previous day representing the Nihang Sikhs. At about 11 a.m., the program to conduct the last rites was chalked out, but due to the rush of people who still had not managed to catch a glimpse of Babaji, it was delayed for a further 2 hours. At about 12:30, Babaji's body was bathed and dressed in its final garments. The Sangat then carried the body of their beloved saint with utmost affection to resounding sounds of Satnam Vaheguru and placed it on the raised earthen platform in the courtyard in front of the Gurdwara. Next, the prayer of Japji Sahib was started. There were devotees everywhere. The verandas, balconies, the rooftops, and even the domes of the Gurdwara were cramped with devotees waiting and wanting to catch a glimpse of their beloved saint before the cremation took place. The body which housed the great soul, which remained constantly attuned to the word, that is the Shabad of God, had guided others throughout his life to meditate on the Supreme Lord, was finally about to disappear from our very eyes. Babaji's last funeral rites. It was a deeply sad and mournful atmosphere. The chants of Satnam Vaheguru arose from everywhere to fill the sky. The prayer of Japji Sahib was completed. Around the body of Babaji, the Sangat had collected and piled sandalwood and collected clarified butter and other articles for cremation. Singh Sahib, Gyani Kirpal Singh Ji, uttered the last ardas, and Babaji's younger brother, Bhai Thakur Singh Ji, ignited the funeral pyre at exactly 1 p.m. Within moments the flames rose higher and higher. The breath merges with the air. In fire does fire mingle. The dust becomes one with the dust.
पवने में पवन समाया, ज्योति में ज्योत रल जाया, माटी माटी होए एक.
Everyone was attuned to one thought, which was that this Gurmukh personality had reached the Supreme Lord's court and attained its rightful position by the Lord's side. The entire Sangat then retired to the shelter of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, remembering the great saint's life and sacrifice. The prayer of the Alahaniya, Ramkali Sud, was recited in the congregation and Deg Prasad distributed. Langar was served, and one by one the Sangat bid farewell. Slowly they dispensed to their homes with heavy hearts and tear-filled eyes at the departure of their beloved saint. Singhs from nearby villages stayed to recite evening prayer of Rehras beside Babaji's funeral pyre, and numerous people were blessed with visions of Babaji uttering words of comfort and encouragement to uplift their morale. Now,
Daily the congregation would come to the Gurdwara, attend the morning and evening sessions of prayer and Kirtan. After Kirtan, Bhai Pandit Bakhsheer Singh of Pindrawale Jatha, who was specifically deputed by Sant Jarnail Singh Ji Pindrawale to recite prayers for this task until Dussehra, recited the prayers of Slok Sahaskriti and Jaitsari Ki War every day with great devotion and affection. Every heart was filled with pangs of separation and only had memories to remind them of their association with the great saint Baba Harnam Singh Ji. As Bhai Veer Singh Ji writes, this tongue recites only one name, that of my beloved friend who departed. These eyes were fixed in attention on the lessons of the divine will when remembered. Hand me over to the pangs of separation, O friend. If you are happy, I will bear it. Memories of you leave not my mind, but I shall remain engrossed in your tune. ਨਾਮ ਸੱਜਣ ਦਾ ਜੀਵ ਚੜ੍ਹ ਗਿਆ, ਜਾਂ ਸੱਜਣ ਉੱਠ ਤੁਰਿਆ। ਮੱਲ ਲਏ ਦੋ ਨੈਣ ਧਿਆਨ ਨੇ, ਸਬਕ ਰਜ਼ਾ ਦਾ ਫੁਰਿਆ। ਬਿਰੋਂ ਦੇ ਹੱਥ ਸੌਂਪ ਅਸਾਨੂੰ, ਜਿਸ ਸੱਜਣ ਤੂੰ ਰਾਜੀ। ਯਾਦ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਛੁੱਟੇ ਨਾ ਸਾਥੋਂ, ਪਿਆਰ ਰਹੇ ਲੂੰ ਪੜਿਆ। Chapter 106 Dussehra. Dussehra in the Sikh world is the 10th day after the death of a mortal. In Hindus, this festival concerns with victory of Lord Rama over Ravan. On the 8th of January 1983, the congregation collected the ashes of Babaji after saying Ardas. Babaji had given very clear instructions that as I have the support of the Guru's hymns attached to Gurbani do I abide. मैं Gurbani आधार है, Gurbani लाग रहाओ. When this body is unable to hear or utter Gurbani, then the dust of my body should be buried under the great Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji in a deep pit, so that even my ashes are not separated from Gurbani, ordered Babaji. Obeying these wishes of Babaji, a big brass box was constructed into which his ashes were placed. It was placed in a deep hole dug into the ground and sealed over with a marble slab. Above this spot, Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji was enthroned on an elevated stage decorated with a palanquin in the main hall of the Gurdwara. January 16th was fixed as the Dussehra celebration. As on the 13th and the 14th, it was the festival of Maghi, which is celebrated throughout India. Consequently, many eminent people were busy on these 2 days. Sahaj Path had already been commenced on the 6th of January after the cremation. An Akhand Path recital was commenced on the 11th of January, and the second Akhand Path was started on the 14th January. The Bhog ceremony was held in adjoining field, which had been decorated with a stage and converted into an open-air stadium. Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji was placed on the erected stage, and mats on the ground were laid for the congregation to sit upon and listen to the kirtan that followed the bhog. Although this humble servant was incapable of shouldering the burden and responsibility as the chief attendant of this holy place, and Babaji had asked me so many times to serve on this position in his lifetime, I always requested Babaji that I am not capable of discharging the duties of this sacred place. He would reply, "You will not have to exert much, as we have done everything for you while in this physical body. You will be looked after my departure." Even with these reassuring words, I would not be convinced. Then Babaji would say, "If you don't agree now, then after me the Sangat will decide when the time comes." From time to time, Babaji blessed me with so many boons that it is hard to describe them in words. The near and dear devotees of Babaji know this. I did not have the desire to serve in this pivotal role, but had to bow to the will of the Sangat and the pressure from prominent personalities of the Panth. The ceremony of Dastar Bandi, literally tying a turban to signify the bestowing of leadership, was carried out by Singh Sahib Gyani Kirpal Singh on behalf of Takhat Keshgढ़ Sahib, Sartar Gurcharan Singh Tohra on behalf of Shravani Gurdwara Prabandhak Committee and Sri Harmandir Sahib, Baba Thakur Singh Ji of Damdami Taksal, Baba Uttam Singh, the Kar Seva Saints, Mahant Seva Das, Bahadurpur for the Udasi institutions, and Baba Nihal Singh on behalf of the Nihang institutions collectively tied a dastar to show their will for me to take up the responsibility as chief attendant of the Gurdwara. Bhai Ram Singh Ji from Akhand Kirtaniya Jatha, other saints, members of parliament and prominent political dignitaries presented me with turbans to signify their blessings in my new role as the attendant of the Gurdwara. Chief dignitaries present like Jathedar Jagdev Singh Talwandi, headmasters and headmistresses of various Khalsa institutions presented me with siropas. For nearly half an hour these siropas were placed on my head, reinforcing the responsibility that Babaji had told me I would one day have to accept at the insistence of the Sangat. Rich and emotional tributes continued to be paid to Babaji by prestigious personalities, and at the end of the ceremony, Babaji was declared as a great martyr of the nation. To keep alive the memory of Baba Harnam Singh Ji, Sartar Gurcharan Singh Ji Tohra announced that a fixed portrait would be placed in the gallery of the Central Sikh Museum in Amritsar. On this day, it was difficult to count the number of people who attended. A flood of people amassed in and around the countryside surrounding the Gurdwara. After Ardas, Deg Prasad was distributed and the session ended. Langar was served, and without any trouble the whole program ended. Slowly the Sangat departed, bearing the sweet memories of the great saint Sant Baba Harnam Singh Ji. Chapter 107. Some other personal incidents. Sardar Amrik Singh Tugga, who works as an electronic engineer in the United States Navy, is a grandson of Babaji. He has sent a few personal incidents relating to his time with Babaji and asked them to be published in the new edition. For the benefit of the congregation, I am publishing his letter. I hope the devotees will take due advantage of these incidents. His letter starts with Guru Fateh and continues. I received the biography of Kinehiya of Babaji, which you sent me. After reading the book, a constant thought was encircling my mind that consider them not different from the primordial Lord. At this piece of Gurbani says, it is indeed true that there was no difference between the Lord and our Babaji. The door of Guru Nanak Dev Ji is great, whose grace allowed me the chance to live with such a great Babaji as ours. Your endeavor to write the biography of Babaji is praiseworthy. The evening I got this biography, I had something to eat, recited my prayers, and did Sukhasan of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji and sat down to read the book. I was so engrossed in the book, I continued reading it until I finished. When I checked the time, it was 2 a.m. and yet I felt wide awake, not sleepy. Babaji's faith in Gurbani was overwhelming. He had based his life on Gurbani, by virtue of which he became one with the Almighty. I felt as if Babaji was near me after reading the book. The next day, my mother and younger brother Iqbal Singh got ready to return to Livingston. She asked me, Amrik Singh, can I take this biography with me? I said, you can take it as I have finished reading it last night. My mother took the book and was about to leave. Somehow I felt that Babaji had stayed the night with me and was now leaving. My eyes filled up and I took the book from my mother. I told her that I needed to read it once more and would definitely bring it with me next time I visited her. Thus I told a lie. I read the many incidents time and again with great pleasure. My childhood with Babaji. Importance of Nitnem. I was in close contact with Babaji during my school days. In the summer vacations, I would be put up at village ballet
and during the day would learn to do part from Babaji at the Gurdwara. I would come at about 6 to 7 p.m. In the evening, after prayers of Rehras, I would return to my maternal uncle's home in Bale village. Babaji had an acute sense of intuition and insight. He used to love us a lot. He would often say, "Kakaji, young boy, first do your Nitnem in the morning and then come to the Gurdwara. If you do your Nitnem daily, then you are marked as present in the court of our beloved father, the Guru. Moreover, you become good at studying." One day, arising late, I couldn't do my Nitnem. I came to the Gurdwara in a hurry. In my mind I thought, so what if I didn't do my Nitnem for one day? Babaji will not come to know of it. With these thoughts, I went to Rampur Kheda Sahib and wished Babaji Guru Fateh. He was drinking tea at that moment. He gave me his cup of tea and asked me to sit beside him. He placed his hand on my shoulder and said, "If for some reason you could not do your Nitnem on one day, then do it the next day. Thus you are not marked absent from the Guru's house." After listening to his words of encouragement, I repented deeply, and from that day onward, if for some reason I could not do Nitnem one day, I would do it the next day. The mind became uneasy and despondent due to lack of Nitnem. If Nitnem is not completed, then for some reason my mind will not engage in my work. Babaji gave utmost importance to Nitnem. Prophecy of my job. It was the summer vacations and the schools were closed. During these days, Babaji chalked out a program to go to Kashmir. He took me with him and I sat beside him in the jeep on the journey. It was a 2-week program. Kashmir is known for its beautiful landscapes worldwide. I didn't want to come back. My heart was filled with pleasure to see the sceneries of Kashmir. Similarly, I visited other places like Talwada with him. A thought came to my mind. I get lots of time to roam about while staying with Babaji. When school starts again, I may not get this opportunity. In the morning after doing Nitnem, I was eating my food while sitting near Babaji, deep in the above-mentioned thoughts. Babaji stopped his meal and took hold of my arm and said, "The mind runs after many thoughts. It should be checked from running around in thoughts. You are to roam a lot in the days to come." These days, with the grace of the great Guru, I am serving as an electronic engineer in the US Navy. There is enormous wandering and roaming. During the services, I have visited Japan, Korea, Scotland, Spain, Philippines, Hawaii, Thailand, and all the important cities of the USA like Washington, D.C., New York, Los Angeles, San Diego, and the likes of many. Whenever I sit in an aircraft, recall the prophetic words of Babaji, "Kakaji, you are to roam a lot." He was a great soul who had foresight of the future 10 or 12 years ahead. Miracle of the school examination. On Monday, there was a test in English and I had to stay through Saturday and Sunday to help at Rampur Kheda Sahib for some program. The essays in English had to be memorized a few days before the exam or the whole year's labor went to waste if not revised properly. 2 days passed and I could not get enough time to revise. By the evening, the thought of doing badly in the forthcoming test loomed large in my mind. I thought it would have been better if I had stayed at home and not come to Rampur Kheda. These thoughts made me sad and Babaji perceived my thoughts. He called me over and said, "Recite the Pehli Pauri, the first verse of Japji Sahib, 5 times and open the book wherever you wish. Whatever page it opens on, memorize it for the exam. Don't be sad." I did exactly that. The page which I had crammed was there in the examination and I got 97% marks. After the exam, I went straight to Babaji. He began to smile on seeing me and said, "There is no loss of any kind in the Guru's house. When you come to the Guru's home, you cannot suffer a loss. On the contrary, you make a gain. These are not merely tall tales but the truth. Babaji's blessings in the USA. When I first came to the USA, it was generally regarded that a turbaned man cannot get a good job. Babaji wrote a letter to me a short time after I arrived in America. It said that, "Be brave, the turban will uplift you." That letter is still with me as a treasured possession. After that letter, I had firm belief that the turban would be my asset. Wherever I applied for a job, I would get a phone call back the next day inviting me to come to work. My compatriots were all surprised and said, "Amrit Singh gets a job very easily." This was due to the blessings of Babaji. One more point is to be noted here. Some people who had cut their hair and discarded their turbans would go to the same interviews with me. But just witness the grace of Guruji, they would return jobless and I would prevail with my turban. I always got the offer for a job. I remained in high spirits ever. Personal shortcomings of mine notwithstanding, but true to Babaji's word, the turban always stood aloft. I would like to pen down here another incident. One of my relatives who didn't tie a turban came to California from another state in the summer of 1983. He stayed with the uncle of my wife, Mrs. Gurdish Kaur. He tried hard to get a job for 7-8 months, but with no success, in spite of having a master's degree in computing. One day, this uncle taunted the person, "Oh brother, what is the matter? Our son-in-law Amrit Singh gets a job he wants the very next day and you have wasted 8 months. At the time, I was studying for a full-time degree in engineering and for pocket money I had a job during the vacation. He replied, "Jobs were easily available before, now it is harder. Now ask him to get a job if he can. Times are harder now with greater unemployment." Uncle told me all this when I visited him. I replied, "Uncle, don't worry. If I got a job before, I will get one now too." I had full faith in God and Babaji's words. The next day, a vacancy for a job arose in the company. I had experience of that job. I filled an application and asked the secretary for an interview. She told me that they would inform me over the phone next week because the manager was in a meeting at that time. In a disappointed mood, I returned to my car to look for another vacancy in the paper. When I opened the car, I couldn't find the paper. I looked in the car and thought that I must have left it in the company office. So I returned to the office to find the secretary was on the phone. She said, "Mr. Tugga, the manager has just come out of the meeting and he has agreed to an interview today." I went for the interview and the manager gave me a good job with a handsome salary. It was about 2 p.m. He said, "You can start your job right away or else come tomorrow at 7 a.m. It's your choice." I was overjoyed and thanked Vaheguru. When I entered my car, the newspaper was right there. The reason for not seeing the paper was that the Supreme Power wanted me to go back to the office of the company. I phoned my uncle to inform him that I had got the job and to tell that person that I will start work tomorrow. Uncle was overjoyed. My eyes were filled with tears in thankful gratitude to God and Babaji. Babaji was really great. He cared for me even when I was in a foreign country. He was so affectionate that words fail to express the depth of his affection. One more point that I would like to stress is, if any person who in order to get a job in these foreign lands takes off his turban will get a better job if he maintains a turban with dignity and pride. The need is to have faith. These were some of the incidents concerned with my life. Chapter 108. The true Guru has arranged your affairs. Sardar Gobind Prasad Singh Ji writes in his letter, "I got a job as a technical officer of the 32nd Squadron in the Indian Air Force stationed at Ambala Cant having completed my degree in engineering at Ludhiana. Once, I had to go to Adampur to inquire about an air crash with other members of an inquiry committee. After the inquiry, I went to Gurdwara Rampur Kheda, especially to meet Baba Harnam Singh ji. Luckily, I got the golden chance to exchange Gurmat thoughts with Babaji. While on the way back, I gave him my address in Ambala Cant and requested Babaji to visit my house. In November 1969, a plane that India had bought from Russia, piloted by myself, crashed due to my negligence. At that time, the estimated cost of the plane came out to be about 100,000 rupees. An inquiry was launched against me and I was deeply lamenting my fate. Anything could happen. I could be ordered to have a court-martial and thus be imprisoned. I was facing a difficult time. 2 days after the crash, suddenly Babaji came to visit my home. I came home for lunch and my wife told me that Babaji had arrived earlier that morning with one other Singh. Hearing this, I was pleased and some clouds of despondency lifted from my mind. I exchanged Gur Fateh with Babaji and he told me that they were on their way to Yamunanagar and would stay the night with us. After lunch, the thought that I should tell Babaji about the crash was haunting me, but I dare not tell him. I went back to work and returned in the evening. That evening, I sat near the pious soul, deeply worried about the consequences of the crash. Babaji turned to me and said, "Gobind Prasad Singh ji, tell us without hesitation what your problem is. The great Guru will deliver you. Nothing bad will happen to you." On hearing this, I got immense relief. I then told Babaji of the crash, the ongoing inquiry and likely consequences of any adverse findings. Babaji listened to me carefully and told me to recite the Shabad as much as possible. "Sit steadfast at home, O dear slave of God. The true Guru has arranged your affairs. Thir kar baiso harjan pyare, Sadgur tumre kaaj suare." Rahau. He also advised me to pray at the feet of the Almighty and assured that God would help me. I learned the Shabad off by heart and started to recite it daily. I was sure now that nothing wrong would happen to me. In the meantime, I confessed to the inquiry committee that it was my fault. The officer in charge of the inquiry was much impressed with my honesty and ordered me released with just a warning. The station commander too agreed to it and a report was sent to the command headquarters. The command headquarters accepted the report's finding and sent the report further to Air Force headquarters. Their 2 directorates were to give their final verdict on the whole incident. One of them was of the same opinion as the previous officers, but the other one did not agree. He was of the view that in previous incidents like this, hard punishment had been given, so this officer must be punished too. Anyhow, due to the difference in verdict of both directorates, my file kept being passed between departments. As time went by, I was growing more and more tense. At last, I contacted one of my friends at the air headquarters and requested him to find out what was happening about the report. My friend told me he would need a few hours to find out. My friend phoned a few hours later and what he told me seemed unbelievable. To my great surprise, my file had been missing for some time. This is unheard of because these inquiries and reports are top secret and meticulously guarded. If a file is lost and falls into the wrong hands, then it could be disastrous. My friend told me that they were trying their level best to find the file, and until they did not find the file, they could not take any further action. This happened in 1969. After that, I remained in service for a further 17 years. I took early retirement due to domestic problems. At the time of the crash, I was a flight lieutenant, and in 1986, at retirement, I left as wing commander. With the shelter of Gurbani and prayer of the great soul, my file remained missing for 17 years. During my service, I was promoted from time to time. Neither officer superseded me, nor did I get any punishment. If I relate this experience to anyone, no one believes me. I myself find it hard to believe. Sangat knows from personal experiences how immensely powerful Gurbani is. Babaji possessed supreme heights of spiritual knowledge. How great he was! He had full faith in the Almighty. He himself led the life of a true Gursikh of the Guru. He made our wandering minds peaceful with the support of the pillars of Gurbani. Humble servant, Gobind Prasad Singh Garewal, Wing Commander, retired, Chandigarh. Chapter 109. Last Request. In every aspect of life, Babaji had a very modest and reserved lifestyle. Babaji always hesitated from undue expansion of the Gurdwara, yet due to his selfless, extensive service of the Khalsa Panth and his efforts to spread the fragrance of Gurbani in this country and abroad, any follower of Guru Nanak Dev Ji will not have failed to be impressed by his towering personality. Now those people who have not met Babaji when he was alive yearn to touch the dust of the very place where Babaji had meditated endlessly on the Lord's name. The meditation of Naam has transformed the lives of countless others, and the fragrance of Sikhism was spread to the corners of the world by Babaji when meditating at this sacred place. People wish to attend the sessions that Babaji organized to attune devotees to the frequency of the Lord's name. So, in time, the number of devotees increased at these annual Gurmat camps even after he passed away. With the help and blessings of the Guru and the Sangat, the 60 by 40 main hall and the 20 or so rooms that were erected during the time when Babaji was alive now started to increase as well. In a little while, there were now in excess of 42 rooms and increasing every year. Another hall by 27 by 52 was erected for baptism ceremonies. This now has been converted into the Sant Baba Harnam Singh Memorial Library and Museum. To accommodate the Sangat during Gurmat camps, a separate complex of rooms with ensuite washrooms and hot water facilities have been built. This has been called the Guru Ramdas Sarang, which is 3 stories high and has over 300 rooms to date. The approach road from the main Dasuha to Hoshiarpur Road leading up to the Gurdwara has been named as the Sant Baba Harnam Singh Road or Marg and has 35 street lamps along it leading up to the Gurdwara. This road leads right up to Bale and Talwandi Jatta village. To compensate for any electricity cuts, a couple of generators have been installed. The Sangat has been inspired to donate many cows and buffaloes so that milk can be utilized in the langar and tea for Sangat. To house the livestock, 3 sheds and barns have been erected. About half an acre of land in front of the Gurdwara has been purchased and registered under the trust of the Langar of Gurdwara Rampur Kheda Sahib. Last year, the land registry and allotment of the land was finalized in village Bale. The Sangat felt that there was need to grow fodder for the cattle, so another 5.5 acres of land was donated and entrusted to the Langar of the Gurdwara Rampur Kheda Sahib. These boons are all due to the recitation of Naam at this place. As Guru Arjan Dev Ji has said, where the name of the beloved Lord is repeated, those uninhabited places are replaced with golden mansions. Jithe naam japiye, prab pyare, se asthal sohen chubare. With the divine blessings of the great Guru, the supreme and pious program of Gurmat teachings, baptism and meditation of Naam, which had been commenced by Babaji, was nearly halted due to the extreme efforts by the government of the day and some atheistic non-believers. To maintain the continuity of this missionary work, this humble servant was imprisoned and endured torture on several occasions.
However, the extreme grace of the great Guru and the sheltering hand of Babaji over my head protected me even through the most difficult trials. The Lord protected me in every place and in every way by being there Himself to watch over me. Whereas before there was only Amrit ceremonies at special days like the Gurmat camps and Gurpurabs, now there is an Amrit Sanchar every Sangrand, that is the first day of the lunar month, at 11 a.m. when numerous people attend to take Amrit and join the fold of the Khalsa Panth. Further, where anyone expresses a desire to be baptized in places that are far away or cannot come due to the lack of transport, etc., then a team of Panj Pyaras, the 5 beloved Singhs who administer baptism, is sent specifically to hold an Amrit ceremony to administer the Amrit of Guru Gobind Singh Ji. Sometimes on the same day, 5 to 6 groups of Panj Pyaras are sent to as many places to hold baptism ceremonies. To ferry the Panj Pyaras, a special van has been bought too. Nowadays, a special effort is made to educate the people about Sikhism. To this end, a new bus has been bought and carries preachers, eminent scholars, tardis and kirtan groups to far-off villages to hold religious programs and awaken the masses to the dangers of alcohol and drugs, and at the same time to listen to the message of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Apart from the annual Gurmat Samagam camp that was initiated by Babaji, another annual Samagam has been initiated too. The death anniversary of the great saint is celebrated with great enthusiasm and affection. 4 days before the anniversary, the Gurmat Samagam begins and culminates on the evening of the 3rd January, when a continuous session of Kirtan is conducted through the night until 4th January, which is the anniversary of Babaji. A Bhog ceremony of Akhand and Sahaj Path that had started a couple of days earlier then takes place. On 4th of January, a vast number of devotees come to pay their respects, listen to Kirtan, Katha, discourses by eminent scholars and tributes by international personalities, all held in the decorated campus. The day ends in a vast langar for tens of thousands of devotees, and sweets are distributed freely to all the Sangat and those who pass by the Gurdwara. Thus, the duty described by Guruji towards our forefathers is followed at this session. The narratives of the forefathers make their descendants good children. Babaniya Kahaniya Put Saput Karen. At the Samagam, the next generation gets guidance to follow in the footsteps of the great soul, uplifting their souls to higher spiritual heights. Attending these Samagams, we all are able to reform our present lives and our afterlife too. Another Samagam is now held earlier, started on the first Sunday of April, and is similarly well attended by Sangat nationally and internationally. Again, an Amrit ceremony is held at the end of the Samagam, and the same program of meditation as October Gurmat Samagam is followed. So, this was the story of the gifted, blessed soul who had immense spiritual powers, who was intoxicated and overwhelmed with the Lord and His name, and showed us how to embrace the Lord Almighty. In the end, this humble servant prays to the Lord that the moments, the days are fleeting away. May these moments bear the imprint of the memory of the Lord. I bow and surrender myself unconditionally to you. I finally request in earnest to merge me with you, O Almighty Lord. Give me your blessings, O friend, that I may attain union with my Master. De sajjan asisariyan je hove sahib syon mel. The servant of the Sangat, Sant Seva Singh Ji, Gurdwara Rampur Kheda Sahib. Slok. The Divine Guru is my mother, the Divine Guru, the Father, the Divine Guru is my Lord and Supreme God, the Divine Guru is my companion, the dispeller of spiritual ignorance, the Divine Guru is my relative and brother, the Divine Guru is the giver and the teacher of God's name, The Divine Guru is my infallible spell. The Divine Guru is the image of peace, truth and wisdom. The Divine Guru is the philosopher's stone, by touching which the mortal is saved. The Divine Guru is the place of pilgrimage and a tank of nectar. By having a bath in the Guru's divine, man meets his master. The Divine Guru is the creator and destroyer of all sins. The Divine Guru is the purifier of the impure. The Divine Guru is from the beginning of ages and in every age. The Divine Guru is the spell of God's name, by repeating which the mortal is saved. My Master, take pity and unite me, a fool and a sinner, with the society of the Guru, by clinging to which I may swim across the sea of life. The Divine Guru, the true Guru, is himself the exalted Lord and the great Lord. Unto the gold Divine Guru, Nanak makes an obeisance. Read this slok in the beginning and at the end. Slok. Gurdev Mata, Gurdev Pita, Gurdev Swami Parmeswara, Gurdev Sakha, Agyan Panjan, Gurdev Bandhap Sahodra, Gurdev Data, Harnam Updesai, Gurdev Mant Nirodra, Gurdev Sant Sat Budh Murat, Gurdev Paras Parspara, Gurdev Tirath Amrit Sarovar, Gurgyan Majan Aparampara, Gurdev Karta Sab Paap Harta, Gurdev Patit Pavit Kara, Gurdev Aad Jugad Jug Jug, Gurdev Mant Harjap Udra, Gurdev Sangat Prabmel Kar Kirpa, Hum Mood Papi Jit Lag Tara, Gurdev Satgur Par Brahm Parmeswar, Gurdev Nanak Har Namaskara. A Slok Aad Ant Parna. Chapter 110. Ancient History of Rampur Khera. Geography. The Rampur Khera Mound is located on the Hoshiarpur, Dasuha, Mukeria and Pathankot Road, 18 miles north from Hoshiarpur, about a mile west from a village called Machiyan. This falls under the sub-Tahsil and police station of Punga. Before the partition of India in 1947, this village was under the Tahsil of Dasuha. This ancient mound can be located in the world map at 32 degrees 5 north and 72 degrees 52 east. This old village mound is surrounded by village Machiyan from the east and Gondpur from the north, Balle and village Dalwandi Jatta in the east. Actually, the mound, according to the government revenue records, is a part of Gondpur village owned by the Kalkat Jats. The British government in the first Bandobast fixed the limits of these villages in 1853 AD. Todamal. Todamal was a Khatri of Lahore, revenue minister and Diwan. Mughal King Akbar appointed him governor of Bengal. He was the first man who measured the whole land of India, divided among the people of their respective localities and made them owners on regular Sarkari Lagan. He also had built the fort of the Rohats on the river Jhelum. Todamal, the revenue minister of Mughal Emperor Akbar, based these boundaries on revenue records. In the revenue record, Rampur Khera is shown as a Bechirag, a deserted village or a village without population. Local history of Rampur Khera. History of Rampur Khera is as old and as ancient as the mounds of India. They are the stores of Indian civilization, culture, religions, architecture and arts. The archaeologists, by excavating the old mounds of India, have dug out a regular and chronological history. In fact, everything remained buried in these mounds, keeping every material intact. In the same way, I expect if a thorough excavation could be done on these mounds, we could get many clues for linking it to the past. Being a far-off situation from Delhi and also its smaller size, nobody gave a serious thought for its excavation. It can be said with confidence that this mound must be spread in more than 300 to 400 acres. The indications are there. Streams in the east and others to the west were running throughout the year. These streams of enough clean water now disappeared on account of the consolidation of the area, being right up to the foot of the Shivalik hills. The land has been brought under cultivation. These two streams were the main source for the people and their animals to be fed upon. Ravaging changes made by nature from time to time certainly changed the topography and the geography of the earth, not only in India but also all over the world. In the British government records, this mound is called as a Kunna, a word of Persian language, means the old, and it is evident that the Rampur Khera mound is very old and it remains an exhibit of antiquity. The mounds of Hoshiarpur district. This is a spiritual book, so I like to be concise, brief, and only the mounds of this district should be briefly accounted for. Among prominent and ancient mounds of Dholawala and Ajram are very old. Next to them are the mounds of the Suha, Rampur Kheda and Zahura. Though Zahura mound is not very old, Janori mound is equally very old. Excavations done at the mounds of Dholawala and Janori have brought out very good results. Seals, stamps, tools, coins, statues and stupas are found which throw sufficient light on the daily life of the people from 300 BC to the modern times. If excavations could be extended to this ancient mound, much more varied results could be expected. However, I wish myself to do that, though it will be on a minor scale. From Ajram mound, no archaeological excavations have been done so far, but during the heavy rains, the seals, coins, tools, statues, carcasses of men and animals are found belonging to the Mauryan, Gupta, Greek kings. Zahura mound comparatively seems not to be very old. Rampur Khera mound. This mound has a separate story. Among all the ancient mounds of Punjab, this particular mound is known as a cursed mound. Under some calamity of nature, the place suddenly disappeared, perhaps like Mohenjo-daro, and never was rehabilitated. Mohenjo-daro is one of the biggest mounds in the world. It is situated in district Larkhana, Suba Sindh, Pakistan. Excavations of this mound were started in 1922 AD, which is still going on. Most of the things excavated are still in their original form. A curse from heaven could only be removed by a holy soul. The place has been blessed after many centuries due to the Swargwasi Sant Harnam Singh ji, who worshipped here for half a century. During his austerities, many cursed souls challenged the saint to disturb him while he was fully absorbed in true Naam. But by the grace of Vaheguru, Baba Harnam Singh ji ultimately succeeded. All the accursed souls left this mound. The place once again became a Sachkhand, an immortal place by Babaji, and its name got changed from the deserted place to Kheda, a spiritually blissful place. It was greatly unfortunate that all the old Indian records preserved in temples, palaces of the Hindu Rajas were destroyed under the staunch Muslim vandalism. Had this not happened, certainly we could have found out about the past of this mound. However, the records of the Muslim period are fully available. The Muslims are more historic-minded than the Hindus. Akbar the Great had been the first ruler of India who got prepared and preserved the first gazetteer of India in the form of Ain-e-Akbari by Abul Fazl. Sheikh Abul Fazl Alami was born in the family of Sheikh Mubarak Nagori. He was a lovable minister of King Akbar. He was a great master of Arabic and Persian languages. He was a great historian of that time who wrote the history of his times. Akbarnama and Ain-e-Akbari were his famous works. The English government continued the same structure with minor modifications. The invent of the British rule. The Punjab was annexed by the British in 1849 AD, but the regular reforms were started in 1852. Hoshiarpur district was the first one to start with. The English were intelligent, experienced in every trade. They did an excellent work to make the Punjab more modern. The revenue officers, while limiting the boundaries of every village or town, they called the elders of the place on the basis of their matured experience for inquiring as to how the place or village was founded and named. Information was entered into the revenue records. The information they gave on religion, prevalent social traditions of that particular place were also noted as historical events. They also entered the subcaste of the residents' names of their religious places. In this way, today every village and town of India feels rich by the preservation of his or her heritage. Even the pedigrees were entered in the revenue records. For the first time, we learn from the revenue records of Hoshiarpur district about Rampur Khera Mound from information provided by the elders at the formation of the limits of the village. Talwandi Jatta, who stated to the revenue officers on the west of this village at the distance of about 400 karmas, is a the which is very mean, haunted by cursed souls and is lying in ruins. The village of Talwandi Jatta was inhabited by Pote Jatta. The traditions. According to local tradition, Rampur Khera was well populated before 300 BC, before the advent of the Scythians, Bactrians and the Kushan rulers. There were 4 important Hindu principalities ruling the district of Hoshiarpur: Nandachor, Balachor and Gunnachor. The last is now in district Jalandhar. Chaur means canopy or the crown. They were the contemporaries and very popular rulers during the Mahabharata war. After defeat, the Pandavas had settled in this district during their exile and they spent most of their time in Dusura, Gardiwala, Rampur Khera, Dolwala, Nandachor and Nasara. The Pandavas spent 13 years at Dasuha, where Virat was the ruler of Dasuha, Mukeriya and the adjoining areas. Raja Virat was a very religious person, the savior of his subjects and a great warrior. Dasuha up till today is known by the name of Virat Ki Nagri, and by the way of respect, the residents of Dasuha remember him as a Devta Raja till this day. The people do not eat or drink. They would say Dasuha Virat Ki Nagri in honor of Raja Virat. Even during the Mughal period, this area commanded a great deal of respect. Till the times of Akbar, Hoshiarpur and Bajwara had not come into existence. Till the invasion of Babur, this area remained under the reign of Chandrabansi Rajput rulers who retained their respected chiefships till 1947. Muslim times. Though the Muslims' reign started in 800 AD, but before the Battle of Panipat in 1526 AD, this area was ruled by Chandravanshi Rajputs. But slowly the control over this area started increasing as it was in the remaining Punjab and India. Invasion of Amir Timur in 1398 AD. Amir Timur, styled Sahib-e-Quran, was born in Kush in ancient Sagduin. He conquered Persia, Baghdad, Kandahar and northern India, including Sindh and Afghanistan. In 1398 AD, after the conquest of Delhi and its neighbouring provinces, he advanced with his troop through the valley of Jaswa to capture the fort of Kangra. It was at this time that this area, including Rampur Khera, Dholawala, were greatly affected by Timur's troops, who freely looted, slaughtered the Hindu population. Many men, women, children were enslaved. At Kangra fort, all Hindu temples were looted, dismantled, burnt. Then he left for Jammu.
after capturing cash, jewelry and other valuable properties. He died on February 1402 AD in his own country. After Timur, the Kholkars appeared to be the dominant tribe of this area, and in 1421, Jasrath, their chief, revolted against the Sayyid dynasty, but in 1428, Khokhar chief was himself defeated near Langar. At this time, several Pathan military colonies sprang up around the Rampur Mound and at the base of the Shivaliks, just like Bajwara and the fort of Malot. 3 miles to the east of Haryana, founded in the reign of the Bahlol Lodi by a Pathan ruler of that area, was Daulat Khan Lodi's stronghold, which certainly played a great role during the Mughal Emperor Babur's invasion. In this connection, Rampur Khera became one of the most important places of Indian history. Hence, Babur selected Rampur Mound as an echelon place, being strategic. Babur, 1520 to 1530. Babur was the first invader who followed a different way to capture Delhi. Before him, all invaders advanced on Delhi via Dipalpur, Pakpatan, Sunam, Samana and Hansi. But Babur invaded India by having the protection of the Shivalik hills. Babur wrote himself in the Tuzek-e-Babri biography as under. A person came on 18th October 1526 to Sialkot from Lahore, begs to say that they would arrive early next morning to wait on me. December 30th. Marching early next day, we dismounted at Prasrur. There, Muhammad Ali Jung, Khwaja Hussain and several brave waited on me. As the enemy camp seemed to be on Lahore side of the Ravi, we sent men out under Bujka for news. Near the third watch of the night, they brought word that the enemy on hearing of us had fled, no man looking to another. December 31st. Getting early to the horse and leaving baggage and train in the charge of Shah Mir Hussain at Janbeg, we bestirred ourselves. We reached Kalanor in Gurdaspur district in the afternoon and there dismounted. Muhammad Sultan Mirza and Adlil Sultan came to wait on me there, together with some of the begs. January the 1st, 1526 AD. We marched early from Kalanor. On the road, people gave us almost certain news of Ghazi Khan and other fugitives. Accordingly, we sent flying after their flyers the commanders Muhammad Ahmadi, Qutb Qadam, Treasurer Wali and most of those begs who in Kabul had recently bent the knee for their begship. So far it was settled that it would be good indeed if they could overtake and capture the fugitives, and that if they were not able to do this, they were to keep careful watch around the fort of Malot so as to prevent those inside from getting out and away. Ghazi Khan was the object of this watch. Capture of Malot, January 2nd and 3rd. After starting those begs ahead, we crossed the Byas water opposite Kanwahi and dismounted. From there we marched to the foot of the valley of Fort Malot, making 2 nights' halt on the way. From Tuzek-e-Babri and other contemporary accounts, evidently Rampur Khera Mound was selected as his echelon to array his troops to fight against Afghan Confederacy to defeat Babur. Rampur Khera Mound was the most protected place where his horses took water and enough fodder, and a resting place as well, and it was safe. From here the troops had advanced to capture the fort of Malot. The begs who had arrived before us and also those of Hindustani were ordered to dismount in such a way as to besiege the place closely. A grandson of Daulat Khan, son of his eldest son Ali Khan Ismail Khan by the name, came out of Malot to see me. He took back promised mingled with threat, kindness with menace. January 5th. On Friday, I moved camp forward to within a mile of the fort. went myself to examine the place, posted right, left, centre, then returned to the camp. Daulat Khan sent to represent me that Ghazi Khan had fled into the hills and that if his own faults were pardoned, he would take service with me and surrender Malot. Khwaja Mir Imran was sent to chase fear from his heart and to escort him out. He came and with him his son Ali Khan. I ordered that the 2 swords he had girthed to his waist to fight me with should be hung from his neck. Was such a rustic blockhead possible? With things as they are, he still made pretensions. When he was brought a little forward, I ordered the swords to be removed from his neck. At the time of our seeing one another, he hesitated to kneel. I ordered them to pull his leg and make him do so. I had him sit quite in front and ordered a person well acquainted with Hindustani to interpret my words to him one after another. Said I, "Thus speak, I call thee father. I showed thee my honor and respect thou could have asked. Thee and thy sons I have saved from door-to-door life amongst the Baluchis. Thy family and thy harem freed from Ibrahim's prison house. 3 crores I gave, 3 on Tatkar Khan's lands. What ill sayest thou I have done thee, that thus thou shalt hang a sword on either side, lead an army out, fall on lands of ours, and stir strife and trouble?" Dumbfounded, the old man stuttered a few words, but he gave no answer, nor indeed could answer be given to the words so silencing. He was ordered to remain with Khwaja Mir Imran. January the 6th. On Saturday, the 22nd of the first Rabi, I went myself to safeguard the exit of the family and harems from the fort, dismounting on a rise opposite the gate for the purpose of preserving the honor of the Khans and by doing so enabling their families in the fort to get out safely. To me there came Ali Khan and made offerings of a few ashrafis. People began to bring out the families just before the other prayer. Though Ghazi Khan was reported to have got away, there were those who said they had seen him in the fort. For this reason, several of the household and braves were posted at the gate in order to prevent his escape by a ruse. For to get away was his full intention. Moreover, if jewels and other valuables were being taken away by stealth, they were to be confiscated. I spent that night in a tent pitched on the rise in front of the gate. January the 7th. Early next morning, Muhammad Ali Ahmadi, Sultan Junaid, Abdul Aziz Ali Jung and Qutb Qadam were ordered to enter the fort and take possession of all effects. As there was much disturbance at the gate, I shot off a few arrows by way of chastisement. Humayun's storyteller was struck by the arrow of his destiny and at once surrendered his life. January the 7th and the 8th. After spending 2 nights on the rise, inspected the fort of Malot near Haryana. I went into Ghazi Khan's book room, who was a learned and a poet. Some of the precious things found in it I gave to Humayun, some sent to Kamran in Kandahar. There were many books of learned content, but not so many valuable ones as had first appeared. I passed that night in the fort. Next morning, I went back to camp, the Rampur Mound. January 9th. It has been on my mind that Ghazi Khan was in the fort, but he, a man devoid of nice sense of honor, had escaped into the hills, abandoning other brethren and sisters in the Malot fort. January the 10th. Leaving that camp on Wednesday, we moved towards the Shivalik hills to which Ghazi Khan had fled. When we dismounted in the valley bottom 2 miles from the camp, the Dilawar Khan came and waited on me. Daulat Khan, Ali Khan and Ismail Khan, with other chiefs, were given into Kitta Beg's charge, who was to convoy them to the Bheen fort of Malot on the Salt Range in 320-42 degrees north and 72 into 50 east, and there keep guard over them. In agreement with the Dilawar Khan, blood ransom was fixed for some who had been made over each to one man. Some gave security, some were kept prisoners. Daulat Khan died when Kitta Beg reached Sultanpur with the prisoners. Daulat Khan died in the town which he had made himself. Malot was given into the charge of Muhammad Ali Jang, who pledged his own life for it, left his elder brother Argun and a party of braves in it. A body of 250 Afghans was told to reinforce him. After defeating the Afghans at Fort Malot, he hurriedly consolidated the affairs of this part of India. He sent the library, books, jewelry and other valuable articles laden on horses, camels and mules to his son Mirza Kamran, whom he had also appointed the governor of the Lahore province. The fort of Malot was given to his youngest son Mirza Askari, and he advanced towards Delhi through the Don Valley of the Shivalik Hills, reached Ropar and began preparation of capture of Delhi. Rampur Kheda and Echelon. 2 regiments of Mughal troops stationed at Rampur Kheda before the attack of the fort of Malot as reinforcements later accompanied Mirza Kamran to Lahore. It was here at Rampur Kheda that all the local Muslim chiefs greeted Mirza Kamran to congratulate him for the Mughal victory. Later, all these Muslim Naru Rajput chiefs of Haryana, Dholawala, Sham Chorasi, Nandachaur, Urmur Tanda, Chotala and others accompanied Mirza Kamran to see him off and went with his retinue up to the river of Byas. When Behram Khan, the Prime Minister of Akbar, revolted against his master, the troops fought against the rival who surrendered to the royal forces at Talwara. According to the tradition and contemporary records, Behram Khan stationed at Rampur Kheda Mound, and through prayers he morally prepared himself to beg pardon from Akbar. A land of soldiers took Behram Khan from this mound to present him to the Emperor Akbar, who was stationed at Haryana. Akbar pardoned him and treated him respectfully and affectionately. Sikandar Khan, who had revolted against Akbar, was in the vicinity of Pathankot. He was also defeated near here, when Akbar with his troops had followed the fugitive from Pathankot, having a short stay at Rampur Kheda, reached Haryana. When Akbar heard of the sad news of his father's death, Akbar was crowned at Haryana, from where he advanced to Lahore, and on the way at Kalanor, official coronation of Akbar took place. Emperor Jahangir at Rampur Kheda. When Jahangir's military was busy to dismantle the Hindu temples of Kangra, the emperor had started on his tour of Jammu and Kashmir in 1630 AD. The royal camp reached Haryana, but he encamped at Rampur Kheda Mound. It was here that the local Muslim chiefs and others met him with some complaints. They were greeted with grace and well redressed with full justice. The emperor increased the endowments of the Muslims here. Jahangir had his camp here at Rampur Kheda when many Sarkari patches were given to many people, making them masters of their lands. Among them, the Kalkar Jats of village Gonpur were also granted the Pata. The Sikh rule 1734-1849. During the Misl period 1734 to 1799, the Sikh chiefs with their soldiers and horses frequented Rampur Kheda, where they often encamped for the rationing and for preparations of battle. All around it there was much fodder for the horses, clean water flowing in the torrential streams. This was a place where the enemy could not have an easy access during this period. Sardar Mansa Singh Sahota of Gardiwala had established himself as a chieftain of this area. In this period, Faizalpuriya Sardar had given a crushing defeat to the Muslim chief of Patti, who was chastising the Sikhs. Sardar Kroda Singh of the Kroda Singhiya Misl possessed Haryana and Sham Chorasi. Sardar Mehtab Singh, grandson of Sardar Mansa Singh Sahota of Gardiwala, and joined the Ahluwalia Misl,
and became an influential Sardar of this area, but died fighting bravely against Raja Sansar Chand of Kangra in the Battle of Droli Kalan, P.S. Adampur. Sansar Chand had to run away from the field. The original residents of village Bale left the village due to famine, poverty, and settled somewhere else. This deserted village was given land by a Sardar of Gardiwala to Nanar Jats, who are now the owners of the village Bapu Bhuta Singh. A pensioner from the British Indian Army of this village was Hakim of the great reputation, who was the permanent physician of Sant Baba Harnam Singh Ji, the founder of Gurdwara of Rampur Kheda. Sardar Baghel Singh for a considerable period made Rampur Kheda his cantonment. During the Misl period, the Muslims of the surrounding areas supplied rations to the Sikh soldiers who encamped here and also fodder to their horses. The British period from 1849 to 1947. During the British period, Rampur Kheda Mound was popular in this area. Mr. Thomas Beale travelled in 1829 AD from Delhi to Srinagar, passing through Panipat, Karnal, Ambala, Banor, Ropar, Garhshankar, Hoshiarpur, Haryana, Gardiwala, Dasuha, Mukeriya and Pathankot. He submitted comprehensive reports of his journey to the Governor-General at Delhi, which at the time was kept as top secret, but later, after the annexation of Punjab by the British government, it was made public. One copy of the manuscript is also available at the Punjab State Archives, Patiala. Mr. Beals has described every place in detail. About Rampur Kheda he wrote, Rampur Mound is a small place situated on the left side of the road between Haryana and Gardiwala. It is very picturesque, covered with full green grass and mango trees and running streams of fresh water to the east and the west. The people say it is a Saktathe, where the people do not generally go, being afraid of unclean souls who remain there. The people do not and cannot stay there during the night, but it remained often the military camping ground since the time immemorial. It was a very high mound, but due to the many camping grounds from time to time has reduced its size and height. Dr. Bakshish Singh Nijjar, P.E.S., Director, Punjab State Archives,